where are you?
When they said they were going to remake it, good thing I put that video. That's the only reason they showed it to us. We were going to remake it. They weren't going to put that movie out. They showed it. We need to show this movie to an audience because they might not like the fact that we killed a girl before we remake it. We showed it to an audience. The audience liked it the way it was. So they said, we're going to take this movie to some film festivals. And I was like, no, not this movie. This is my practice movie. No one's supposed to see this movie. And they go, no, you got something going on. Dude, if I knew anyone was going to see this, I would have shot it completely different. Give me $2,000. I'll go reshoot half of it. Just know people are going to see it. I don't skin it. That is true. You don't know what you have here. Just keep talking about something. Toronto did great. We won Sunday games. So now we had to put it out. But I was like, I would have said, don't show that. But they also questioned the end. And we ended up making Desperado. The girl in Desperado doesn't die. You know, we didn't do that. We didn't kill someone. But that's what needed to happen. Quentin called me one time. People would always say, like, oh, Reservoir Dogs, he borrowed from this movie, Hong Kong action called City on Fire. About these guys are all criminals and kill each other. And he said, hey, they're showing a double feature. They're showing Reservoir Dogs with City on Fire, and they're showing Mariachi with a Hong Kong film called Run, where they ripped off Mariachi. Like, they just took the whole story. Two Chinese actors in Mexico. One car cases, one's like, they just followed it beat by beat for watching it, and it's like scene by scene. They just remade it without getting the rights. It was so fun to watch this one. Watch that one. And I'm like, what's this big brothel scene?
Everybody knows.
Oh, there's a scene where the big bad guy has two girls in bed. They figured that was a whorehouse.
Everybody knows.
So they got this whorehouse. So they're reading for people. They have helicopter shots and all that. It's just big thing. The action is awesome. But then the girl's really good. And midway through the movie, shit, she's going to die. He's like, kill her. I like this actress. She's really great. They have a great love story. So I felt that twice. I sealed her fate. I sealed her fate because I have a line in Spy Kids too. I start thinking, you create stuff, you start thinking, I wonder if that's how a creator is. He's like, oh shit, I just kind of threw that in a memo. The whole town's going to get wiped out. Yeah. You know, I didn't even think about the implications of that. Because it's a line. I was making a character that Steve Buscemi played in Spy Kids too, and he's a creator. He just wanted to make a little miniature zoo for kids. And then he thought, well, what if I put them together, like a lizard, a snake, and it's a slither, and a spider monkey, which is like literally spider legs and a monkey top. So he makes that. And then he thought, hey, why don't I make them a little bit bigger for kids that have big hands? And it got out of control, and they turned into these huge creatures, and now they're trying to eat him. So he's hiding. The kids find him hiding. And he says this one line that people keep coming, it's all weird and blunt to me about this. Why is this line in this movie? It's so wild. I thought, I wanted Steve to come up to the camera, like he's lost in his own creative world. And he says, I can't even go outside because my own creation is going to eat me. And he comes up to the camera and goes, do you think God hides in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he created? You're over it. It's like really for a moment, this thing, and it's like, because you feel like that when you're creating stuff, like you're creating something, and then now it's taking all that from its own. Like, oh, now this character has to die. I didn't want that. You know, this domino effect of creation. And you start thinking, look, that's much bigger. Maybe he is hiding up there because look at, he didn't expect all this shit to happen. In this particular context, you are the group with the story. For some reason, it makes me feel good to know that you feel the pain that these characters die. Yeah, absolutely. Because, like, if I'm writing it, but if it's not coming from me, I'm not surprised. Sometimes, like Quentin would say that, you just get two characters talking. When I'm writing my script, and then suddenly they're just talking to each other. I was like, what's that mean? Now I know what that means. Like, you just gave them life, and now the dialogue's coming through. Let me just ask you, you're the perfect person to ask about the genius of Quentin Tarantino. What makes him special as a director, as a creative mind? What do you see in him that's beautiful, that's brilliant? since I met him, he was just like this brilliant ball of energy. And, like you see him, I walk around his house and I'll see like a few sheets of paper all written down. Like, what's that? Oh, that was something I was starting to write. I take these and go turn it into like a whole trilogy of films. When he throws away all this mortal men to kill for. You meet people like that. I tell people, your parents say, watch out for your peers are. When you're younger, that means one thing, but when you get older, surround yourself around people who swing much farther than you. That's just like, but that's really true. I mean, just by being around them and working with them, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him because I was such a big fan. And I was about to go do Desperado. And I'm like, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators. So I'm going to operate Steadicam myself. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. I did the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your build. But you want somebody who just love that. You know what he said? He goes, how about a Steadicam? Not to operate it. So we take it apart, design a better one. Us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing all these systems. That's the guy you're thinking of. Not someone who's doing what you do. So surround yourself by those kind of people. And that's when you learn things like Oakley. Like somebody who's like really swingy for the fences and accomplishing so much. And Quentin was like that. So I met him at the festival. He saw mariachi. He loved it. We came up and talked, and we said, "You're like my next step up right now, Pulp Fiction." So I thought, man, I'm gonna put this guy. He's so fun. I'm gonna write him in my Desperado script, which I was writing. So that was before Pulp Fiction and all that when I cast him. I didn't know he was gonna go become such a household name, but I just was drawn to his energy, and I'd already written him in. And I met Steve Buscemi there, and I was like, I'm writing a character for Steve Buscemi. Then I went back to the Sony lots where I was working on Desperado. And Quentin and I ended up having offices right next to each other on the Sony lot back. I didn't even know that. I just met him, and I go back, and he was originally Pulp Fiction was for TriStar. And Danny DeVito was the producer, and he was going to make it for TriStar. So he was there writing Pulp Fiction, and I was writing Desperado. So I'd go show him like storyboards from Desperado. He'd come act out scenes of Pulp Fiction, and we got to be really good friends that way. We'd lunch at Versailles across the street, the Sylvie lot, and then so he passed on Pulp Fiction. 2 years, he won $8 million movie or $7 million. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna go make the next part of choice. We don't understand this thing. And Miramax got it. And they'd just been bought by Disney, so they produced their first film as Pulp Fiction. And then that thing went to Cannes, and it was a whole thing. But what I loved about his story is that when he made Pulp Fiction, he had a director's screening. He showed it to some directors that I wouldn't even go. And anyway, I had dinner with him once. It was in my journal. I keep a journal. At 2:40 a.m. When after he I dropped him off at his house. I said, "Oh wait, how did you make it?" In Pulp Fiction, he just finished it. It still feels like a movie Quentin to me. It doesn't feel like a movie. And it's like that's fine. It feels like one of those movies I would make, like Reservoir Dogs. It doesn't feel like a movie. And I was trying to be the supportive friend, going, "Oh man, he was so excited about this movie. And I loved it." And I was like, "Well, it should be different. It should be like." He's like, "Oh, no. What happened?" Drove off, said, "No, that wasn't it." So I went home and I called some of the directors that were at the screening. And they go, "Yeah, this is not what we're doing." None of them saw it. None of them saw it. But that kind of, you're like surprised. But that happened in George Lucas too with Star Wars. Everybody saw that movie and was like, "Poor George." And they showed it to all his director friends. "Poor George, what are you wasting all this time with for?" Only Spielberg was the one who said, "It's naive. It's going to do really good because it's naive and people like it." But everyone else was like, "Tell me, we're artists. We're making art films. That's garbage." Because nobody knows. It shows no one knows anything. Not even the filmmaker. When you're being groundbreaking, you don't know what groundbreaking is. Not you or anyone around you. Except maybe one or two people. There was one person. Like, "Oh yeah, who's your Spielberg?" Catherine Bigelow, without a doubt. She's the only one who said there's something here. No one else was saying that. He said, in fact, because he remembered something, he forgot the story. But if it wasn't in my journal, I would have forgotten it too. But in fact, one of my friends came and said, "I want to sit you down and tell you all the things that are wrong with your movie. But I'll wait till you get back from okay, I'm just and he goes and he wins the palm door. And it's like, oh, what the hell do I know? I guess we were all over. So even he didn't expect that at all. So that was a shock, even to him. So think about that. Yeah. That means, what do? Commit to a body work. Just do that. You don't know. You don't know what's going to be a Pulp Fiction, what's going to be a Jackie Brown. What's going to be, you don't know. And you like to think they know, but they don't know either. They feel it. Like I asked your camera to say, do you see the movie really clearly? Like, can you see it like with hyper focus? And it seems like that. He goes, it's like really far inside of it. And you work on it, it starts coming. I said, oh, okay, guys, so that's normal. I thought maybe he had laser vision or something. But no, even him. He doesn't really know what he feels. He can make decisions and he understands what a creative drive is and how to just keep being relentless about it. But it's not like they have all the proximity is huge. Proximity will change your different. Just being around those guys. They didn't teach me, hey, I'm teach you how to make a movie. Just being next to them, being in their world, just ups your game. And you're able to do things you weren't able to do before. You get ideas you didn't get before. I'll show you one of my painting things. You're not going to believe this thing. I had a painter friend in Germany, Sebastian Kripper. He has a workshop once a year. And I'm going to go there and I'll learn more about directing by watching this guy paint than I will by watching the other director. That's just now how I know how creativity works. You're going to learn lessons outside the box. And I try to practice before going out there. I was doing a Danny Trejo. I'll show you the before and after. You're not going to believe what you see. But this is it really tells a story of how important proximity is. So I do this painting. It's like, oh, it's garbage. I'll show you. It looks like garbage. I can't do paintings that are just like, see, I never should say I can't. So just cut your thing off. But I couldn't at the time just paintbrush into paint and then write on the canvas like that without using some kind of medium, which this guy, Sebastian Krieger, would do. So first I did a digital painting of Danny Trejo, like just to get the framing and all that. Right. That's just like, that's like an awakened tablet. Then I did it with paint. I was like, oh, it's all cruddy and it's too thick, the paint, and it just looks, and I just gave up right away. I was trying to pre-practice so I wouldn't be a total performer because I was going the next week. I thought he's using a different brush, obviously. He's using a better paint. It's not just clogging up. It's crap. I'm sure when I get there. So I get there, and he's doing a Mick Jagger. And he starts with a mid-tone. He starts blocking in the face with a little tiny drawing where the face goes. He starts doing that. He starts adding some highlights. There's the photo his reference. And I'm like, why are you concentrating so much on the cheek first? And he's like, starting over there. And I go, why do you, what paints are you using? He's like, there's regular acrylic paint. What brushes do you have? Regular brushes. I said, what's that? He goes, let me try what he's doing. We start with a mid-tone. I do that Danny again. Start with a mid-tone. I start adding some highlights. And I did that. And everybody kept coming over going like, did you just do that? And I was like, yeah. But it's very cartoony still. He's doing a very realistic Mick Jagger. And you're just watching, and he doesn't teach you anything. So he just starts painting. So this is the photo he had as a reference, right? And because I'm there, she's not teaching you through osmosis, you're seeing that there isn't a trick. I thought he had a trick, and that's why I couldn't get any further. He was using the same brush and the same paint. Well, how come I can't do this? And you do it. I go, I'm going to try and do something realistic. I've never done realistic before because I'm a cartoonist and everything that was cartoon here. That was just easier for me because I thought I would need too much training. I did another Trado. I started doing it realistic. I finished out one section of space. I put the pen down and did that. The same day, I got out of my way because seeing him get out of his own way, I think that's why sometimes people need to go to school for stuff like that. Because then now, well, I just did 4 years of school. So now I must go. Now you're giving yourself permission. But you can give yourself permission right away and it's going to come to this. And drawing Danny Trejo of all people, there's so much going out there. It's like he's so expressive. So expressive. You've worked with him a lot. He's one of the badass humans on the screen who created that. you just talk about what it's like creating those characters? I was excited about Desperado, I wanted to go make it, and there were no live actors working on it because no one was creating roles for this. I thought, wow, I gotta go create my own stars. We bring Antonio from Europe because they kind of know his name from one of our movies. And I saw him in Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down when I was in the hospital writing mariachi. We were watching TV while I was a patient. There's a scene where he like headbutts Victoria, I believe, just the kids or everybody goes like that. And I was like, whoa, I bet that guy would want to be in an action movie. He's got something inside. So I called him when we were doing Desperado. I said, would you ever consider doing an action? Oh man, I'd love to do action movies. So I said, I got it right for you. I got it right for you. It's Super Mariachi. And so Salma I found Mexico television, doing. She couldn't get work in the U.S. because
Yeah, how did you find her? I mean, this is one of the
crazy
greatest
stories in the world. Best stories. I was really determined to hire a real Latin, especially Hispanic, and then she's Mexican actress to be the Mexican character. That's like as up the next you can get. And there was no one who was getting any jobs because no one was creating any. So there was no one that had any movies under their name because there was no one. It was a whole systemic problem, right? This was 94, 93. So I was watching the Paul Rodriguez show on Univision because I was trying to practice my Spanish because I was having to do all these Spanish interviews. So mariachi was in Spanish. That was the other part I didn't tell you. I didn't speak Spanish. We didn't grow up with it. So I left that part out of the mariachi story because I thought people already didn't believe I made the movie by myself. They knew I made it in the language I could speak. I should have said it because it'd be more inspiring. Like now you have no excuse. I would wrote the English subtitles, shit. I wrote the titles, what became the subtitles. And then we take it to the actors, and the actors would translate it for me. And I was like,
that is so inspiring.
I'd be like, I would try to speak Spanish and say, vamos a recordar, let's record. And they'd be like, that means let's remember. The record doesn't record. Now I know, back then I know. I'm watching television, and then there's Selma as a guest. And she's a big superstar down there in Mexico. She gets out, she's beautiful, she's funny, everyone's laughing. She's Selma. Everyone that we never knew. And she starts talking about, what I gathered from what she's saying. She was having trouble finding any work in the US because of her accent. Apologies, well, say something in English. And she says, and she sounds just like she does now. He goes, that's great. She goes, I know. And I went, I think this is the girl. So I called her in my office and I videotaped our first meeting together. So I have that somewhere.
Oh, that's awesome.
Telling her, and it's Salma. It's Salma. Yeah, her with her energy, with her passion and funny. She can instant friend with my wife. Before they walked, her wife and I were best friends. She already was like part of the family. She's godmother to my kids. I thought, I'm going to help you. You're going to help me. I need to have Mexican actors in this, and you're going to be phenomenal. The studio didn't see it. They were like, what? She doesn't tell you what. She's hired somebody else who already has a name. So if we just give her one movie, then she'll be someone who's in a movie. So I made a whole other movie with her in English called Road Racers. It was my second film for Ship Taik. Really cool, without a cause type movie. And I gave her a role, and that's what we have an example of her doing English. And they still were like, we need a screen test. We need to have a screen test with a bunch of other actresses. So I said, sure, let's do that. So I went over to her house the night before the screen test, and we worked on the scene, which is the best scene, where she's operating on his arm, and they've got all this chemistry. I was just directing her to it like crazy. Down to pick up the water, and the water, don't hot water, while he's spitting it out, and it's going to be a big dramatic action with like a very light delivery. So we got it down to the science. The next day we show up, Antonio does a scene where all the girls come. He does it with her. Clearly, they've got amazing chemistry. She just nails it. He's great. He loves it too. Studio's like, okay, reluctantly, like that, right? But once they saw the footage come as we were shooting, and they saw it on the big screen when they're watching the dailies, then they were like, oh my God. And then they saw it. Then they saw what I saw when I met her. But sometimes, like you say, what do you do when people are like, hey, watch me? Just know that not everyone's going to see it. You may have the only vision, just keep going. There's an instinct that tells you to keep going that way. You'll get proved right or wrong, or maybe you're just looking on the first two wrongs or whatever, but follow your instinct because everyone's going to have an opinion. And that's not necessarily the right one. And when you're an independent filmmaker, you can make those decisions that change people's careers, that change the world. And that's why you want to remain in it. That's why what's happening now in the industry is great because I have to make movies like the way I started, which is what I always like to do, which is just doing it where we create our own destiny. You know, hey, we're going to make a movie, we're going to make it for this budget, so we can make it, and the story is going to be so character driven and cool, we're going to get big actors to be in it, because they're going to want to be in it. So Danny Trejo, yes, Danny Trejo. Yeah, that's good, Danny Trejo. We're doing Desperado now, casting all kinds of people. Now I have this character that I want to have a bunch of knives. He opens up his vest and there's a bunch of knives. So bring me all the coolest looking, Latin actors we can find. And before he even walked in, there's a picture of him. He already looked like the guy. When he was younger, he always just played prison inmates. There was a picture of him as an inmate in prison. I want to give him a cool role. He's one of those actors. He walks in and I see him. It's Danny Trejo. He sits down and I had the plot knife already made. And I said, you need to have this in your hand and look like you sleep with it. Like, just practice flipping it around your hand. And I gave it to him. You got the role to start practicing with that. He gets up and walks out. He didn't have to say anything. He's just going dialogue. He walks out. We get to the set. He kept saying, go, give me a line, give me a line. Like, no, you're such a nice guy. You're going to blow the whole mystique. I want this guy to feel like the most evil, scary guy of all. And you're such a nice guy. I didn't talk to him last time. But one thing I noticed was that the town we shot in, Mexican town, which is the same town that shot Mariachi. We went back there because I went to pay back the city. So we had this big movie there. And they didn't really know what to do because it was a European movie. And Salma hadn't come to the set yet. But they saw Danny Trejo there in his vest, looking like a Mexican icon. They would go like this. Everyone thought he was. And I just know magnetism when I see it. I went, this guy's got something. So I went to him and I said, I got a movie we're going to do someday. This is 94. We didn't make this movie for 15 years. Machete. You're going to be Machete. I had an idea for Machete. It wasn't the same story. I'd seen a story, actually, Mariachi, some of these funny stories. Hey, look at this story. That the U.S. DEA and FBI sometimes would hire a Mexican federale to come do a job for 25 grand that they didn't want to get their own guys killed on. I said, that's Machete, the guy that they pay. But he's not doing it for the money. Turns out he has to get this guy that escaped Mexico. And that's the twist. So that was the original story I had. So we're going to do this someday. And we talked about it for years. Never did it. Never had got around to doing it. So when I did Spy Kids, I put him in Spy Kids. And I said, hey, let's pay tribute to that character we never got to make. And you'll be Uncle Machete. He's a gadget guy. He's got a mysterious past. But then a few years later, Quentin and I were doing Right House. And he'd already done Dustin Dolomito. I was building my own Latin star system. Salma showed up in a bunch of movies. Keith shows up in every movie. Andy shows up in every movie. I brought Keith out of retirement and put him in my movie. I needed to create my own Latin star system to all my scripts because when you write in your own voice, you're going to write probably somebody else Latin. So you need to have a star system that matches that so that you don't have trouble casting people. You can't hire this person. So I built up my own star system. So Danny was one of my stars. So after we were doing Grindhouse, we had to do fake trailers for Grindhouse. And I told Quentin, I know what trailer I want to do. The movie I never had to make with Danny called Machete. That would be so fun finally get that out of our system. And doing a trailer is so fun. It's 2 days of shooting. Just still being that resourceful guy, we asked this company that had a digital camera we wanted to use. Can you let us send it to us for a couple of days screen test, camera test? Instead of shooting a camera test, we shot the trailer. We got a free camera, shot the trailer with him. And it's just the money shots. Him opening his vest full of machetes, him aiming that gun, him in a waterfall with two gals. And I just came up with this really funny trailer. And we shot it. People were screaming at the premiere. You couldn't even hear it. They wanted that movie so badly because there was blaxploitation in the 70s. There was never Mexploitation. It felt like this should have existed, but it didn't. Mexican superhero. I've just never seen anything like that. Now you know. And like even his mom calls him Machete. Like he just became this guy. And about 250 movies that he's been in, Machete's the most famous for. So for 5 years, people would come up to us and say, "Where's Machete? When's that movie coming out?" We're like, It's not a real movie, but when I look for it, we want to see that movie. So we finally made the movie because people just asked for it. And I was adamant about being resourceful again. All the shots that are in the trailer are really great. I got to reverse engineer the trailer into the movie so that I can use the shot that's in the trailer. Like this girl in the waterfall. Why would this girl be in the waterfall? Done a really clever way to get to the bad guy. Her face is kind of covered by his hair. We'll cast Lindsay Lohan in there. Or instead of it, we'll switch it out with Robert De Niro. Well, I just reverse engineer it so every time there's a shot in the trailer, it's in the movie. But I shot all the footage around to lead up to it. That's another fun creative exercise. Just reverse engineer something. You just did like this on the day. Just do a bunch of cards out basically. And now you gotta go make a movie using all those cards. That's like a creative exercise that I felt so satisfied, so fun.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You actually know it in part, maybe correctly, but you do pretty unexpected, surprising, kind of interesting casting. So Robert De Niro is an example of that. That's just a great role. The second aspect of that, I heard the story that you can just get an actor in it out in just a few days, really fast. The Robert Rodriguez experience. How do you make that happen? Like, can you just tell the story?
I'm the editor, I'm the cameraman, I'm the DP. And so when I call him and say, I got you as the villain in this whole movie, but I swear I'm going to shoot you out 4 days. I come down 4 days. In fact, there's a scene where he's in the hospital. He's smiling, he's having such a good time because he couldn't believe it. I said, guess what? When you wake up in your hotel room, Stephen F. Foster, you just cross the hallway, that's the set. Right next to yours, we turned it to the hospital set. So you're just going to come laying there in your pajamas.
Really? That's what you did?
Well, yeah, we had to save time. We only have 4 days. So everything had to be very thought out to be like, oh, let's shoot the money, get him out of this. We don't have to spend a lot of money on it.
Book a room in a hotel. Set up to look like a hospital.
Yeah, Mr. Sim. And it's real. You don't have to dress up. It's just right there. All you do is put like a little tube there, or like it's IV, and then you have a couple of nurses, and it looks like
genius. Robert De Niro. Resourceful. You know?
But I said, you got to think about me when you're on your next Meet the Fockers movie, and you're on there for 6 months, but I have you sitting in a trailer. I don't like to do that. So, I gave Lady Gaga her first 2 movies because after Machete, she said publicly, I saw Machete, my song Americano should have been a Machete. She saw Machete, so I called her up and I said, hey, I'm making a sequel. And I will certainly use your music, but if you're ever thought about acting, because you're an amazing performer, I think I've worked with a lot of actors who are also musicians, and they're always great because they already know how to be persona, be on stage, be in front of a bunch of people, which most actors can't do. And she said, actually, I studied acting before I became a singer. Well, you'll never be able to be in a movie because you know what? They don't know how to shoot people out. They want 6 months of your time, and you're always on tour. But you come be here, I have a part for you. I can shoot you out in half a day. This whole section of the movie, and I'll shoot you a movie poster. She's like, okay. So she shows up. I had all the sets like a conveyor belt right next to each other. Shoot. That's why she had me do her music video right after that. She's just going, Austin, Robert, tell me that crazy. I was throughout that whole. I don't know how we did that. It was half a day. She was there half a day. I did the same thing. I was like, I was sitting here waiting for you. You're on tour. Houston was just driving to Austin. Unless you're driving half a day, you could be the scene with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Sure, she came down.
Wait, how do you think Robert De Niro? How do you think Lady Gaga solve the puzzle? All the scenes that have to be in, how do we shoot them quickly, efficiently, conveniently?
You have to edit your own movie. I have this analogy, a food analogy that works really well. Script is like your grocery list. Filming is like grocery shopping. Getting the best performances, getting the best beat, getting the best ingredients, right? Editing is like the cookie. Too much of this, not enough of that. You fuck the whole thing up. So some of the filmmakers do not edit. And they give it to some other guy who might look at all your ingredients and go, well, this is all great, but I'm going to go make some money. And he makes something else. So by doing that job, like I've worked on some big stuff, and I realized finally after many years, I've always edited, I realized this is why movies cost so much. It could be 150, 200 people on the crew, but I swear not one of them knows how to edit. It's not one. So they're getting the wrong stuff. They have reshoots here. The editor's in a room somewhere, useless, calling after the fact. You still need to get this close up. But you got to reshoot that because it doesn't match. Because no one knows editing. So if you just know that, you're already miles ahead of 99% of Hollywood. that's just how I learned by accident. So I kind of stumbled upon it. But when I realized that's what the problem is, across the board, I'm watching the book. That's not going to match. You guys are just spending money, sending crews out, shooting stuff. And it's just, it's close to it. Let me show you. And that's how Sin City, which was for 9 days. Freddie Murphy's all 3 stories, 1 day. Benicio del Toro, 3 days. It's just like you're just shooting this stuff. Mickey Rourke is in a sequence with Rutger Hauer. We shot 8 months apart. I didn't have Rutger Hauer, so I was doing shot. So I just shot Mickey acting with me, and just shot Rutger acting with me. Wow. It's weird. It's like editing exercises, or like I used to do these editing exercises where I would do my VCRs together, and I'll cut my movies, but sometimes I would just cut music video. And I cut a music video once, so I was a big fan of Rutger Hauer, a big fan of Mickey Rourke. I said, I want to make it look like they're in a movie. So I cut this music video. And so it shows like lightning on Rutger, the hitcher, and then lightning on Mickey. Or Rumblefish. Rumblefish is black and white. So I made the whole thing black and white. I was like 19. I was 19 years old. And then years later, I'm making Sin City. I shot Mickey not knowing who the other actors would be until I cast him 8 months later. I'm cutting them together to look like they're in the same movie. It's black and white. I'm like, oh my god, I found that on video. It's like, oh my god, I already made a movie that was black and white. That's weird shit, right? That's the magic of creativity. It's like sometimes when you have a vision, it's not clear, but it's coming to you from the future. So you gotta just follow the voice. No matter what anyone says about your criticism, just follow the voice you got in your head. Because you don't know, and you're not smart enough to know. And you don't need to. You just need to do. You just need to be the hands. So this is like what you can do with no time or money when you know all these jobs. It's the benefit of knowing these jobs. Like I said, the more you know these jobs, the more you know your main job, which is being creative. Another day, thinking on your feet. So I'm going to show you this this test. Okay, so for Dust Above the TV series, I would always shoot the first episode and the last episode. It's like a 7 or 8 episode season. There's 3 seasons. By the time we got to the 3rd season, I was doing Alita, so I couldn't do the big finale episode. And my actor who plays the George Clooney character, DJ Catrona, he's somebody who fucking wanted to be a writer or writing. He wrote Fight or Flight. So it's a movie that's going to come out with Josh Hartnett. That's his. He wrote it after doing this. He's like, man, hearing you talk, you know what? That's what I love about it. You inspire people. The feedback loop inspires you back. So, man, hearing you talk for Red 11 and the cards and I've got a script that's partially written. I'm just going to go crank it out in 3D. I'm going to cut off the phone in 3D. I'm going to finish that thing in 3 fucking days. And he came back and he said, I finished the script. And I read it and I go, what? You read it in 3 days? Well, I wrote something before, but I just kept thinking I wasn't ready. And you told me thinking about not being ready. You said that really resonated. I finished it in 3 days. But, man, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go do the DJ method. I call it the DJ method. I have a bunch of half-baked ideas that I'm just going to go finish the thing in 3 days. I'll fix it later, but so 3 days, it's going to be pure type. It's just going to be coming through because you're just going to be picking up the. So anyway, he came to me with this idea. He said, oh man, I was hoping you'd do the last episode of Dust Till Dawn. I had this great idea. Hey, we're in a zombie town, western town. You have guns where you have to pull the trigger, the hammer back before you can fire. So I thought, what if I have a gun that's empty? And I got bullets in the other hand. And I bump into the zombies. The bullets go flying. I jump and I catch all the bullets and shoot the guy before I hit the ground. Okay, that's kind of a real cool, like, Desperado type thing. But dude, this is a 7-day shoot for these episodes. Every one of the crew will have a different idea. The guy will put you on wires, because you have to do all that action. Or the DP isn't even operating the camera; it's a camera guy. The director doesn't know what he's shooting. He's not operating the camera. Your editors in the room somewhere. The VFX guys aren't there. I'm not going to go ask them how to do it. But I, in my own VFX, I came up with how to do all the shots in Sin City and all this biking. You need one guy to do it. How come Buick's already going to be there because they have to shoot a 7-inch fight scene. The other actor who wanted to go fight scene, so I was already good at that. So when it comes to your scene, you switch places because it's got to be done quick because you got to shoot in 20 minutes. You got a ton of other shit you got to shoot, and you'll just never get it. You won't even get it on a film schedule, on a regular movie schedule. It's just too crazy. You need somebody with a vision to do the whole thing. So this is what it would look like if you were on the set. I'm going to show you the finish, and I'm going to show you the scene. I've showed you a couple times today. So if you understand this, what it would look like. So I get there. So we're ready for that scene. So I get over to the set. Okay, where are you coming out of? This building. Where are you getting this look? That body. You bring that body close. Okay, stunt guy, bring the paddle. I want to see you just jump and start to twist as if you're turning. I just want to see how much air time you have to get in the action before you hit the pad. He starts to jump. He barely starts jumping. He's already hit the pad. So, okay, that ain't gonna work. You get out of here, DJ. You're gonna do it. I have no idea how many. Now you're there.
This is so awesome.
And now the options are very limited. You're very limited. Look at the sun. You're going to see the sun now. You see, that's the point where the sun starts getting wrong. I have to shoot this before you. You're going to do 3 jumps. And I'm going to cut it to look like 4 jumps. All bullets are going to miss. One is going to go in. So here, just follow what I'm saying some of the time. What cameras do we have? What's on the A camera? A long lens. Oh, yeah, that's my camera. I'll operate that. What's on the B camera? Steady cam. Leave it on steady cam. Let time to convert it. At one point, I want to lower it. So just flip it upside down. We'll flop it later. Give me the make. Okay, TJ, start running towards that bullet and grab it and pretend like you get shot out of your hand. I should do the slow motion that's showing you how it looks on the set. Okay, now the bullets are playing. I'm going to have those digits. I'm going to hold the bullets up to the light in each angle so that they know what it's supposed to look like so they can match that. Otherwise, it'll look funny. Now, first jump. I just want you to commit to just jumping out and just look at the barrel. Just look at the barrel on your hands when you're jumping, because that'll look like you're looking at the bullet. And just don't even think about that you're going to catch a bullet. Don't think about that you're going to start turning. Just stretch your body out. Get a really graphic of how cool that looks. And the side view is shot this at the same time. You know, so it's going to look like bullets. Okay, now I need this part though. I need the part where he's catching the bullet. This little window there. How am I going to do that? With a lens that long, it's going to be all out of focus. It's not going to be slow motion now. He even knows me. He's like, what the hell am I doing? Just lay on the pad and rock up and down. And as you're coming down, that'll look like you're falling. As I'm zooming in. So I'm operating the camera and I'm cutting this in my head. Yes. And just do it. And he's like, okay, what is it? Rock up, and as you go down, it's going to look like you're falling. Well done. Okay, well done. Caught it. 1 minute. Now, second jump. When you do the next jump, as if you just passed these other moments, you've caught a bullet already. So now you're going to snap it close and start your turn. That's all you'll get before you hit the pad. Snap, turn, right? So like, okay, I want the cameras to feel like they're dropping with it. That'll give you more of the sensation. So let's actually lower that steady cam shot. Flip it upside down, get a low angle. Now look at the sun's right there, hasn't gone down yet. That, and then my camera, I lowered my camera good, and I got that. Right? Okay, now, last jump. I bury a thin, so just bring me a thin mattress, because I want him to do all the stunts. I don't want to stunt there. Because he does this himself. He just did it in 3 jumps. The audience will know they'll just be like, we believe that this guy can do anything. I want you just to finish by turning and cocking the hammer back, firing before you hit the ground. I'll do 2 takes for that. Almost gets it there. We're going to do a second take. Oh, that other one was private, but I'm going to go see it. I've got to go here. I got to cut it. I got to have the sound effects myself. I got to put the music in myself, because music guys will just end up filling the music. So sound effects guys will just fill up with sound effects. I want all the sound to drop out. So he's jumping all here is the wind in his jacket, the clinking of the bullets, with the bouncing off. So you got this breathless, no music, cut the music. And that a moment you cut it, it's like I wouldn't do that bacon. Right. So I go home, I cut it. Before I even have the visual effects in, I just cut it that night. Because I cut my own sound effects. Cut my sound effects in. You can already tell it's going to work. You can already see, even when the bullet's not there, you can tell by the sound where they're going to be. It's going to work. I called him up and said, dude, this is going to work great. So I go to the effects guys and I go, okay, there's a bullet in this frame, the next frame is here. So I used to animate. The next frame is there, and then it hits the barrel, and then it starts bouncing this way. I want it that clear so you can follow that a bullet was supposed to go in, and it bounced way over there, and then this bullet bounced way over there. And then they send it back, and a bunch of bullets come out there. Okay, listen to what I said. Show you again. I'm going to drive to you again. Just the sound will play like there's multiple bullets flying. I don't need to see all those bullets, but the eye's not going to know where to go. So then they got it right. Brilliant. And then check this out. I'm showing you twice. Change direction.
Wow.
Crazy.
Well done.
I didn't even see that in a feature film. That's supposed
Well
to be
done. This is the director. Well done.
Oh, okay. Here, just one more time. I'll
Well
show you
done.
something you didn't
That's amazing. Just those decisions coming together
I'm
perfectly.
coming
Just
together
really
and,
well done.
and like this, you got this.
Just moving the camera like you decided to do worked really well. The balancing of the match was whatever.
And it's not like you have this whole plan figured out. It hasn't been in the moment. It's coming through you.
But you're seeing it, right?
I'm seeing it because I've done it enough. That's why you really want to learn on this job. Because if you come from home like this, when the shit's fucking hit the fan, you got to know how to pull it out. You could have gotten all those people together in there with you. You had one person that had to see all the way through.
You've seen the boy, how it's going to go and make the end result.
I've done enough time to know that if you don't do it just right, you're gonna lose the image. You're not gonna know where to follow. You miss the point.
And also, yeah, I love that you're thinking about where the eyes of the audience would go, and that's like I feel like too many people like think about some more general concept of a scene versus like the audience, where's their eyes?
When you're drawing it through sound, picture of a shape. If you notice, without the sound, you don't really see him.
It's a solid century.
Questions you don't really. Right.
I thought I saw it.
You think you saw it, you hear it, so you feel it's the election. It's actually he's already finished. You don't really see him do it. But you swear you saw it in the concept because it sounds like it. There's another thing you didn't notice. He hits this ground. So sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You didn't even notice it because I didn't play it. So if you don't hear it, you can see it. If you don't see it, but you get sound. You hear it, and you see it in your body, right? So check that out now with the sound on it. And you'll see both those parts play completely different. Like, I know you can get away with that because I know editing. If I don't play a sound, I can go ahead and milk that shot as long as I'll make him be in the air long, even though he's actually kissing the ground when I'm playing the sound. And that comes from, you said directing, but it's not directing. Like, people can direct and say, this is what I want. But to actually execute it, you need to be a craftsman. And to be a craftsman, you have to learn all those crafts.
And not just with the visuals, but with the sound.
Sound, too. Sound is so important. Sound is half the picture. Sound, and if you cut down, you realize how important sound is. I would learn so much by doing this movies, like Desperado, movies where you go, wow, the sound, I could add an extra sound effect of an extra punch and it sounds like he's beating the shit out of this guy. And you only can see 1 or 2 hits, but you can hear 5. You know where you can push your limits because you've done it in your gut.
It's so amazing that you can use sound to make a person believe they saw something that wasn't actually there on the screen.
Yeah, your brain fills it in.
That's crazy.
And that's why that's so important because you don't know that. You'll be on the set shooting 10 takes now. Because you're like, no, I didn't see him click it back. I didn't see him click it back. I think that's really needed. So you can do that set. Let's just go. Let's just keep moving.
When you say sound, also
so with the sound, I'll do the sound drop. Like the sound, like the mic's right on that end, so that you hear it so big in your ear that you swear it was a close-up too, but the sound is close.
How do you, so just to give an insight into that process of sound design, what are you like listening to the sound and just like experiencing the feeling that creates? That's just right.
Playing and post. So I have a whole library of sound effects from all my movies. So I can pull up like the gun sound we created for Bruce Willis in Sin City. We use that and mix it with Antonio's gun from Desperado. Remember in 4 Rooms, there's a scene where the bellhop in the hotel room jams his key into it and clicks it. I used all gun sounds for the sound of the key instead of key sounds because it wasn't sound close enough. So you listen to it, you hear like all these sounds from guns to do the key because it's like that conveys the sound better. You know, I'll use different kinds of sounds that just have impact and put it somewhere, like when he hits the ground. I like playing with all that in post when I'm editing because it makes my editing job easier. Sometimes it's like, oh, the sound is covered. I don't need to keep trying to massage this. The sound is actually selling it. And so I keep those sound effects in the final product. So it's just all part necessary. It's like being a chef. You're there cooking and you're going like, I know the recipe says this, but I think it really could use jalapenos and some extra pepper and maybe a little more salt. And it needs an acid of some kind. Someone has some.
Yeah, you made me realize, I'm not sure where I saw that, but you were talking about making some almost like photos for fun, and did you mention how exciting to make a very mundane scene by just adding sound?
Oh yeah,
I think there was like
a little kid in his car. Yeah, one of those. But I added a motor sound to it. It's like, wow,
it sounds realistic somehow. Like I don't.
And they were playing with these little cars, filming themselves in the cars. But then I replaced it with real car sound. And it just your brain erased the reality of the real thing. And you realize how unimportant visual is, how important sound is actually. Sound is everything. That's what I was putting up the actually on my camera for sound. Because then I got really good sound that I would have gotten with a shitty mic without playing. Because that's the first telltale sign of a low budget movie is bad sound. Bad sound right away. You can already hear all this hiss, all this mic was too far, and you're like, low budget movies. Before your eyes even tell you, the sound gives it. Isn't that amazing?
The audio is first, sound is first, for even though it's a visual medium. It's so crazy. Just on the, what's the plan with the 4 action films? Like what are the next steps?
I'll probably direct more than one because there's already several that I want to do. But I was coming to direct at least one, but I'm producing all 3, all 4. They're at my studio.
It does draw you in.
It draws you in and it makes you go down think of ideas we never would have thought of before, mainly because it has a filter. Well, now I don't have to think of all these ideas. I actually have, like me on that set, there's only very few things I can actually come up with that are just action driven first. I have a great character. You'll get to it a lot faster with a filter at the beginning of the filter. So now you've just shrunk your target, and now you can hit that target. And people are coming up with ideas because now they've got proximity, and they've got a reason to come up with the idea. They've got a deadline, which is the best thing you can do, is have a deadline. Because when you have a deadline, you can move mountains. You know, I had a Spy Kids in the theater every year, 3 years in a row. It's not being pre-planned. Every year there was a Spy Kids. Now the third one was the biggest cast, mostly green screen, video game, and the first digital 3D movie ever. So getting visual effects companies to make that, we realized, oh, I shot it with 2 cameras. That means each effect shot has to be done twice from a different angle. So I went to the studio midway through that and said, there's not going to be a movie with 3 years in time. You're going to have to push the date back. And they said, okay, we never heard you panic. We pushed the date back for you. They called back 10 minutes later. I was like, oh my God, it's really complicated. I know it's complicated, but I wanted a challenge. And they said, McDonald's will sue us for $20 million. So you move the date. You have to have it. We started shooting that movie in January of 2003. It was in 3D, in theaters by July. That's the fastest ever. Because you had no choice. So the deadline makes you do things and make decisions really quickly. And it was the biggest of the 3. Deadlines are good. And it's hard for us to self-impose a deadline sometimes because we know it's a bullshit deadline and your brain knows it's bullshit. But why do deadlines work? Because when the deadline's coming up, what do?
You start to put the pen to the paper and it starts to swallow.
You have no choice. You have to get out of the way and open the pipe. And it just comes out. And you're shocked. You're like, oh my God, I should do everything in life. Well, no, you don't have to. But if you just learn how to open that pipe earlier, you wouldn't be in a rush. But you have to get out of your way because your deadline was up. You have to come up with this. So many people are going to come up with all these extra great ideas at the last minute. They've already, looks like everyone is already signing on because they didn't. It's cool. They don't know when the deadline is. They keep writing in saying, when is the deadline for this? And we say, well, when we close the funding in May. But we didn't say when still. So I think that gives them like a sense of a deadline, like straight up. It might be May 1st or maybe May 2nd, so we better get my idea. So I think it works in your favor because you can help this stuff. And you're going to feel so enriched by doing the idea that you're not going to care if it gets picked up. You're going to love this idea so much, it could turn into 10 other things you never even thought about. So that's the beauty of doing a project. Nothing ever goes to waste. So many ideas that were sitting around that you come up with and put a lot of time in are now like, oh, I can do these now. I know how to finish this.
I have to ask about Alita. It's done so many incredibly insane projects. This is one of them. It turned out to be this visual masterpiece. There's a bunch of complexity, beautiful complexity about it, in that it started out as a film that James Cameron was supposed to make. Yeah. And then you started to collaborate with him on it, and it was two obviously brilliant directors from different styles that people are talking about. And so, plus there's the complexity of when people haven't seen it, you're putting this artificial creation, this beautiful, photorealistic artificial creation of a human being into a real world. So if you capture the performance, not just the motion, but the performance of this actor, put them into this, the power of technology into the real world, to convey all the emotion and richness of the human face. You just speak to the process of bringing that one to life.
Sure, you know what? I never would have attempted it was a Jim, because Jim has figured all this out. So just to catch, again, remember, like I said, hey Jim, I'm operating this thing. I'm using that. Well, I'm designing a new system. That's always how it is. So when I went to show him Desperado, it's done. He said, you might not want to sit through. If you don't want to sit through it while I'm watching, it's fine. Do you want to read any scriptments, like treatment scripts, called scriptments? Sure. I have Spider-Man. I got Avatar. This was in 95. He was showing me a script for Avatar. There was no technology for that. He was already doing stuff that didn't exist. And I was reading it going like, it's a great story. He's like, I don't know, I think I'm going to do this. It's impossible. It's not even, he'd just done, Terminator 2 a few years before. It looked like that was state of the art. So Alita was going to be the movie at first to prepare for Avatar. And so he had already done some prep work on it. It was based on a manga. But before they did that, they just started doing some tests for Avatar. And then as they got deeper into the test for Avatar to prepare for Alita, they went, I guess we're making Avatar first. So Alita got kind of pushed to the side, and they ended up doing it, which ended up becoming such a journey to make that movie, to get the technology to build it, to make it. So I remember visiting him on the set. I've been so long. I was on the set of Titanic. That's all I've been around this guy. I was on the set of Titanic. I was on the set with Sarah Connor and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Eddie Furlong for the 3D ride he made for Universal a few years later. So, I mean, I feel like I've been around him a lot of his career. And to be able to visit the set, of Avatar, I remember him showing me, like, artwork they did. Very photorealistic. He goes, curious to see how real it'll be when we're finally done with this process. Because you don't get to see it till it's almost done. And I was like, wow, he's just shooting blind. He's really, talk about me shooting mariachi, not seeing the footage. He's making this whole movie, not even knowing what the end result's going to look like at all. Because you're not going to know till you get there. When you get there, if you don't like it, there's not a lot you can do. So I just seeing him do that and have that success really made it easier for me to do Alita, because it's like, okay, we don't know. Again, we don't need to know. We know we'll get there. We don't know how we're going to do it. We're going to start. And anything that I come up with in this movie, in his team, because he had all his people working on it, he had them all working on it too. I do a fast version of his process, because it's a lot of live action. Avatar's mostly CG. I have live action sets. You have to come to my studio, and I still have the whole Alita City right back on.
Like, he had the filmmaker studio?
Yeah.
That's where it was.
Yeah, it was shot here. So when you go see my city, I built it very resourceful. This is weird. It looks just like the town of Mariachi. It's in my backyard. I'm like, it looks better than the town of Mariachi. Yeah. 90,000, the biggest, largest standing set in the country. Because sets are always mowed down for the next movie. But I just kept it there. So we used to shoot it all the time for Mexico or South America or Europe. It's 7 streets. We had it digitally above it. The ceilings are 20 feet high. You gotta come see. You don't believe that it's here. It's unbelievable.
Where is it? North of Austin.
It's where the old airport was. It's like on 51st Street. It's like really close to town. You gotta come see. You're not gonna believe it. All my props, all my stuff. So people who are, investing in brass knuckle, that's what I say. Because they're going to get to come check out all that stuff and be in proximity and see, oh, like me with that painter. It's not a trick. He's just doing it. Then you realize you can do it too. But we thought, let's shoot mostly live action. We'll just replace her. But we still have to figure her out. You have to cast the right actress. And when I saw Rose Salazar, she was just amazing. She made me cry in audition the first time. I was like, oh my God, this person has something. If we can capture even a fourth of her facial expression, it'll bring so much life. And they got it 1-1. And it really helped Jim on the next Avatar and Weta because they got to try out a bunch of things. That's why Avatar, the second Avatar, Way of Water, looks so much more refined than the first Avatar because of that middle step between the lead. It was training ground for them.
Can you actually educate me on the Weta process? This is like a performance capture technology.
Yeah, I have her in a suit for capturing her body movements, but also facial capture, performance capture of all her performance, all her emotion. And we have witness cameras around everywhere to pick up where she is. And everything else is real, and we're just replacing her, but with someone even smaller in size. So you have to erase everything behind her. There's like a bunch of technical things you do. But the idea is to, whatever performance she gets, she's such a great actress, is to capture all of that. Because then this character that doesn't even exist will feel very emotional. And you have to be tied to it. You have to feel its heart. She was the heartbeat of it.
So she's acting with all this.
Acting with all that, but it just she's stunning. It's like sitting there, like we don't know this is here. It's like that. She just performed for it.
What was some interesting, unique, challenging things about you directing her performance in this kind of world?
I just knew she had to be her. It would be just so easy with her. She's just so great. Everything was just so real, and everything was just like she's that character. She's that character. You've seen this world for the first time. No special effects that help you that. But the performance is there. So it was all about getting the performance and casting the right actors. That's why you get Christoph Waltz there. You get Jennifer Connelly. These masters are all on the set. Rehearsal Ali. You've got an amazing cast of people. And that's really the heart of it. See, that the technology kind of goes away.
How hard is it to get the actors to act when like the full world's not around?
We put so much of the world there. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because if it was all done to CP, well then you can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. And they're really ultimate Avatar, because that whole place is created in Avatar. You could get away with a lot if they wanted to commit to that kind of detail. And then the next Avatar, it's right there. It's just stunning. And you get there by having something to work on like this to take the technology to the next level. So it was cool to be able to help, knowing that you're being helpful to him in his process and not just distracting him. Then also he liked that his artist had something else to work on besides just Avatar, to just work on something, different to freshen up the perspective on things and methodology. And so, yeah, that was a really exciting thing to work on. And then we got to shoot in here. Jim Cameron from here and also helped the best from here. And my whole crew who's worked with me 25, 30 years, everyone had an extra spring in this step. They were like, how we're working on a Jim Cameron movie. I mean, this is like a high bar of achievement for everybody.
To talk about the other directors, can you speak to the genius of James Cameron? Like what makes him special? You talked about some of the difference in your approach and his. He's created some of the most special movies ever. Also, what's behind that? What would you say is interesting about his work?
I think that any of these guys, first of Kiss, him, John Lasseter, and Pixar, it's a mix of. I got really lucky. My first job was Photoshop because my dad had a friend who owned a Photoshop. He said, "Your summer job is to work with my friend Mario. We're on Mario's Photoshop, and I'm developing pictures, making develop photos for film." He said, "Here, take this camera home. Give me one of these cameras. Take this camera home and some film. I need you to learn how to use the camera so you can also sell the camera." So I went home, I have a bunch of siblings. So like, when the stars of bed, taking all these pictures of everybody. I take it back and he looks at the pictures when you develop them. He's like, whoa, these are really creative. You're a creative person. So sometimes people take something that you can't unhear. He goes, that's a gift. But you need to know now you need to become technical. Because most creative people need technicians. Technicians must be creative people because they're the same. You're born with creativity. It's against your nature to be technical, but you can learn to apply yourself. And if you're both technical and creative, you'll be unstoppable. And I was like, stop. So here, I want you to learn zone photography, I guess. I want you to learn the technical part of it. So that's why I didn't take a crew in our engines. I knew if I'm just a creative person and I need a crew to go actually technically make the movie, I'll always need something. And when you want to really change your life, you want to get your I need list down to little as possible. So you're like, well, I want to shoot my movie, but the cameraman, I need somebody who's going to your I need list keeps growing. That's further and further and further you will be from what you need to accomplish. So I kind of went down there without any help. So that, remember that script analogy where the guy said, throw away 3 scripts? I said, no, I'm going to write 3 scripts and then shoot each one so I get better at which one of these jobs so I can learn to be technical. My technical capability was so little, like I literally called the guy on the phone. How do I use this camera? That's how little I knew about it, but by doing the job I was doing, by being both, that's really the key. So Jim Cameron is like that. Jim Cameron, you see those guys? Sort of very technical and very creative. So that's very technical, but very creative. So Jim Cameron, very technical, very creative. Putting those two things together is really what sets you apart from technicians and other creative people. And it's very, very powerful. A lot of creative people, again, it's their nature to be technical and know how to do it. Make yourself do it. Read the manual. Take the lessons. It frees you up because then you can go do like I just showed you in that demo. You're able to now be a technical person and creative. Then you're unstoppable. He's one of the best at it. He just knows how to craft a story. He's very analytical as well. Like we bounce off each other in a funny way. He goes, "Man, he came down to visit my studio. And we did a lead on him. You only surround yourself with people who are like you. Like you exude creativity from every pore. And so does everyone at your studio. I go, yeah, and everything. I didn't hire them that way on purpose, but I think if you're not that way, you kind of don't belong there and tell me. Yeah. And then I went to his studio. And there are a bunch of Jim Camerons there. They're like, oh my God. They're all very technical. Yeah. You can't get all kind of fuzzy with the logic. Or can't get really creative with the physics or anything. They're like, no, that was not how it's going to be. Wow, super great at what they do. Bars, sky high. They're all like that. Yeah, if you're not partners, if you're not like that, you can't hang with these guys. You can't hang with him, by the way.
I've heard a story where the guitar came to the rocket launcher, where to you create this real world that possible magic feels real. And for James Cameron, he has to know how a guitar case would work that would actually be able to double as a rocket launcher. When I showed this trailer for the
whoa! That's unbridled filmmaking. It makes sense only the second you're watching it, not a second. The second you're watching it, you believe it. But he's really he's so prolific. I walked into his writing studio. Be like, one of the takes. Like, you have his papers there. Imagine them, that thick, all scripts. Like, what are these? This is a whole space opera version of this movie. We're not even know. It's like he's cranking out stuff. Like, again, I see this. Yeah, bounce off each other. I love his analytical part of his brain. I'm not that analytical. I'm just kind of like, hey, I'm really creative. I'm like, whoa, we'll go this way. And like, who knows about it? And he likes that about me. But I because I think about things too much. Like, you think about things like, what makes a movie a $1 billion hit? What are the elements that you need? And I'm going to analyze that, and I'm going to make sure my movie does that. And he engineers a submarine that can break the world record. He engineers a movie that can break the world record. He has that engineering mind, but the creative part, that's very good. So that's very rare, and he's capitalizing on it. He has this submarine model like this big on his desk, where he broke the world record. And just seeing it, and knowing he's had kids and stuff, and wife, and it's like, weren't you afraid of going down there with, something that happens? Whatever. Side designs. Yeah, it was any other bozo I'd be afraid, but he designed this. That kind of confidence, that's it. He just knows that some other bozo would design this big single, I would be afraid. It's like total confidence. He did it.
The confidence of extreme confidence.
Really? Just to get you like excited about how man this stuff is. And Desperado is the only movie on the Sony lot being edited digitally. Not only was I editing on a computer, I was editing in my house. So 1994 was just an art. But there in my house, they made me cut in LA. So at first I told the studio, I want to edit Desperado myself because it's important that I edit it. No, you can't. But I never had a director edit his own movie. It was like precedent. In case they thought it would give you too much power. This is the power of precedent. So, well, Baltimore had to edit it. Okay, so you're going to have to edit in LA so we can watch me go and you know what you're doing. We saw the footage of the shots are really short. It's too fast. Because I was shooting my cuts. You know, like, they're used to seeing footage. When Tony walks in the bar, and it's going to be a dialogue scene, they expect the whole thing done from a wide shot. I would shoot the wide shot, he walks in, cut, move the camera, sit over here. So I'm not going to use it for the rest of the scene. I know we're going to get in the coverage. It's like, oh, that's interesting. So I cut the first scene. First scene, that's brought up. First scene, Steven said he's telling a story. He's talking about the myth of mariachis. Oh, yeah, crazy. It's crazy. So then they come over and say, hey, come see my first scene. So they come over to my house. They watch it. Okay, you know what you're doing. But I was cutting Desperado in my house there, but there. And then we shot Desperado at the same time. So I was cutting Desperado and Desperado myself. I'm the editor. I don't have an editor. I was the ones who import it to the machine. So Toro came over, Soderbergh came over, I borrowed this guitar. No one had heard of somebody having an attic in the living room. Jim comes over and I hear you have an attic in your living room. And I go, yeah, come check it out. Just like I roll out of bed. It's like remarkable because this is what you do right now, but back in '94, I'm cutting 3 movies at the same time myself. I roll out of bed. I come here, I can cut Desperado, I can cut Desperado. But that's it. I hate working with editors. You know, when I was doing Terminator 2, they wouldn't even let me put the Bad and the Bone song in Terminator 2 because they didn't think it would work. And I had to sneak into the editor room at night on the weekend and cut it in and show them the next day. That's your own movie. You can't cut that power of people. He said, I hate what you're doing. What I do is I'm going to tear down the wall in my house. I'm going to put it in Apple. And he did. He got an Oscar for editing Titanic. He had 2 other editors, but now no one ever took him for a ride like that again. He edits on every movie. He has other editors, but he can go through his own cuts. When he shows me like footage, he's showing me himself on his own machine. So, again, it gives you all those tools to be able to really find your vision that you're looking for, because you can't always explain it to somebody because you don't always know yourself. It's hard. You kind of come up with it as you do the process.
It's just a small tangent about the different software and technologies involved. So you mentioned Avid was Premiere Pro.
Premiere was the stages in it, and sort of looked at it and it said, yeah, I can't afford an Avid for this movie. So I think he started cutting on Premiere, but I'm sure it's all better now. I just have always used an Avid because I just always rent it back to the same production things. I don't have to buy new, but there's lots of good stuff. I figured out about all kinds of systems. I just use the same one.
I guess that's the question I have to you. Interesting people very interesting to me, just the details use Avid. Like, what do you like? Multiple monitors, one monitor,
A couple monitors, and then one big monitor to watch it. If I'm watching the scene back, and the monitor just goes all wacky. If I were to design my own system, I'd probably design it. But I was literally, I've worked on that thing since '94. I still don't know all the shortcuts. I still use it like my pick deck. Play, rewind, pause, and I can cut so fast with it. I don't use the mouse for shortcuts. It's like, I don't.
so you found your way, your preferred way, workflow of using it, and now you can sort of let go of the technical and create.
Yeah, just recreate. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. It's like, it doesn't matter what's just like, if you can get it to work for you, great. Like, there's a lot of problems I have with it that I know will probably fix that system, but they don't have a whole set of problems. So it's like, well, why bother with that? You know, there's limitations that it has that would need to be fixed, but not for what I'm doing. I mean, I can still do what I need.
It feels like part of the artistry is every system has limitations, and you're learning how to work around those limitations.
Oh, yeah, well, like my first VCU, those things were, I was always known for taking little basic equipment and milking the shit out of it. What it could push you scratching the surface of what it's capable of. It's totally flipped the other way. I'm not milking anything anymore. I'm barely getting, the smallest capability of it. Because I would have to spend a lot of time to figure out all the stuff that I could possibly do. I'm sure it's all great fantastic stuff, but what a different world from when I grew up, where it was like, okay, I can splice these two sound things together. It was so hard to get it to do. Or people would be like, you got that. All this equipment is great. So when people come to me and say, I've only got this camera. This camera's 10 times better than anything I had in my first 15 years of filmmaking. So you have no complaints. It's like, you can just start now and start making.
I have a lot of friends who are huge fans of movies, so one of them asked me, I absolutely must ask you, do you know if there's a sequel of the media coming?
We're working on it. We're definitely working on it. Jim and I both wouldn't make it. That's usually when we meet and talk about it. I gave him something to read, a little busy with it. I would try to do it, but I'm gonna see if we get to see where it's at. But we would love to make another. We have ideas on how to do it because it was always built to be a trilogy, and I see that there's a lot of love for it. So it was just weird because it was a Fox movie, and they got bought by Disney, and they weren't really making Fox movies because they had enough Disney, had enough work with their Disney movies. But now they're starting to make some Fox movies, like Deadpool. And some Fox movies are starting to get made, so time might be right for us to come back and do it.
I hope you do so. But it is, you do so many different kinds of movies. It's a whole different kind of puzzle, right?
No, but it's not a bad thing. It's cool. It's not one of the few, usually I make kids movies, or R-rated action horror. And that was the first time I got to do a PG-13 movie, which was kind of like, it had all the action, but it was for families who watch it too. It was kind of like,
I have to ask you about Sensei. It's one of my favorite films of all time. It was a visually stunning film. What are some maybe interesting, detailed aspects about you creating that world?
this is why you just gotta follow your ghost. Jim and I were both in the 3D right now. I visited his set for the Terminator 3D run. Just about I wanted to do 3D. Actually, when they got to the bar, we watched from that point on, everything's kind of set up for 3D. Everybody's shooting into the camera, all this plus. But the cameras they had for 3D and film were those old, shitty ones. They were so bad. And I went, okay, we can't do it. I really wanted people to have to put on glasses when they got into the bar, and it was going to turn into a 3D different movie. I got to do that on Spy Kids 3D. So when I did Spy Kids 3D, I thought, oh, if I get Jim's cameras that he's done these underwater 3D, documentaries, I can make the first digital 3D film for theater. And so I did, and it seemed like the easiest way was to utilize that when you put on glasses when you go to a game world. So it was a green screen. We shot all the actors on green screen for all the game stuff. We do a lot of 3D stuff coming at kids' faces for the regions. But my 3D is not like the kind of have in theaters, so it's very polite. Mine's like theme park 3D. Where kids are doing like that, trying to grab. That's why it was such a big hit. Nobody does 3D like that. But I wanted that. I want shit falling in people's laps. So you remember, you go, okay, this is what what did I want to watch? And when I went to go make my next movie, so this is how crazy this was. We shot Spy Kids 3, remember actually how fast that came out. That was in the summer of 2003. A few months later, Once Upon a Time Mexico, two #1 movies, both were finishing trilogies in mind. And each one starred Antonio, Danny Trejo. When I was editing those at the same time, I was like, whoa, one movie they're killing people, the other ones are like the kids going like, so it was really, fun. It was fun to, it's easier to do very different things. To do like two action movies, two family movies. But I was like, okay, what's my next movie gonna be? Oh, shit, how crazy is this? Okay, so Antonio is on the set. I'm gonna shoot him out in half a day. Spike is ready because he's only in the last scene. On the green screen. Shoot him to lunch. You're gonna go away, put on your Desperado outfit because we owed some shots for Once Upon a Time Mexico on the green screen. He finished 2 trilogies in the same day. That's gotta be a first if ever. No one's ever finished 2 trilogies in the same day. It's just kismet. It's just how it happened to happen that day was just luck or the universe or whatever. But I needed to make it something new now. So I was looking through my bookshelves of inspiration, and I picked up my Sin City books, which I've had. I used to be a cartoonist, and I always loved how he drew that. Every time I'd see a different edition, I'd buy it, go home and go, oh, I already have this. I got like 3 copies of this already. It would just always grab me by the throat. And I liked that he was a writer-director in a way. he not just wrote the comic, but he drew it too. A lot of times it's a different writer, a different comic artist. He's like a real, like a kinship. This is someone who writes and directs everything. But I was looking at it and I'm like, oh shit, I know how to do this now. I just did it on green screen. If I shoot this on green screen, the actors on green screen, I can make the background look just like this, and I can contrast up the actors, and I can get this very graphic look. And sometimes for a window, it's just a white box. So it's even got a sliding scale for budget. If I run out of money, just put the actors in black and white, just put like a white dot behind it for a street light, and that looks just like the book. So I want to bring the book to life. So I'll show you how fast we go from development at Troublemaker. It was October. Once Upon a Time Mexico came out. I was like, oh shit, I know how to do this now. So instead of do a test onto my green screen here at my studio, you see my green screen where I shot all the movies. And I shot my sister, myself, in black and white. Looks just like the comic, but it's moving. So I call a comic book artist friend of mine, Mike Allred, and I said, do you have Frank Miller's number? He goes, yeah, I do. I got my call. So I called Frank Miller. And he said, Robert, I have a test I'm going to show you for Sin City. I'm going to be in New York tomorrow. He's like, tomorrow? Okay, sure, come by. Meet me at this bar. Okay, book a flight for New York. I fly up there, and I have my laptop just like this. That's good. I go to the bar. I show him what looks like an image from his comic, and it starts moving. And he's like, well, how did you do that? He's like, I got my own studio and all this. I started telling him, man, let's make this movie because no one had the rights to it. He never gave the rights to the studio. A lot of comics, oh, Warner Brothers bought this and bought that. Then you got to go through the studio. He still owned his own rights. In fact, he got burned by Hollywood so many times as a screenwriter that he said, okay, I'm going to go back and draw a comic that's so raw that it can never be made into a movie. So he's like, oh, hey, that's how I show how we can do it. And I go, I know you don't know me. You have to earn your trust for you to give me your baby. But we can make this right away. And he's like, he's all excited for about 2 seconds. And then he goes, oh, no, you gotta write this in the studio. No, it's all that shit he's been through before. And it's not like that. I have a whole different setup. I have my own studio in Austin. This is how it's gonna be. If you like this idea, you're not gonna have to take any risks. Let me take all the risks. I'm gonna go write the script myself next month. It's gonna be unremarkable because I'm gonna write right out of your book. I'm gonna edit through the stories down and just take stuff out. Really, I might add a few things to connect it, but I'll write the script in December myself. Nobody will. And we'll call some actor friends of mine. We'll have them come to my green screen. We'll shoot the opening scene as a test, but it's also the opening scene. I'll do the effects myself. I'll do the sound, do the music, I'll do fake credits. We'll watch it together. If you like what you see, we'll make the movie. Give me the rights then. If you don't like it, keep it short film to show your friends. He's like, all right. There's nothing on him to do. It's all me. I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in. We're shooting for 10 hours in my green screen. We shoot that opening sequence. Incredible. Record his voiceover right then, my little voiceover booth. Marley Shelton comes up. Why did I hire him to kill me? No, let's go ask Frank. He's right here. Let's go ask Frank. I want to know myself. So I tell him, and he's like, it's already. It's like, I tell you, Frank, I used to be a cartoonist. It's the same thing. You're already a director. You're just using a pen instead of a camera. The performances you get out of your paper acting are phenomenal. The shots you do are like beyond any DP's ever done. And the visual look, we've never seen it. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point. That it's, the visual is after. I want it to just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. In fact, I asked him, do you ever feel like directing any of these short films? I thought about directing The Big Fat Kill, any of these short films. You should direct them. Shit, you should direct all of them with me because I'm really copyrighted. And I'm like, you should direct it with me. All right, let's go. So then January, okay, so I met him in November. I wrote him in December. January, we shoot the test. It took me a couple weeks to do the effects. He loves it. I make a meeting with Bruce Willis, show it to Bruce Willis. What's so cool about doing that opening scene is that any actor I show it to now, I show it in the book, which is awesome. You've been playing this character this test. Let me show you the book, what it looked like before I turned this test into a test. Watches it, Josh Arnett, voiceover, music, titles come on, first name on the screen. Bruce Willis. Hey, look, you're in the credits. You have to do it now. We had a festival. He's like, shit, man, this is great. I'm in. He's like, oh, wow. Go get everyone else from that. It's just easy to get. And we were filming the movie, so February, right? Building the few little sets we had, like the bar. So Frank, we don't need to build a bar, but I'm going to go ahead and build a bar so we have a place to have script meetings. Everything else will be green screen. We'll build fake steps and things out of green. We're doing that and I'm casting the first one. We're shooting the movie by March, beginning of March. And I remember because my son was born March 3rd. And I was in LA for his birth because I was also recording the orchestra for the score I wrote somehow in the past few months for Kill Bill 2. That's how much stuff was going on. That's like when you just let it flow, you're just riding the wave. You're not doing anything. So that's what's like staying in that like urgent. It's always the deadlines are just pushing you to create stuff. We shot the movie so fast every time. And not only that, I shot a whole other movie that year. I shot The Adventures of Shark Boy Lauderdale with kids that came out 2 months after Sin City the next year, less than a year since it was out.
You're shooting that parallel with Sin City.
Is that great? Yeah, like sometimes we can shoot with the kids, and then in the afternoon, Rutger Hauer would come, and some of the Sin City girls to finish, shooting stuff that we needed with them. It was just insane how fast we had to. I was doing it in my head. I was editing. I just edited it. And then I would scan the artwork into the computer, and I would edit the storyboards with the sound effects, and I would do the voiceover. I would imitate Mickey, and I would imitate Bruce, and lay out how fast it was going to move. And you were like, wow. So now we have a template with the real drawings and the lighting of how we're going to do it. What's funny is I could do pretty good Bruce Willis because I know he's Bruce a lot. We were doing his voiceover, and he would hear my guide voice with the timing. He'd be like, is that me or is that you? Can't tell. Well, that was me. You could just do that.
First of all, why haven't films like that made?
Well, it's a very specific look because it went to that copy. The first piece of music I wrote for that was the main title, and I called it Descent, or one of the notes to descent. It felt like we were descending into this dark world, and you don't come out to the end of the movie. You're just like in this world where all these layers of unreality, like water doesn't photograph it, snow doesn't, but it's there. You're seeing it. You're seeing the actors. So you're just really, it's like a dream world. Yeah. So I was really into it, and I did tests for the most difficult shots first. Like, how do I get his tape to glow in the dark, like in the comics, so it's still in the shadow? And I realized, oh, it's fluorescent tape and fluorescent light. That way I can keep it. We can still key it. Like, I started just doing my own visual effects like that early on because I knew technology was changing so fast that I would need to just know how to do it like a magician. Shooting digital, nobody wanted to touch digital back then. DPs were all afraid of digital. They would have to learn something new. So I had to DP it. So we photographed it, and like, it's so funny to cut because to light, look, you have to have that light out of frame right now. But I could bring the lights in right here as long as they're not crossing it. I'm just going to take it out of the green anyways. I can have the coolest light on everywhere. Cool edge lights. You can have an edge light back here, an edge light back here, fill light here. Like, any reason, I just take it out.
Can you educate me and people curious about this? Like, what is the power of light when you're telling a story, when you're creating a feeling, an experience? Like, what's the artistry of that?
Well, if you look at the drawings too, sometimes it's the absence of light. Like, you would see this face, but then this would be completely black, but you would still see my eye, which is like impossible, right? But you believe it when you see it because it's there. So things like that were a lot of the tricks I tried first because I liked that about it. It's like you have a guy completely backlit, so there's no light on his face, but yet his glasses are glowing white. So we put fluorescent tape in there that was a light that we could turn it white later. Black and white really helps. And then just upping the contrast. But I mean, it's just something that you have a feeling for, but you're able to try it. In fact, when I took it to George Lucas said this to me early on because we're the only guy shooting digital. He said, "Man, it's so good. You live in Austin. That's why I'm in Marin County. Because when you live outside of this box in LA, Hollywood, you think outside the box automatically. You're just going to stumble upon innovations." And he was right. It was like, yeah, why aren't we shooting digital? Shoot digital. Why don't we shoot digital 3D? Let's do that. Why don't we just use green screen? You just start innovating because you're away from anyone saying, hey, you can't do it that way, which which they would say if I was late. So we just came up with a whole other method. So I took him to Sin City to check out first thing I was going to show the Comic-Con. He said, now this would really show people what this was capable of. This really shows avant-garde that you could never have done that on film. You know? And so by me versing myself in that technology early, I was making it like that. You know, you have to play catch up. You know? So you should always just follow your fight. People say, don't use those terms, that's not going to work. Go past it. Go innovate your own thing. Sometimes not knowing is better. You know, be too naive to, like, don't you know you shouldn't have been able to make that movie that way? People would say like all the time, how did you make the movie? You know, it's impossible. Why do you keep using that word? Because it can't be possible by hitting them. That's and it's like saying, how did you get to the top of Mount Everest? It's impossible. Well, I kept walking. And I didn't realize it was kind of at a slope, but I didn't really realize it would have done.
Yeah, it's not to our point. A big part of your approach to filmmaking to life is manifesting the reality you want. In fact, I should sort of call that. I'd love to ask you about manifesting the You asked me at the beginning of this conversation to consider yourself a creative person. I should sort of reflect on that because I was very uncomfortable answering that.
Yeah, I noticed a little bit. You know, it's like, I'm going to free you up so you're never uncomfortable again.
It's scary to say that about yourself.
Because you think there's a lot of people that go, you're not an artist, you're not a creative. But no, you're not saying I'm an artist, that's a creative person. But that's an artist too. Artist isn't necessarily the guy with a French mustache and a funny hat. That's not necessarily an artist. Artists are regular people. And regular people relate to art that's imperfect. But you can make art that's perfect, no one will relate to it. So when you think about it like that, you go, well, I can make it perfect art. So yeah, I'm an artist. And if you have doubt, you're an artist. That's an artist. Artists will artists always wonder if they're good enough. So you are an artist. Just by the fact that you are uncomfortable saying it, you're a real artist.
Yeah, there's some degree of but there's a fear of creating shitty things. But I've created a lot of fiction art, and it always feels like that's really important to do it.
Okay, you're judging something that you have no business judging.
Right.
Like I have so many people. That's why I like making movies on purpose to have less money and less time. On purpose. Like the biggest movie I said of all time on Netflix is We Can Be Heroes. I told them I don't want to spend $50 million. I know you all want to give me 80, but I want to be a hero and come in 50 because one, it'll make it better, and then two, you'll make 3 of them instead of just 1. I don't want to just go spend the farm. Not many filmmakers do that, but they'll try to get as much money as they can. But when you're spending less, it's a win-win situation, and you have more creative freedom, so they'll leave you alone and do whatever you want. So I like the creative limitations that come from this money. That's why I like brass knuckle films. Like we're going to make them for less, so that they are better, not because they're not to make them shitty. So many people have come up to me and said, "You know, part I love your movie. Tell me some scene." I'm like, "Oh, well, that's because we ran out of sun, and we had to like do the jump with just him jumping on a pad 3 times, or whatever it is. It's something that you fumbled together, and that's what they're drawn to. They're drawn to that imperfect thing, and so." I wouldn't judge it because somebody's, if you called your movie shitty, that's like John Carpenter said, yeah, nobody liked the thing. It's a shitty movie. And everyone hated it, so it must not be good. And 10 years later, it's a masterpiece. So don't judge it because words we use on ourselves are very powerful. So you say, well, I'm kind of an artist sometimes. I make a lot of shitty stuff. Well, that's gonna be your lot in life. I'm pretty good shape for a director. It's not because I'm operating the camera, because I work out, right? But I always hated working out. I was not into sports. I was a filmmaker. I was a cartoonist. In high school, I was really tall. I was like, it's a small school. We need you. I don't even know how to play anything. I'm an artist. There's a line in the faculty that was my line in my coaches. They say, you got to come run with everybody. I was like, I don't think a person should run unless it's being chased. I get that to the Elijah Wood character because that's the guy I identified with. He's there with his camera. That was me. So I hated it. And then, because I was a cartoonist, drawing like this for hours before like my back would go out. Like out for a month. It would just go out from being so tall and crunched over. Then when I started making movies, I'll bring the camera into his day camera. Every year would go out where I would get corners of the shots to get up again if I'm filming or just be out for a month. Spy Kids 2 Ricardo Montalban had bad back surgery that went wrong. He was in a wheelchair. So he's in a wheelchair and I'm in a walker. And he's like, I'm 84. What's your excuse? And I was like, I don't know. He's up race day. He goes, you have to work out. You have to work out. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know. And so then I thought, okay, next year I'm working with Stallone, last Stallone. How do you get in shape? Because I need to get in shape. My back's always going on. You can train. Anyone who ever saw in Hollywood got in shape, they had a trainer. So even you, everybody go, I need a trainer. Yeah, the trainer. I don't know, I need a trainer. Well, shit. You can't even train on your own. When was mortal men? I got a trainer. Guess what happened? Hated it. I would feel sick when he's come out because I hate it. And some years of doing that, I can't stand it. But I know it's good for my health. The desire's there. So if you can't accomplish something in your life, it's not a lack of desire. If you want to be more creative, it's not a lack of desire. It's a lack of identity. Like the fact that you were comfortable about saying creative, it's because there's a lack of identity. You have lots of desire. You got to get the identity up, and then suddenly you're making shit. So a friend of mine from Mexico, she goes, I have to stop smoking. My doctor said I have to stop smoking for my health, so I'm not smoking right now. So I've been smoking since I was 8 years old. So, well, you're going to go back to smoking. She just told me your identity is a smoker. So right now you're a smoker who's not smoking. What's going to happen? Eventually, you picked. You have to say I'm a non-smoker. Just like that lesson I forgot. You have to say I'm a non-smoker. What does a non-smoker do? You believe you're a non-smoker. You hate smoking. Start choking with the smokes. Okay, I'll try that. She walks out. Shit, I forgot about my life. I wonder where in my life I could apply that working out. Of course, my God, I hate working out. No wonder I'm so miserable. I tell my trainer and anyone will listen. I can't stand working out. I don't understand sport. So that day I said, I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. That's the last thing I would ever call myself all my entire life. This is 2012. I'm an athlete. But the next day, not only did my life completely change, and it's easier if it's opposite day. Like if you're just doing by degrees, that's bullshit. You got to go complete opposite. Because if there's like a donut, if you say, well, I'm only half of it, you got to go, no, opposite day is much easier. Not only did I change my life working out, I didn't even need a trainer. I'm not a trainer because I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete loves working out. An athlete will make time to work out in the league right. I would never be the person that would call themselves an athlete. But that's how much it can change your life by changing your identity. So if you want to be more creative, you've already got that desire. You've got enough of that. You don't need more desire. You need more identity. So you got to say, I'm a creative person. With a straight face. So when I say, hey, are you a creative person? You go, yeah. Because then if you say that, what do? You're going to do more creative stuff because that's what a creative person does.
It doesn't make sense to me how manifesting works, but it does seem to work. Like basically visualizing a path towards a certain kind of future. I guess everything around you, everything within you, kind of makes way for that. Makes way for the possibility of that. So,
it's weird, but it's kind of nice to know that you can do that. But you have to just have that conviction and just say, start with a label.
yeah, the R,
The double R or the label you just gave yourself. Like I changed my label. My label was I hate working out. I'm an athlete. Not an athlete anymore. I'm changing my label. And you get so inspired, now you know what to do. Because you can't help but conform to your identity. You're always going to conform to your identity. So just change your identity. And you'll change your life. And it's not that hard. I didn't get hypnotized or anything. It was deliberate. I just told myself, if I could do that, go from a guy who doesn't want to work out, hates it. I had the desire. I was already hiring the guy. I lacked the identity. As soon as I changed my identity, boom.
well, one of the things for me like that is probably music, just playing guitar.
Are you a musician?
Yeah, music.
It's like fun.
I would definitely not. I mean, I'm going along with it now, but if we're honestly,
You wouldn't have said that. But I heard you rip playing guitar.
And I've heard you play kind of amazing. You know, different kind of content.
Oh, but I should be like freaking Santana by now because I got a guitar in my hand, starts kid. But since I'm not a full-time musician, I don't get to play it that often. So I'm not as good as I should be. But when you apply yourself, you just rehearse for, a couple shows, you book some shows. And this is me just like playing our first arena show. That was crazy to be on the stages where you heroes that you saw then, now you're seeing with their point of view. You need to just get on stage. You get on stage once and you'll see that it's not as bad as you think.
You're not like terrified because you're playing pretty complicated things. I've seen you play live.
Yeah, and I messed up a bunch of times because you don't want to focus on that. You just go like, okay, I got to do it. Because when you're up there, it's not that you're like screaming nervous, but your hands will just won't work anymore. Something will happen, but that happens to everybody. If you really watch even the best in the live performances, watch really close. When you see they screw up a couple things, you just want to notice that he's going through. It's like it's about the live performance, and that's how you know it's real. So I think if you really just lean into it more, you really work on the identity part because you got the desire, you want to play guitar, but as soon as you say, "Yeah, but I can't play live," you just chopped off your legs at the start of the race. You say, "I don't know." Chopped off. You're doing this to yourself, man. You're literally doing this to yourself. Anybody who pauses, who hesitates, you don't have to have doubts. Why would you have a doubt? Because you know the process now. It's like, if I don't know how to do something, I know how to figure it out. Like, I didn't know how I was going to do that scene with him jumping and flipping. I can know that, but do I have doubt that I'm going to go in there and be able to do it? If you say to do, now you're a doubtful person. That's how powerful that is. But if you say, no, I don't have any doubt, because I know I'm going to figure it out when I get there, somehow it'll fall in my lap. I trust the process. You don't have to know. So if you trust the process, that you'll figure it out.
But here's the thing, like sometimes you fail and there's an audience.
Yeah, then you get 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And then what happens?
So don't blink.
Don't blink. Go sit through the failure.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go, wait a minute, what did I get out of it?
I've done that a bunch. It's great.
What's the worst that can happen? You go on a stage and you bump. It's not going to be the first stage. And it's one of those you can talk about so that when you do the next one and sometimes they all go right. I've had a couple of shows. We did a couple of shows where we had video cameras set up for the second day. I said, let's not film the first day because we're going to just flying our feet. Let's film the second day. First day, it's fucking flawless. Flawless. There's no cameras. It's like, the second day, we were in this interview. We just done it. It felt like the second take. It just didn't have magic. And that's the one that's recorded. And we're like, kicking ourselves. We didn't film both nights. We should have filmed both nights.
I love how much of a mess this human existence life is. Yeah. He's talking about the importance of journaling because living is
really.
I love that thing.
I love that because it's like, wow, I see so many people after you like filming a concert and they go, live in the moment. I'm like, dude, counterintuitive. Love it go like this. We're not going to remember any of this. In fact, we taped it, thank God. Later on, it's going to be a file photo of me remembering you. 3-count me computer. All I'm going to have is a file photo of you maybe in a suit. And you picturing me in maybe a black t-shirt. And the metadata narrative is going to say, had a great talk about it. If we remember, read to me. Like your brain doesn't remember. But when I pull up old home movies, I can show my kids that I just found, and they're like, they don't remember it. I don't remember filming it. And it's like New Adventures of. It becomes iconic and it sticks in our head. All our jokes are based on old things that we used to do and say. So living is really, so keeping a journal is very important because I found that anything past 15 years on, it's like I'm reading someone else's journal. Like, I don't even know if that's where I got that guitar. I thought I bought that guitar. It was given to me at $10,000 Santana. It was given to me my birthday by the studio that I made that movie. How did I not remember that? It's like crazy what you know. And the brain is it's not a very reliable computer.
That's a really profound idea. So much of our life is lived through replaying our memories. And then watching stuff is one of the ways to sort of refresh, give some more texture and details.
Makes it iconic. It makes it iconic in your life, part of your life. Otherwise, it's just no vibe. No vibe. Like I'll ask people, we just had a really, what did we do last week? What did we do last week? I can tell you because I wrote it down. I'm not going to remember it. You see, when you look at your journal, like I go back and I find, wow, life-changing thing happened Friday. Another life-changing thing I didn't know at the time. So now I know that really set me up. Happened Saturday. and another big freaking thing happened on Sunday. Like they come in threes. You start being able to predict the future a little bit because you see the patterns, and it's pretty wild to do that. And I swear I've talked to people, big group of people, 500 people. How many people here journal? 2 hands, 3 hands. I couldn't believe it. Like, man, you guys, any part of you is journaling. Your life is way more interesting than you think because it's not going to feel like anything while it's going by. But in retrospect, you look back. Like I can just go through. I keep a journal, one file per year. So I start as a new one in 2025. If I want to look up, like I'm going to do a director's care, I look up Michael Mann, all the conversations we had since '94 that I wrote down, and I felt, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. That's how I knew about that thing. Quinn, I had forgotten about that story with Quinn. Saying that I have questions, I'd forgotten that because from the moment I asked him that question, to success at Cannes was very quick. So it was a lost moment in time where I had it recorded down to the time, down to the hour. When I asked him that question, he thought it was, he didn't think that was the one.
Yeah, and there's I don't know, when it's private journaling, there's an honesty, there's an innocence that about like the dreams you have about the future, conceptions you have about the future. I mean, that's what this thing is journal. It's a journal. It's just a journal. It's like, but the profundity comes out of it. It's crazy. I mean, and so much I figured out that I was talking like a professor writing that. Like, people come up to me and they're asking me all these questions about stuff I wrote in there, and I'm like, I wrote that in a book? Shit, I was smart back then. What happened? I don't remember half of that. But I think it's the same thing when you go to teach someone. Your mouth opens and stuff comes out. I'm always taping myself up when I go to give a talk because that's also the pipe work. Someone else is talking to you sometimes. So the act of sharing, that's why I've always liked to share information because the feedback is insane. Like me, inspiring DJ to go write. He writes the script in 3 days, comes back, tells me, now I'm doing that method. And it's like, wow, people come back with their version. And I love telling my kids stuff that I learned that I wish I could tell myself. I can't take a time machine. Closest thing is tells your kids because they can take that information and process. So many times they come back and say, wow, Dad, that lesson you taught us about this really becomes big in our minds. Yeah, what was that? And they tell me, I never told you that. Yeah, you told us all. I told you maybe 10% of that. All the rest you had. Oh yeah, well, we embellished. Like they turn it into something else. It's like, wow, that's a yeah. That thing about me living, like that was one of my favorite ones. Yeah, my mom's turned 75. That's what you do. Anything for a 75th birthday. So I know my whole family's going to have 10 kids. They're all going to do something for 75th birthday. Nothing can top my 60th. What we're doing for 60th, I didn't remember. I'm not orchestrating it. She goes, oh, you flew everybody from all over the country. Give me a car. Gotta have a journal of that. So I'm sure I have video. I go back 10 years, see what tape I had it on, find the tape, pop the tape in. I forgot about all this stuff. So I cut together a 10-minute version of it, showed it at her 75th birthday. Just watching the old one. Everybody's like, oh my God, look how young I was. She starts bawling as soon as she gets the gift of the key in the video, because she realizes now what it's going to be. She's going to get this car. So it's like, wow, let's just play the old tapes. We don't have to do anything anymore. We banked so much amazing stuff that we've all forgotten. That, my kids just love watching the old ones. They hardly remember any of it, but even a VHS to them is virtual reality, because compared to our memories, it is virtual reality. They're like leaning into the screen to see what's around the corner and remembering the place, the sounds. And they say, oh, we left the living room. Like we're there. Like, wow, I was always afraid they would see this old footage and look dog shit. What kind of camera was that? It's the limitation. You can put up one of those files on your screen, it's like this thing on your laptop. It's a low res shit was back then. Doesn't matter. It's like, if you remember that stuff, living is real. And let that shoot as much as you can. Take as many pictures. But write the journal, because you'll have a picture of you're not going to know what it's from. Even 10 years from now, you won't know what that picture's from. You read the diary, oh, that's what that is. Oh my God, you can piece together all these things that are important to you, or they become more important with time, actually. And you know what's important better. So to add on top of that, so journaling is kind of raw. or like home films is a raw projection of what's going on in the world. I think it's also really powerful because I've done that. Is to do a high effort description of what your life is for you, just for yourself. So sometimes really it's like low effort.
Yeah, sometimes it's just, I just want to market. Yeah, we had this conversation. I had to go do something private and met somebody that I know last night. I met somebody that was going to be life changing. I'm going to write a little bit more on that because I can just now I know. But I don't want to just record it so later. Like,
So one of the cool things you could do is, like for example, somebody, Jimmy Mr. Beast does these videos, which are great. I think it's a great exercise too for yourself. Which is a video he records for himself. He doesn't look at. He published 10 years from now. This is a message to myself 10 years from now. Here's where I hope you end up. You're basically a younger version of yourself speaking. So it all different. And then you get, time flies, and like you get to a point where it's like, holy shit, it has been 10 years, it has been 20 years. You have to listen to the younger version of yourself. Like, you think it would have been hilarious if you shot videos like that to yourself, because it was just like the incredible journey of your career. And it's just like that. The delta difference between what your dreams were and where you ended up. Usually you outdo yourself in many ways. Sometimes your life goes on a totally different trajectory. And the result is kind of funny. It's a nice illustration of the non-linearity of life.
I film stuff like that with my kids. I can do it by my kids. Say, hey, turn the camera out. Say, hey, Rebel, it's me, Rebel.
And that was in the future. And so you have shots on it.
Yeah, and then they show them like that. 10 years later, and they're like, whoa. To see us talking to them, say, and I would do this thing where I would film them watching it, and then pan off. And then 10 years later, I could get, hey, him react, pan off to them. You're watching it. It's just like keeps going. So I have one like that where it's just panning. There's themselves within the movie. It's like an ongoing project. It's just so fun to just play this memory and make you realize how fast time moves. And to go, they go like, like wow. And it makes them feel much more precious about how quick time moves and how important every little moment is, because you see the fragility of it too.
It may be sad, break your heart that the number of memories you get to create is finite. That this life ends. Eventually, the story's over.
I had a theory that I would put this in a movie. I've never seen it before, because I woke up from a dream and it was like trying to remember, like it's so real. That if you don't write it down right away, right? It fades away. That you, while you're dreaming it, it's really real. It's like see the balls. It's how to tell somebody, it's like shit. I wonder if that's what it's like when you wake up in your consciousness after you die. You wake up, your next consciousness can ready to whatever your next body is. You're like, wow, is it so that good? I have 5 kids. And it's going to be official. It's like a dream. It's like back on that. And it's like that's what past lives are. They're like distant memories, like a dream that's fading away. That's why you barely feel remnants of it. Do I feel sad about it? When I tell people, they flip out. It's all that. Like I want a character to be like that. Like we've done it. It's like I don't want to forget this. I want to forget. So let me wake up. Don't let me wake up.
Yeah, especially the moment you try to tell something. Yeah, until the next
It's right. Yeah, the next thing. Let me finish that. But yeah. Like, it feels like I was sad about it, but it just makes it even more double down to be precious about the life you're in.
What do you think is the meaning? What do you think is the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I really feel like my kids and I were just talking about this last night. We were just blown away. We did this Asterian astrology, the oldest form of astrology. Just nails each person. It's like that because when you have a kid, you realize right away it's a completely different soul. He's a different soul that ended up in my hands. It's not, there's physical characteristics that get passed on because of just how biology works. Even sometimes posture and movement is the same. But the actual person is somebody else. And all the kids, I have 5 kids, I have 9 brothers and sisters, they're all different. And you realize we made a past life to gather together, because every time it's like so good you were born in this family because you were given free reign to go find who you're really supposed to be. You find out everyone is doing what they were supposed to be doing. Well, it's cool. Almost like this clarity you get by just saying it. They now know that they were always supposed to be like this creative person, and now they can double down on it because they know that's who they were supposed to be. They don't have to have any doubt anymore. They don't have to wonder, oh, am I supposed to be more business minded, or can I be creative? Is that some kind of frivolous? Is that a real job? Can I do that? Now they realize, no, you're supposed to be doing that for these reasons, and now they can double down. You can skip all that and just decide, I feel like I want to be that person, so I'm just going to declare I am that person. And as soon as you say it, you are that. And tomorrow, your activities will conform to that. That's how powerful that decision is. So when you walk out of here, it's going to be with a complete commitment. I'm a technical and creative person when I first bought. I'm unstoppable. My boss told me that, right? I became technical and creative, and you're just unstoppable. You can just keep going and just go unstoppable. Doesn't mean you're going to use your powers for bad, but you just changed your life by just declaring it. And I'm also a creative person. So live his life creative. I'm going to find creative ways to use that technology. If somebody says you're not the same kind of artist, it's their own opinion. Don't blink. Just keep going. All these things that you've learned that people were supposed to tell you along the way, they're telling you for a reason. Anytime you got pushed, like if you go back to your life, it's your really critical moments in your life where you went that way instead of that way. There was probably somebody there who said something to you that pushed you. There was one guy, I was in high school. It was like senior year, I wrote a paper. And I wasn't a great writer at all. I wrote a paper for a Latin American Studies class, gave it to the teacher, and said, wow, you're going to be rich and famous in 4 years. Just based on what I read. Really? It's like, 17 or 18. 4 years later, I did mariachi. I went to him later at the union. I said, you called it. You said I was going to be. Why did you say that? He looked like he would never say that. You'd think he would own it and say, oh, yeah, I know it. I told him, no. He was like, he looked like he didn't know where I was. Acting like he never would have said that in a million years. So, again, sometimes things come out of our mouth. It's not us. It comes through us. So, if you think of it that way, why are we here? We're here for a reason. We're going to get nudged along, listen to the signs, own who you're supposed to be. You are that person. Don't let your human doubt get in the way. That's like the guy closing a pipe. I don't know if I'm really creative. I don't know if I'm a businessman. But you're just closing the pipe. You're not going to let it flow. Just be a good pipe. Just say, I just want to be a good pipe. Clean, open. And that's what magic happens. And no matter what, don't blink. Don't blink. No matter how much, that song is getting so much shit on there. I wish you knew that time period. You would go like, yeah, that's right. So it was unbelievable. I can't even convey. There was no internet and stuff back then. This was like literal press, reviews, public. It was like, why are they targeting this guy? They just did not like. He just had unprecedented success, and he was a really great guy, and was making amazing shit. So it was the triple threat of making people jealous.
Well, he's one of the great artists of all time. So, huge honor for us. Thank you for everything you're doing in the world, for creating the world, and for inspiring millions of people to also be creative in the world. And for your new project that's bringing people in. Robert, as I told you, I'm a huge fan.
I appreciate that. It's so great talking with you. Great questions.
Thank you, Robert.
$1 million. Yeah, right there.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Robert Rodriguez. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of God for each God. In feature films, the director is God. In documentary films, God is the director. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
All the people who sold the war in Iraq, They lied us into war after a war. They bankrupted the country, damn near destroyed the dollar. And like no one loses their job. No one even gets in trouble over any of this. If you make everybody monsters and they're not human beings, then you can't do diplomacy with monsters. You can't make it. You can't negotiate. With monsters, but you can with humans. Maybe there are times where you shouldn't negotiate. You can't negotiate with humans, but it's better if you can. And we could use a lot more of that. Thank you. Donald Trump has put a lot of political capital chips into the middle of the table that I can end this war. And he's going to look very, very bad if he can't. So he's very highly incentivized to get this thing done as quick as possible. You are fighting in a way that produces more of the thing that you're fighting. And so the first step is to stop doing that. Like your cure is making the patient more sick. So stop doing that. Then let's see if maybe we can heal. Where are the tapes? Why is everyone talking about the flight logs, the files? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taping people to blackmail them. Like, why does anything need to be redacted for national security? Like, I'm sorry, you're telling me there's a pedophile ring and we can't tell you everything about it for national security? Why would that be related to national security?
The following conversation with Dave Smith, an outspoken, at times controversial, anti-war libertarian comedian podcast host. This is a Let's Speak podcast supported to check out the description. Now let's get back to Dave Smith. You are a longtime libertarian, perhaps in the North. Of course, we haven't talked about that. Can you explain the different variants, flavors, or libertarianism, and where you stand among those variants?
Yeah, so there's almost like anything like with left-wing schools of thought or right-wing schools of thought, there's many different camps and different thinkers. And so within the kind of broader theme of libertarianism, there was a lot of influence from people like Ayn Rand, Milton Friedman, Thomas Sowell. Those are, I think, some of the more mainstream figures. And then there's kind of like the Ron Paul brand of libertarianism, which is kind of distinct from that other camp, where they're much more of an emphasis on foreign policy. All of them kind of fall into the radical minarchist point of view. And then there's Rothbardians, anarcho-capitalists. Then there's also like David Friedman, who's an anarcho-capitalist, but from a completely different perspective than Murray Rothbard. I would probably be I'm most closely like with the Rothbard school. It's very similar to Ron Paul, but even maybe a little bit further in that, the very little bit of government that Ron Paul might support.
You've been a big fan of Ron Paul. Can you explain what you mean by that?
A big fan is an understatement. I think Ron Paul is like the greatest living American hero. I revere him on the level of the founding father, Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. Number one, all of the major issues that he was correct in his understanding of them, his diagnosis of what caused these problems, and his solutions. And in hindsight, there's just like a million different examples of where almost everybody today would agree, even though his ideas were very controversial at the time. You're like, oh my God, if we had much of Ron Paul about that, we'd be so much better off. But I think there's something almost deeper than that about why Ron Paul inspires so much love from so many people is, okay, so number one, the guy, he was a champion of these views for decades when there was no payoff for it at all. Like he was just kind of alone in the woods, they used to call him Dr. No, because he was a medical doctor, and then he would be the lone no vote in Congress like all the time. Like on the bills that the entire Congress, bipartisan agreement, everything, and there's one vote against it, and then he would be that guy. He clearly kept doing what he was doing simply because he believed it was right, not because there was any benefit for him. In fact, he dealt with a lot of headaches for the views that he had. And then he was just a genuine person of integrity. He's the only congressman who I've ever heard this about, and like DC insiders congressmen of my lifetime who the lobbyists simply stopped visiting. He was the only one who they just stopped going to his office because they were just like, there's just no getting through to this guy. He was just not playing politics like that. And he was, you imagine what it must have been like from like the lobbyist perspective when they first tried to go there. They'd be like, all right, listen, we really need you to, vote yes on this or that. And he was like, the Constitution doesn't authorize us to do that. Like, who in this town even talks like that, And so there was he's also just, I've met him many times at this point, and he is just genuinely, he's like one of those guys who's just from like an older, better generation. Just, he's the sweetest guy, but he's like, but he's not a pushover. Like, he was a tough guy in his day, and he was an athlete, he was in the Air Force, he was married to the same woman for, I think, over 60 years. At this point, it's like a big, beautiful family. He's a country doctor. He's a baby doctor. He delivered thousands of babies. Like, he's like this kind of classic American figure. And, I just think, at the risk of falling into like hero worship or something like that, I do think I think he's a genuinely great man. And I think great men ought to be revered.
Yeah, as you said, there's integrity there. He speaks of ideas that help. I think you said some of these people as well. Maybe he speaks about the economics, the Fed, and maybe war and being anti-military intervention.
Well, I think it all came from kind of the same central thesis, which is that the highest political value ought to be liberty. And that, the government, by its very nature, is an instrument of force and tyranny. And that, therefore, the more government you have, the less liberty you have. I think he also was way ahead of his time in like really calling out the corruption in DC, and I think that's one of the things that's kind of that it's a common through line between the Federal Reserve and government spending, and of course this crazy war industry that our country has. There's a lot of components to that, but essentially Ron Paul was talking about draining the swamp way before it was like this dominant vast message. And I think Ron Paul, in many ways, laid the groundwork in his 2008 and 2012 presidential campaigns for, not saying that he leads to Donald Trump, but he laid the groundwork for Donald Trump to be able to get up at the South Carolina Republican primary debate and look at Jeb Bush and say, your brother lied us into war. And you know what I mean? And to have the Republicans agree with him. These were a lot of the same people who had voted for George W. Bush twice and supported the war, and even mocked their liberal, fellow countrymen for not being on board with it. And a lot of that was the work that Ron Paul did, people waking up to how messed up all these wars were. And I think that, at least there were a couple major things for me, okay, at the time. So I was a young man when I first found Ron Paul. I was in 2007 was when I first saw him, and then started obsessively reading all of his books. And so I was young. I was born in 86, so I was 23, 24 when I first found him. So I was a young guy. And at least for me at the time, there were like kind of two categories in my, naive mind. Where, okay, there were like the liberals who supported big government at home, but were skeptical about, big government abroad. They were skeptical about wars. And then there were the conservatives who said that they supported small government, limited government at home, but were always on the side of whatever the next war is. And at least for me, and I think for a lot of people of my generation, Ron Paul was the first guy who came along and said, like, I'm for limited government here and abroad. And it was kind of like a portal where you could like access a different perspective on the world. And then once you saw that, you were like, wait, that's actually what makes sense. It doesn't make sense to like, what is it exactly that like all the Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush and even like Milton Friedman and guys like that, and Tom Sowell, and it's like you want a constitutionally limited world empire. Like that's what you guys stand for? Because that doesn't fit together at all. And so why is it that we were taking this as given? And then of course the more you look into it, you realize that like, okay, those two things do make sense together. And then also that kind of like in the initial waves, like the original progressives, you know, look, people like Woodrow Wilson or FDR, these were people who were pushing big government at home and big government abroad. And that actually made much more sense as a cohesive worldview. And to oppose that would be the Ron Paul worldview. And then the other thing for me, and this was my introduction to Ron Paul, and this too to me was like kind of a portal in a way. It was a way, at least in my naive, not fully functioned brain, or fully developed brain at 24 years old or whatever, it was a way for me to kind of get, like I tapped into something that was outside the empire. And I had heard a lot, I was already against George W. Bush, and I didn't like the war. I had already figured out, I think this war in Iraq is bullshit. And I think that we were lied into it. So I kind of got that. And then there were liberals and left-wingers who I knew. I grew up in New York City, so I'm very familiar with the left-wing perspective. And were critical of George W. Bush and for fighting the war and, signing the Patriot Act into law and things like that. But I had never really heard anybody break it down the way Ron Paul did when he basically was like, look, there's a reason why these terrorists hate us. And it's not what they're telling us. They don't hate us for our freedom. It's not as if, I remember the way Pat Buchanan put it, which I always love. He goes, Dick Cheney makes it sound like Osama bin Laden stumbled on, like in the deserts of Afghanistan, he stumbled onto a copy of our Bill of Rights somewhere. And he was like, oh my God, they're free to look at this speedy trial. Are you kidding me? Like, what is going on here? They get all guns, and they're women who wear mini skirts, and that just made people so angry that they were ready to, like suicide bomb themselves. And like that makes no sense at all. And then Ron Paul was just like, no, look, here's the thing. If we think we can just go around the world, propping up dictatorships, putting the military bases in the Muslims' holy land, and not engender hatred from that, then we do that at our own peril. And I thought it was such an interesting kind of, it had always been, I'm an 80s and 90s kid. And to me, it was always kind of a given that, like, America's number one, we're the force for good in the world. And it was like an interesting introduction to the idea that there are people outside of that who are dominated by that, who don't care for it very much. And like that's what 9/11 was actually about. And for me, I was living in New York City. I was 18, I think, when 9/11 happened. And that was like the moment of my childhood. A huge thing to live through. I mean, we were attacked. This seemed like something that could only happen in the history book. It didn't happen to America in the 90s. 2001 was basically the 90s. And it was just like, oh, finally it clicked. It was like, that makes sense. It's the first time I've ever heard like an explanation and an understanding of this whole thing that we're involved in now, from 9/11 to terrorism, that actually just made perfect sense.
Yeah, I should also say that there's some degree of truth that the was not just militaristic, it's also cultural. And then many of those parts of the world don't want other people's values forced onto them.
Right, but the way that George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and every right-wing host in America and Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly, everybody, what they were saying is that they hate that we are free. Whereas it's much closer to saying, like, they don't like us imposing on them. Even, like, all the hardcore neocons, Bret Stephens of the New York Times, he wrote this piece on the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, so 2023, to cheerlead the war in Iraq. And he goes through the whole piece, and there's not one mention of the million people who died in the war. He literally just goes, the piece is just measure life under Saddam Hussein, first life under the Shiite parliamentary system that they have now. Which one's better? And he's arguing this one's better than for them. But there's like no mention. It's like, okay, but what about the 20 plus million people who were displaced? What about the million people who were killed? What about all the millions of people who were injured? What about the tens of thousands of our soldiers who have blown their brains out in the aftermath of the thing? Like, it's like so many times, this with government policy in general, people talk about like the end result that they want. And you're like, yeah, but what about the process by which you get there, and how much hatred, can you, it's not that hard to, like, put myself in other people's shoes. I have two little kids and a wife. And if anybody were to ever try to argue to me that they have to be the eggs that get broken to make some bigger omelet, it's okay. We're ultimately going to impose something on your society that's better than what you have right there. It sure does suck that your wife and kids got to be the one to get taken out. I'm just saying this to myself, and this is not real. This is just a thought experiment I'm making up. I'm already pretty close to being a terrorist. My next thought is kind of like, well, okay, well, I hope you're going to like it when you watch your family die in front of you, Now, hopefully, even if that happened to me, I wouldn't go kill that guy's family. Maybe I'd just go after him or something. But I could understand. I think most people have kids could understand going to a level of the most evil, dark place you could imagine if anyone ever threatened or actually did something to your kids.
Yeah, we have to remember the thing that's difficult to measure that you just mentioned, which is the hate that's created by every bomb that's dropped.
It was General McChrystal who, was the general running after the war in Afghanistan. He wasn't Ron Paul, you know what I mean? He was a sir, yes, sir, how do we fight and win this war general. And he's the one who coined the term insurgent now. 10 minus 2 equals 20. It's like the more you keep. I was rereading about this the other day because of Trump's bombing the Houthis in Yemen. And, it's like when we first started, I think it was at least in 2009, when Obama really stepped up the drone campaign with the then secret drone bombing campaign. And Yemen was one of the major theaters. And even back then, when it really was it was a war on terrorism. The main targets were always Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and their presence in Yemen. Even then, so before the Saudis invaded, so from 2009 through 2015, AQAP just kept growing. He was doing all these targeted bombing campaigns. They call them targeted. 96% of the people are innocent and get killed, but they call them targeted drone bombings. And Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula just kept getting bigger and bigger because it's every time you go in there, it's okay, you took out one target and then you took out 3 little girls, and then every one of those little girls had brothers and uncles and fathers, and all of them just signed up to join the fight now because and I bet Ron Paul was the first one who really made this click for me. But it's in a way, and I'm not a leftist, I'm not an egalitarian, I'm not a cultural relativist. I'm not saying that all cultures are the same or that we all look at the world the same way. There's enormous differences between all of us. And I personally think some are better than others. But there are things that unite all of us. And in a weird way, I remember one time I was arguing with a Democrat guy on a SE Cup show. I used to be a contributor on her show. And we were arguing, and it was after a terrorist attack here in New York, a fairly minor one. It was a guy he hit someone with his car and then jumped out with a gun, and then the cops lit him up and killed him. This is back in 2017, I think. And he claimed to be ISIS inspired. I don't remember if it was a direct connection or not. But they were, at the time, they were doesn't this mean we got to step up the war in Iraq or in Syria where ISIS is stronghold is? And I remember the guy saying to me, he goes, I went off on how these wars have been disasters. And he goes, yeah, Taik, what you're saying here is we're supposed to do nothing. This just happened and now we're supposed to do nothing. And so even though this guy had a suit and tie on and we're in a cable news studio and we're in a first world country, we're in the United States of America, the basic thing that he's saying is what do you say? You're saying we're not going to go kill some motherfuckers? He was just putting it as do something. But what's something? Something is dropping bombs on human beings, And yes, innocent people are going to die. But okay, it's the same thing. It's the same after 9/11. We're we got to go fucking invade some countries right now. That's the same impulse. It's they killed some of our people. You think we're not going to show them who the real killers are? You think there's a chance that you could come here and that is the most human instinct ever. It's some other tribe just came in here and killed some people in our tribe. So what do you want to do about that? Well, I don't know. It's not going to take me too long to figure out. We're going to go kill a bunch of people in their tribe. And I do think that, like, I think that's the major motivating factor for both sides of the Israel-Palestine conflict. I think that's a major motivator for both sides of the war on terror conflict. And it's like, it's in a way, when you look at it like that, there's something, even though it's so dark and tragic, there's something almost beautiful about it, where you're like, oh, we're all caught in this same cycle.
Yeah, it's deeply human, the warring between tribes. But yeah, especially in recent years, but more and more through human history, there's almost like a third party, which is this military industrial complex, which is making money from the two tribes. So if you just have two tribes, one, I've been reading a lot about Genghis Khan. This is why Genghis Khan banned this. It was very common in Mongolia before Genghis Khan to steal people's wives. Like, you're my way.
Right.
And he realized that creates a lot of conflict.
Yeah, it sure does.
That seems natural and human, that kind of conflict. But whenever third party goes in and starts making money at the whole thing, and then driving that forward, then the escalation of the conflict comes with this whole machine that makes de-escalation really difficult.
Yeah. The military industrial complex in America. It's so big and it's so sophisticated, and it's so it's not just that there's there's the intelligence agencies, there's the weapons manufacturers, then there's the, like, people in the media who are either directly or indirectly just parroting, you know what I mean, all of their talking points. And so it's not just that you can kind of like you make money when there's a conflict, but you have this entire apparatus to, like, create the conflict and then create the public sentiment for that. And then it's interesting. We're in an interesting place. We're kind of in this, like, new frontier of now where shows like this can happen. And there's a lot of them. And a lot of them are humongous, like your place. But for so long, it just didn't exist. And it was just like, oh, like, for so long, it was the case that, like, the New York Times, NBC, and CBS, and ABC, and the Washington Post, and the Associated Press, I guess, they could just move the nation. I mean, if they wanted to be like, hey, there is the idea that, forget even, like, after 9/11, the idea that in 1990, 1991, that there was any organic movement from the American people going, we really got to see about the Saddam Hussein guy. The dictator in Iraq is having a slam drone dispute with the Emir of Kuwait. We really got to do something about it. Like, that is not something that organically came. There was not, like, a few soccer moms hanging out, watching their kids game and being like, I really do think in a couple of years we're going to have to send these boys over to Iraq. Like, that's not, they just, from the top down, were able to create this feeling that, like, hey, there's a new Adolf Hitler on the rise over here in Iraq. We got to go see about this. There are these poor people in Kuwait. We have to do that. Like, they were able to create this desire for war that was, it's really incredible when you think about it, because I think for the most part of human history, you would have had to have some type of plausible threat, some type of plausible reality to convince people that we actually have to go to war in order to deal with this. Whereas, like, the idea that in 1991 the United States of America was threatened by Iraq was just ridiculous, and yet they were able to do it.
Well, to push back a little bit, throughout human history, there was also a thing. You look at the Roman Empire, which is the cultural values were different, where military conquest was seen as a good thing. So, like, we just almost assume in the United States, through war has been framed as a defensive sense, like, where offensive war.
You make a fair point. It's certainly true that throughout human history, there's been like overt empire building and wars of conquest and things like that. But I guess I'm just saying, at least even there, you would have some type of sell of, like, why we're going to go take these resources and why that would be good for us. Whereas the idea that they're, like, Kuwait just needed to be defended by the Americans seems so it seems so hard to convince anybody, and yet they were able to do it. If you read like neocon writing in the '90s, it was very interesting because they would tell the truth a lot more, and they were essentially, I think, there was the Soviet Union had just collapsed. It was what Charles Krauthammer dubbed the unipolar moment. There was like a lot of there was excitement. There was a feeling of invincibility, and also the neocons weren't in power. And after '92, really, I mean, they were in George H.W. Bush administration, but after '92, they really weren't. So they're just writing in these think tanks, and it just didn't seem as like they weren't as guarded. There weren't like these accusations of you're a war criminal or something like that. But what he said, what Jonah Goldberg agreed with, was that I think the statement was every 10 years or so, America's got to find a puny little country and put them up against the wall just to let the rest of the world know that we mean business. That was actually their mentality.
I'm sure there's people that agree with that. I happen to disagree with that, but the drums of war are beating a little bit over Taiwan and China.
More than a little bit, yeah.
But there, I can't even see justification for just war. What is the long-term benefit to society if you do military intervention?
I also think this, and I've been saying this for a while, but I do think there is this there's like this empire mentality that Americans have got to shake off, like as if it's even a question of whether we should allow it or not. Like, are we in a position to allow or not allow that? Why do we have? It's almost like if you were, like I hope China doesn't invade Taiwan. I hope Taiwan remains as free as possible. I hope China becomes free. I root for freedom and prosperity for everyone, But I also root for like everybody to have a healthy marriage. But if you were talking to me and you were like, hey, the guy down the street is cheating on his wife, like I don't think we can allow this. I'd immediately be like, that's really not my place. And then on top of that, I also have no authority over what they do in their marriage. Like I have to be concerned with my marriage. And the idea that like imagine if there was a political will to invade Mexico. Like if DC decided we're taking Mexico City, like that's going to be part of America now. We're taking it by force. And then China was like, we're not sure if we can allow this. I think immediately most Americans would be like, oh wow, like how the fuck do you think you're going to stop us from taking Mexico City? What are you going to do, China? You're going to send your Navy ships over here to fight us off the coast of Mexico? Good luck with that. And at least from my understanding, almost all the war games that they've run, if we did militarily, even if it doesn't come to nuclear weapons being used, in which case the whole world gets blown up, but even if we were to militarily try to stop China from invading Taiwan, and everyone agrees to not use nukes despite a conventional war, we lose that every time.
I think what you said applies to a lot of the wars we've been involved in, but China and Taiwan is a little bit different because of TSMC,
right?
Because there's an economic dependence.
If that was the concern, then the response would be we need some type of Manhattan Project. And I'm not supporting a government project here, but there would be we need some type of Manhattan Project to say we're going to make these things here. We can't. And look, I was running that experiment before saying like, what if we all pinky promise not to use nuclear weapons or something like that? But that's not the reality of the situation. The more reality, look, even in Ukraine, everybody, the biggest cops, the biggest pushers of this policy, Joe Biden has a policy to fund Ukraine. No one's suggesting we send in the 82nd Airborne, which is really the only thing that could repel the Russians right now and restore, Ukrainian the original sovereignty of the Ukrainian borders. But no one's suggesting we send in the 82nd Airborne because we all know that we can't have a direct war with Russia. That's the end of the world. China. So, I'm not saying microchips or whatever aren't important, but we can find other ways to. Taiwan is not magical. Like we can produce these things in other places now.
So yeah, humility to say that you don't really know much about the situation. It sounds ridiculous, but there's something magical about not Taiwan but TSMC. It's incredibly difficult to manage the supply chain and manufacture at such a low cost that they are. And to add to that, China has been signaling about the One China policy. But you're absolutely right that you shouldn't be doing the Washington thing of beating the drums of war. It's like completely counterproductive thing. You should actually try to find partnerships with China, build friendships and cooperation. Like India is doing a good job of this. Like, build friendships. It's the 21st century. Conflict, this Cold War thinking, is going to be disruptive to the economy, disruptive to humanity, to the flourishing of the individual nations of the world. There's just nothing positive except making money for the world.
Well, yeah, and it was totally destructive during the original Cold War too, and almost led to nuclear war on a couple of different occasions. But look, I would just say, I'm no defender of the Chinese regime. I hate communism and fascism, whatever they are, some hybrid mix of the two.
They're paying you, aren't they?
Yeah, no, fuck them. By the way, a lot of people speculate online, but I'm not getting any of these checks, man, and I really like them to start coming in.
Yeah.
But there's, like, even when it's like China, you say China's asserting the one China policy, but the one China policy is the policy of the United States of America and has been for 50 years now, right? So it's not, I think what's happening there a lot of times is that essentially, even though officially the one China policy is the policy of the United States of America, all of these American politicians and different figureheads across powerful centers of America are saying that China doesn't have the right to go into Taiwan, and that China's in the position of being like, well, hey, wait a minute, no, that's not actually the policy. We maintain this one China policy, but we allow them to kind of do what they want to do. And the most obvious example of this was when Joe Biden actually said, like, oh, we wouldn't allow that, and we would militarily intervene if they went into China. And then, and this is so bizarre, then the White House, whoever that was, came out to correct the President of the United States and say, no, the policy of the White House is the one China policy. Which, look, I mean, again, I think the whole point of this is that the reason why whoever the hell was able to overrule Joe Biden and his administration, I don't know who that is, but the whole point is that if you say, and this is why there is some wisdom in America accepting the one China policy, is that if you tell China that we recognize Taiwan's independence and that they're not a part of China, that might be the type of thing that would make China invade and say, no, we're not accepting that. And so at least right now, it's like kind of like, okay, look, this is the reality. It's something that you kind of run up against with the war in Ukraine a lot, and with the situation in China, Taiwan, is that there are constraints placed on us by reality. It's not all just how would you like it to be, how would you like it to work. Obviously, I think we would all like that bigger countries don't invade smaller countries, and bigger countries don't bully smaller countries around. That is not the way of the world. We are a big country that is the biggest bully in the world, so we're in no position to let. But what we're kind of in the position is just like, you're like, hey, we'd sure love if you don't do that. You can do it, and you can get away with it, but we would sure love it if you don't. And so the goal would be to do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. When Vladimir Putin starts talking about, like, hey, if you keep pushing the idea of Ukraine joining your military alliance, I'm going to invade that country. The goal there, or the move there, would be to be like, okay, we'll stop talking about that. Is there something else that we can do? Like, is there a way that you will promise you won't do anything to them? And okay, then we'll promise we won't bring them in our military. Like, that's the goal. You don't just go like, no, fuck you, we're doing it anyway, over and over and over again until they do the thing.
I think we got to this discussion from the military-industrial complex and intervention and compound before that. I feel like we rewind a little bit. Is there any amount, according to you and according to various flavors of libertarianism, is there any amount of military intervention that's justified, that's okay?
Well, I would say, okay, so at least to me, in terms of like pure libertarian theory, or just in terms of like what I think is right or wrong, like there is such thing as a just war. The most obvious example of that would be like you're invaded by a military and fighting them off. So in that sense, also, like, even if you want to want to kind of isolate from everything else, from all of the awful U.S. policies toward Russia, from the Soviet Union to all of the NATO expansion and color-coded revolutions and all of these things. If you want to, Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine. I do think the Ukrainians have a right to fight and protect their land. Like there's an aggressor there, and you have a right to defend yourself. So certainly in that sense, I think the American Revolution was a just war. I think there can be just wars. In terms of pure libertarian theory, I think I would say that look, you never have a right to kill innocent people. That's never morally okay. Now, there could be a scenario, just like this is true in life in general, right? Like, there's lots of things that you don't have the right to do, but you could come up with some scenario. It might be you have to do it in all of these extenuating circumstances. You could think of something where, like, you remember the Saw movies where they used to, do these crazy like horror scenarios, but it's like, okay, so there's a person, an evil bad guy has buried a key inside this person, and you have to kill that person in order to get the key, in order to unlock these 20 people to let them out of the cage. Now, look, you still don't have a right to kill people. It's horrible and wrong, and what you did there was still evil. But if you were taken to trial over it, you could probably explain to the judge and jury, be like, I know that the situation I was in was either these 20 people were going to die, or this one person was going to die, and under that situation, I chose to save the 20. So, like, in other words, by perfect theory, no, you never have the right to kill innocent people. There could be a scenario where you were like, look, we had to take this military action, and some innocent people did die. And it's so tragic and awful that we had to do this, but we are certain that many more people would have died had we not done this. Now, in that case, I would look at that as like, number one, it's much like killing one person to save 20. It's still wrong. It's still an immoral thing that you were forced into doing. It's not justified. I would say that the overwhelming onus should have to be on you to demonstrate that you absolutely needed to do that. And that's how I feel about all these wars. It's not like, I think that, like, let's just say, like, if you could make World War II, like, you could reduce it down to the simplest caricature of what World War II is. Say there's no Joseph Stalin. We're not even partnering with him. Like, there's a good guy in Russia who we were partnering with, and the British Empire had never done anything wrong. They were just nothing but good guys. Of course, FDR was nothing but a good guy, and Hitler was even worse than the real Hitler. You know what I mean? And in order to stop them, we had to go in this bombing campaign, and we only got Nazis. We only killed the bad guys, and we were able to take out the Third Reich. But one 8-year-old girl died, and you did this thing that stopped the whole world from falling into subjugation. So I think almost everybody would agree. Jesus, man, you have to do that. Okay, this is you have to do that because the whole world's going to be subjugated. There's nothing but good guys here. The Nazis are so evil, but I still would say that every single time World War II came up, we should all just be somber, and we should all just think about that little 8-year-old girl who died. What a horrible thing it is that we had to do that, And so, like, when there are these campaigns where, like, where tens of millions of people are killed, the fact that anybody's ever, like, spiking the football is kind of like rah, we were the good ones. And then also we add in all those other complicated factors, like that this wasn't the scenario at all. But I do, so I guess essentially I'd say, no, you don't ever have a right to kill innocent people. It's never self-defense to be killing innocent people. I mean, short of, like, some type of scenario where, like, if you're holding a baby and coming at me shooting and I shoot back at you, and okay, I was acting self-defense and it happened to kill a baby. But I'm talking about, like, what the scenarios where you're dropping bombs on cities. It's never justified, and the overwhelming onus should be on you to demonstrate that you absolutely have to do it, and that should be the standard. Because there's so many other standards that I see thrown out that I just think make no moral sense at all. That people will argue about, like in Gaza, they'll argue about the civilian to combatant ratio. So like that to me doesn't really. That's not what counts. That's not the measure that's important. And also, no one knows what the numbers are. They don't tend to. And then the other thing will be that people that someone just really argue with me about. They'll say like, well, Hamas has to go. That's the starting point. Hamas has to go. And I'm like, no, I don't think you get to say that. Because the truth is that, look, you can make an argument that Hamas has to go. So, sure. You can make an argument that the Lieutenants have to go. You can make an argument that Kim Jong-un has to go, or that Xi has to go, or that Putin has to go, or that Zelensky has to go, or certainly I would make an argument that Joe Biden had to go. But just because a government has to go, it doesn't mean you could just go kill all the people.
Yeah, that should not be the starting point, like the assumption, the axiom of it.
The question is there no other option than doing it this way? It's like, okay, like October 7th happened. We can all agree this was like a horrific tragedy and an indefensible act of terrorism. Okay. Is it guaranteed that another one of those is going to happen tomorrow? Or was this the biggest security failure in Israeli history? Okay, well, it was the biggest security failure. Let's just say, not even going down the inside job rabbit hole or anything like that, but just saying it's a giant security failure. Okay, then put a bunch more money on a debt fence, first of all. And now you got to talk about how can you achieve your goal while inflicting the minimum amount of devastation on innocent people.
Let's talk about it. Just about it. October 7th. So what exactly do you think about the October 7th attack by Hamas?
Well, I mean, like what I just said, that it's always by the same logic that I'm giving you now. It's always evil to target innocent civilians. I don't believe civilians can be held responsible for the crimes of their government. This was, by the way, the Osama bin Laden logic, which I think would also be the logic of like Bill Clinton or George W. Bush or Barack Obama. But Osama bin Laden very explicitly said when he was asked, like, well, are you just going to target like U.S. military sites, or are you targeting U.S. civilians? It's an interview in the 90s before 9/11. And he goes, nope, civilians are fair game too, because you guys have regular elections and you guys vote for your government. And therefore you're responsible for the crimes that they commit. Now, I think that's the logic of a fanatic like Osama bin Laden, and that's not the logic that any of us should follow. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not true that people are responsible for the crimes of their government. I think that same argument is used quite a bit by people on the pro-Israeli side. They say, like, oh, they had an election in 2005 and Hamas won a plurality. Therefore, 20 years later, they have no rights. I think that's insane. So Hamas had no right to go after civilians. It's horrible, and you see, these, teenagers being killed, and people, you see the images of people who were held hostage for all this time. So it's like your heart breaks for those people. It's truly tragic. I do think that it was, in many ways, an indictment of so many different things. Like October 7th happening was an indictment of the entire occupation / siege of Gaza and the West Bank, for that matter. It was, I think, should have probably forever destroyed the legacy of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is, I mean, this isn't like George W. Bush, he was on the job for almost a year when 9/11 happened, but he was still kind of new, like it was still kind of in his first year of being president. Benjamin Netanyahu was the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history and had explicitly been like, I'm the tough right winger who's going to be tough on these Palestinians, who's going to move away from the idea of coming to a two-state solution because this is what we need to keep us safe. Like the justification is like, I'm going to be hard on these motherfuckers because I know what it takes to keep us safe. And that culminates in the worst massacre in Israeli history. And then, I mean, you have a big one. It's not like I wouldn't even say an open secret at this point. It's just out in the open. And he had this strategy of propping up Hamas for years. And so he had this strategy of propping up Hamas for a myriad of reasons. But a major part of it was that, look, man, as long as there's terrorists in power there's never going to be any pressure on us to give the Palestinians a state. Because, look, when you told me I got to negotiate with them,
He was allowing Qatar money.
well, insistent that Qatar money flow to them. When the Qatar money dried up, sent the Mossad in to insist that it gets back to them. Hundreds of millions of dollars, briefcases in cash. And he said in his own words that the reason for doing this was to keep, to his words, to prop up Hamas, bolster Hamas, to keep them in power, so that the West Bank and the Gaza were divided, and that the international community, as well as the liberal Jewish community in Israel, wouldn't be able to put pressure on them to make a deal.
But one of the options. So if he doesn't allow the money, it also looks really bad. Because if he's not allowing the money in, that means he's not allowing the quote-unquote aid in to help the Palestinians.
Yeah, but like, I mean, the dynamic here, right, is from 2007 to today. Israel's had a full blockade around the country. They won't let potatoes in. They won't let sugar in. The justification is because they're dual use. You know, they can be used to rockets as well as they can be used to feed starving children. So we can't let that in because it's dual use. But cash to Hamas, does that not have dual usage? Like, is there nothing else that they can? So yeah, it's like, yes, if you have a full blockade around the country, you take on certain responsibilities. And I think this is the essence of really the whole struggle here, which is very tough, I think, for the pro-Israel side to grapple with. But the bottom line is that Israel hasn't occupied Palestine for like a few months after a war, or even a couple of years after a war, while we're figuring out what we're going to do with them. It's been over 60 years. We're talking about a 1 week long war, or a day short of a week long war, in 1967. Israel's had control of them ever since. And much like in the same way that, like, if you kidnap someone, lock them in your basement, and you don't feed them, you murdered that person. So, in other words, stated differently, you're not allowed to kidnap people and lock them in the basement. But once you do, you take on a responsibility to feed those people. You know what I mean? Like, you're not allowed to keep someone, not feed them. That is a worse charge than just keeping them. And so, yeah, anyway, I guess my point is, the solution to that, if you go like, well, I'm a bad guy if I fund Hamas, I'm a bad guy if I don't let the aid in, was to let the reputable international aid organizations bring aid in to the people in Gaza. Don't pressure the Qataris to send in briefcases full of cash. Allow internationally recognized reputable human rights organizations who are lining up trying to do it. Stop turning them away. Let them in. And this is just, it's so long past due. I mean, like, it's just, I'm not like defending Arab terrorism. I think it's really, it's a tragedy that the Arabs have embraced terrorism. I don't think it's unique to them. And in fact, I think it was the Zionist militias who introduced terrorism to that part of the world. But there was also look, terrorism persists because it works. And this is true with state terrorism and with non-state terrorism. You know, it's like terrorism has often worked for people. I think the thing, like early Yasser Arafat, I know, was very influenced by the Algerians, who, successfully kicked the French out. And And it was almost like the major miscalculation of those Palestinian Arabs who did embrace terrorism was that this isn't the French. This isn't the French hanging out in some colony with their home country back home, where maybe a few acts of violence could work enough to, the liberal population back home is like, oh, I really don't like the response to that terrorism. Killed so many people. Forget it. This is too much of a headache. Let's get out of here. The Zionist settlers were there to stay. They weren't going anywhere. They weren't going back to Eastern Europe. You know what I mean? They weren't good. They were just that. And so it's a tragedy that this whole thing went the way it did. But you always, whenever you're talking about like a conflict like this, the person who has the party who has the power is the one who needs to make concessions. And it's just indefensible, right, that the status quo of the Palestinian people having no rights, literally no rights, being ruled by a government that they do not get to vote for or against, no right to do commerce with the outside world, no freedom of travel, no freedom of movement, no basic property rights, to be kicked out of your home at any time, no right to a fair trial, no right to a lawyer, no right to a jury of your peers. I mean, the fact that that has been the status quo since 1967 is just indefensible. And then, in the context that that has been the status quo, I guess I'm just not, even though I'm against it, it's kind of like when you're just lecturing about the way in which they resist this, I think it's very tough to be on strong moral footing.
Yeah, you have to really empathize with decades of suffering.
Yeah.
In the region. I suppose my question throughout it is, how can this really in the world help Palestinian people flourish? So, you suggested allowing for reputable aid organizations in, that's kind of almost patching, just helping humans for a second. But that's not how you have a nation flourish. You have to build up the infrastructure, you have to build up a culture, the education system, the democratic processes of electing and regular elections, and so that the people are represented, and you have to form partnerships, friendships, normalization of relations with the Arab world, with Israel, and travel back and forth, and lessen chokehold, like the security chokehold, that you could say is justified in a militaristic situation, but why is it a military situation? The question is, where do we go from here? We'll talk about Netanyahu some more. He is he's very criticized inside Israel as well.
Yeah,
maybe less so after October 7th, because again, in the same way you can empathize with Palestinian people, you can empathize with Israelis, where October 7th touched, just like for Americans, 9/11, touched some kind of primal thing of fear of like,
oh yeah, like
holy shit.
The same thing I said before. Like I could also very easily go if one of my kids was like at that rave or something like that and just got gunned down and kidnapped by a guy, I could understand being like level the whole goddamn place, and I'm sure I would feel that way if that was one of my kids, So yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, there's lots of examples in the world of like France and Germany are right next to each other, and Ireland and England are right next to each other, and they're just totally living in harmony right now. Like there's just the thought of them going to war is like inconceivable right now. I'm saying it could never happen in the future, but it seems pretty hard to imagine. And that being the case would have been very hard to imagine for a very long time. There's some serious levels of brutality between those two societies, and even more directly, it involved, Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in a couple decades. They went to war, And then in the late 70s, they made a Land for Peace deal. They haven't been to war since, and like I do at least try to hold out that like that is, it's not like Egypt is. You're not going to say they don't have an issue radical Islam in Egypt. You know what I mean? Like that's not the answer. It's just that they made a Land for Peace deal, and once there wasn't, once that was solved, it was kind of easier to avoid the war. And I do like to think that there could be a solution to the Israel-Palestine question, but it's going to have to involve Israel taking the boot off of the Palestinians now. And I know that that's scary, and I understand that there are like legitimate concerns about that. There's a great Thomas Jefferson quote about slavery, which was we have the wolf by the tail, and we can neither afford to hold on to him nor risk letting him go. Which is like, you could see where that would have been like a real concern of people, like right toward the end of slavery, or whatever, in the early 1800s, in the first half of the 19th century, where you'd be like, okay, we recognize this is wrong, but we've had these millions of people enslaved for all these years. If we let them go, they're going to fucking kill us. And what are you saying? They're citizens now, meaning the Second Amendment applies to them? Meaning that the guy who I enslaved now can get a gun? You know what? And so, okay, there are these, but I think in hindsight, looking back at it, we would all just go, yeah, but you can't enslave people. So, like, whatever risks come with the next phase of this, unfortunately, like, you're going to have to just deal with that. And you have to start with abolishing slavery.
And it is good to also remember in the hopeful messages that any day you can make a deal. And that's one of the frustrating things I had with the hosted debate on Israel. It just felt hopeless. And a lot of people I talked to was hopeless. And I have a lot of, I maybe naively see a lot of possibilities of these things. I see, for example, normalization of relations with Saudi Arabia and Israel, and then Saudi Arabia taking some ownership over Gaza. Something like that, some interesting, where a big major player in that region takes ownership and steps as the middleman.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you're 100% right that, and even before October 7th, I think many steps had been taken away from the peace process and the feeling of that. I mean, really, I think since the second Intifada is when like the appetite for peace, I think in Israel was greatly diminished. But to your point, I mean, it's going to take really painful concessions on all sides in order to get there. And I think that the personally, I think, and I don't know if I say this for not necessarily like the Arab world, but at least the nation states, like their governments, I think are pretty much there. Like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Jordan and Egypt, like if the Israelis, they're almost like, look, these are American sock puppets, for the most part, right? And so their thing is that like, okay, 100% of my population is completely opposed to what Israel is doing in Palestine right now. That they just hate that Israel, that the nation was created at all, that all the Arabs were kicked out of what is, very important land to them religiously, and so the governments there are like, look, we want to continue to have U.S. tax dollars flooding in here, and we'd love to make a deal with Israel, but like we gotta stop doing this to the Palestinians, so my own people don't, rise up against me. So I think as long as the Israelis were like, fine, we'll do a two-state solution or something like that, I think Saudi Arabia could. In fact, they proposed a two-state solution just a few years ago. I mean, they would love to be a part of that, normalize relations amongst the Palestinians. Like, which again, I think this had been accepted multiple times, at least by their leadership. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to accept that, like, you lost in 48. You're gonna have to accept that you lost in 47. You're gonna have to accept that the state of Israel does exist. And you're gonna have to accept that, like, the right of return is not going to literally mean that everybody can go back to where they were. And what Israel's going to have to concede is that it was awfully fucked up. They kicked a lot of people out of their land, and that the whole a land for people without land was never true. That was just a slogan that felt good to avoid what you guys actually did. And the fact that it was inexcusable that you guys occupied these people for 60 years, and that has to end immediately.
I interviewed Douglas Murray. He just wrote a book on Israel and Hamas called On Democracies and Death Cults. He makes what I think is a strong pro-Israel case, focusing on Hamas as an evil organization, evil for its corrupt leadership, who's essentially stealing money from the Palestinian people and allocating the money that is there towards terrorist, militaristic operations versus like building up Gaza. Can you still man the case for and against this perspective? So, we've been talking about the people, about centering around Hamas, which is like this extremist religion organization. The perspective being like they need to be, as I mentioned before, eliminated before any progress can be made.
Okay, so if I were to steelman Douglas Murray's case, I would say, well, I guess the case is right. Look, Hamas is a fanatical death cult, essentially, which I do think is a fair description of them. There is no question that they have pursued a path that was just devastating to their own people. And there's no question they have not spent the resources they have on, their priority has not been uplifting their own people. Their priority has been, I think, essentially antagonizing Israel into this overreaction so that they can turn world opinion against Israel. I think they've been very effective at doing that. And okay, again, I think the argument will come back. Something like, and the people kind of voted for this in 2005, and the people we sure do see a lot of people cheering when Hamas is doing some pretty horrific stuff. And so, hey, you got that on one side, and you have a kind of a country that's much more similar to Western societies on the other side.
If we could just like win on that steel end, what do you make of the celebrations in Gaza after October 7th?
I think it's sickening. I think it's incredibly disturbing. I guess the way I look at it, I always, and maybe there is a degree of like naivete to this, or perhaps it's just that I just don't want to allow myself to go down a certain path because I think it leads to such dark outcomes. But I always try to be kind of like against the government, for the people, against the powerful, sympathetic to the powerless. I think that, look, it's sickening. You see big crowds cheering on, people who have been, these people who have been in captivity for I think some of them for over a year and a half. I also thought when Nikki Haley and other Israeli politicians are signing the bombs before they're launched into Gaza, I found that sickening. I think there's all types, I think, like mission accomplished banners and flying like jet. I mean, I think all of them, I think Bob Hope specials at the end of the Persian Gulf War was sickening. I just think all of it is like horrific. I look at it and I try to say to myself, okay, we had one 9/11 in this country, and we all, like, collectively, we lost our mind as a society. We were ready to go bomb whoever the hell our politicians told us to bomb, and we didn't care how many people it killed, and we killed a lot more than Israel or Hamas has killed doing it. And I try to think to myself, okay, imagine being trapped in what is, they would call it whatever they want to. I do think Captain Canada has got the right to call it a concentration camp. You're trapped in a 5-mile by 25-mile area where you cannot leave. You are stuck there. You don't have an airport because the Israelis bombed it. You don't have a seaport because they won't allow you. You have no access to trade with the outside world. And you're not suffering through a 9/11. You're suffering through 1,000 9/11s. Your whole life is bad. These people, the people in Gaza are, their entire life has been being refugees. You know what I mean? Their entire life, there's generations of people have been in this status now. And so, if my society lost its mind after one 9/11, I just have a tough time judging the people who came up in this environment. But there's no question it is. I mean, it's profoundly disturbing.
But I wonder how much of the indoctrination is really made up the software of their mind permanently anti-peace.
Yeah.
Extremify them. And that just I hate it, but it's more prospects of peace.
Well, I'd say I get your point. I guess it's an interesting question that I don't know if many of us know exactly the answer to. But I would say that um, you know, even after what was it, 80 years of the Soviet Union, it's like there were real debates back then about the new communist man and whether the minds had been so warped that people that they would never even care about these things like liberty or national identity or independence, and then yet at the end it was all still there. It was very repressed, and it went underground, and people weren't allowed to talk about it, but they all still had it. And in fact, I was just listening the other day to this Murray Rothbard speech from the early '90s, and he was talking about how it was something where there was a camera crew interviewed a Chinese family under a real deal Chinese communism. I believe it was before Mao Zedong died, and they were they were just saying all this crazy shit to the camera. They were like, "Would you rather your sons are healthy and live good lives, or would you rather they suffer but be loyal obedience to the state?" They were like, "We'd rather they be obedient to the state," blah blah blah, and all these things. And Murray Rothbard was he saw this interview, and he was talking to his friend. He was going, "Oh my God, this is horrible! It's hopeless. These people's minds have been warped." And then he was talking to his friend, who's a China expert, who had been there. He was like, "No, they're not. So they say when the cameras are on. As soon as the cameras go with them." So anyway, I'm just making the point there that there is look, even in the situation with Israel and Gaza, specifically Gaza, not even the West Bank, when you could look at it, when the peace talks were going on, support for Hamas plummeted. When the peace talks fell apart, support for Hamas went way back up. Every time there's an aggressive military campaign, support for Hamas goes back up. So I just think that I'm more hopeful than not that you could get to a place where but it requires you have to if you do understand the Ron Paul point about blowback, the General McChrystal point about insurgent ban, you just realize that it's you're fighting in a way that produces more of the thing that you're fighting. And so the first step is to stop doing that. Your cure is making the patient more sick. So stop doing that. And let's see if maybe we can heal.
But what about the case against the Douglas Murray case of the death cults, and as a part of this process, Hamas needs to be limited?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would just say that, and I'm not saying this is a fan of democracy. I'm not a big believer in democracy. I believe in liberty, and I think democracy is often not in line with liberty.
The Chinese government, did you say that as well?
That was all I had to get out. But I get to think of what I want the rest of the podcast to do. No, well, I don't. Well, no. I mean, my beef with the Chinese government would not be that they don't hold regular elections. My beef with them would be that they silence speech, that they treat people in camps and things like that, the surveillance. That's not. I think. Look, when you call Israel a democracy, which I guess is right in the title of his book, and full disclosure, I haven't read the book, but I have listened to some of his thoughts on this stuff. I think you run up against a real problem, which is that the creation of the state of Israel, even though he tries to walk away from those comments, as Norm Finkelstein called out Benny Morris for writing in his book 1948, which is a great book, his words were, the Zionist project always knew it was going to involve transfer. That was Benny Morris's words. Now, when Finkelstein was grilling him on this on your podcast, he kind of said, like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that applies to men. It can be voluntary transfer. You know what I mean? Like, but the point is, the Zionist settlers, and they spoke about this openly. They all knew they had a major problem, which is like, well, you can't create a Jewish state if it's like 50-50, which is, and in all of Israel, it was much less than 50-50. But even in like the Israeli pushing up the partition recommendation, it was very close to 50-50. And you can't really have a Jewish state with a 50-50 voter base, because now you're just kind of in a breeding war for the next generation, or who turns out the any more than we could hope. It would be the prospect right now of making America an official Republican state or an official Democratic state. Well, how are you going to do that, man? It's like 50-50 between the two. And so I think what Benny Morris was saying was that they always knew some of these Arabs are going to have to get moved out of here so that we could have more of something, which ultimately where they got to like an 80-20, which is pretty much what Israel's maintained the whole time. Now, Benny Morris can quarrel about whether that necessarily meant voluntary, but when it happened, it wasn't voluntary, okay? So, like, when it actually happened in effect, it involved a massive amount, somewhere between 700 and 800,000 Arabs being forcefully evicted out of this area. Now, that's one thing. You know, a lot of nations are started on some things like that. I suppose if you just did that, and then you were left with your 80-20 split, you go, but we have elections from here on out. I guess you could claim it's a democracy. Still seems like kind of gaming the democratic system a little. Okay, you know what I mean? Like if I just deported 80% of Democrats and then say, look, Republicans win every election, you might be like, yeah, but you didn't exactly get the Democratic. You got there through force. But forget that. I'll let that one go and just say, I'll call you a democracy if you just kept being a democracy like that moving forward. The real problem is the occupation that starts in 1967. Because look, when you've occupied an area since 1967, you can't even really call it an occupation anymore. It's an annexation. You took these lands. You have controlled it. You are what the definition of the government is. And you can call Hamas the government all you want to. They're not the sovereigns. They're not the final decision makers. Israel's the final decision maker. Hamas does not meaningfully in any way decide the biggest questions about Gaza. I'm talking before this war, not even pre-October 7th. And so the problem Israel has, in order to call themselves a democracy, is that there's somewhere between 5 and 6 million people, less now, killed a lot of them, but there's somewhere between 5 and 6 million people who live under Israeli control who do not have voting rights. And I just, by any other reasonable, commonly held standard of democracy, we would not call that a democracy. I mean, I'm not even saying this to try to be inflammatory or try to pick on the Israelis. There's things about Israeli society I like. I don't hate the people there. I'm Jewish. I love Jewish people. It's not, but the fact is, that's not a democracy. That's an apartheid state. And that's just, I'm not even trying to be inflammatory when I say this. It's just literally describing what's in front of you. If we in America right now said black people no longer get to vote and black people can only live in these few neighborhoods, we don't get to call ourselves a democracy anymore then. You know, I'm not even coming at this from a pro-democracy point of view. I'm just saying, if your defense of them is oh, we're a democracy, which seems to be the case so much, well, no, you're really not. You're really not, as long as you got millions of people who have no say in their own government. Then you're really not a democracy. And so, again, so you could frame it as democracy versus death cult was his language for Hamas. It's all right, it's a little bit difficult to accuse another group of being a death cult when the group you are supporting has killed so many more people. Now, I'm not saying that's the only metric. Like, there's other things that are factors too. But the fact is that, like, you have, I mean, I don't know to look over the numbers for the whole history of the conflict, but the amount killed by the Israelis on the Palestinians, that was the amount killed by the Palestinians, 20 to 1 in Israel's, killing more people. Maybe more than that. I have to look at the numbers. But Israel's far, far, far more Palestinians than Palestinians have ever killed Israelis. And so it rings a little hollow to me to just call them a death cult. I mean, we're the democracy, even though none of, there's millions of people who can't vote over, who rules them. But they're the death cult. I mean, look, they kill people in a more primitive, barbaric way, I guess you could say. There's something a little bit cleaner about, like, when it's done by a government, and it's collateral damage, and it was done with sophisticated weaponry, okay. Still innocent people on the end of those bombs.
Absolutely. There is, I think, a powerful ethical difference when you mentioned politics, that you go to growth, right? If you're in your stated goals of war, just do everything you can to avoid the death of that goal, versus saying, we love death, we love life, and Israelis, democracy or not, are pro-life or pro-life.
There's a little. I mean, okay, I don't 100% disagree with you, but I think if I would say, like, the degree to which that matters, like at a murder trial, after somebody's been convicted, and before sentencing, sometimes the judge will allow them to give a statement. And, like, if their statement is like, I'm very sorry for what I did, and I'm so sorry to the family, and this and that and that, like, that might be like life without parole rather than the death penalty. You know what I mean? Like, it might make that bit of difference in that. And if you get up there and you're like, hey, I'm happy for what I did, screw the family, blah, that might make a judge who was going to give you life without parole give you the death penalty or something. Like, it's like that type of margin around the edge. Let's say, like, you're a really bad guy and I want to kill you, and you're at home with a bunch of women and children, and I know there's women and children. Like, I know for a fact that if I blow up this building, it's gonna kill all those babies. But, what I would be charged with is murder in the first degree. Right? And the fact that I went in there and said, like, well, listen, hold on. It's a shame that I had to kill those babies. I really just wanted to kill that one guy. I wish the babies weren't there. And they're like, yeah, but you knew they were there. And you did it anyway. You get murder in the first degree. Maybe it would make some little difference and bring around the sentencing at the end of it, but it doesn't, like, in time change what the crime is there. And so I just think at a certain point, if you're doing something like, look, I'll say maybe with a little bit of an edge, let's say Barack Obama wants to drone bomb, this place to kill a terrorist, thinks he can do it without killing any innocent civilian. Does it, and then it ends up killing some innocent civilians. That's one thing. But once you've done it over and over and over again, and every single time it kills innocent civilians, and then there's a wedding, and you order a drone bomb strike on a wedding, like, you murdered those people. That's murder in the first degree. Like, I just don't. And so, yes, like, like, whether you say out loud, oh, it sure is a shame that we got to kill all these kids, when you're doing it over and over, you know the action you're taking is going to kill more kids. I just don't think, like, it's a little bit different, but really not that much. It's still pretty much, and then also, when you mix in with that, the fact that, like, if you go, and I'm not taking an opinion on the word genocide, I don't even like to get into that conversation, I feel like it just derails it anyway. What Israel's doing, whether you think it's a genocide or not, it's certainly not what most people envision when they hear the word genocide. But, if you look at South Africa's case that they promoted at the International Court of Justice, the whole thing is just quotes from Israeli leaders. And I'm just saying, like, by the way, it's not like they're always saying, oh, it sure is a shame that we have to kill that 8-year-old girl. They're like, half the time they say that when they're talking to the international community. And then Other half the time, they seem to basically be saying there's no such thing as an innocent 8-year-old girl. And so I guess I just don't find that argument to be very compelling, especially when the thing is going on so long.
There is something to that there. I think the thing you're applying is whenever they state it, it's not quite genuine to some degree. Not.
So I'm saying it might be genuine by some people. I'm not saying it's necessarily not. I'm saying that when there's a lot of people who are saying the opposite, it doesn't seem like it's consistently genuine from the entire Israeli leadership class, and that even if it is genuine, some people say it, that's kind of not enough to get away from the fact that it's when Tucker was on Piers Morgan, he said the thing, he goes, I don't like my tax dollars being used to intentionally kill children, and a lot of people really objected to that word intentionally because I think so many of the defenders of Israel fall behind this, like, no, that's not intentional. We're just trying to kill Hamas. But again, like I said, we would never accept that standard in like a domestic murder case. It's like, no, like the thing is that if you know there are kids there and you know they're going to die, then that's intent.
I think I agree with you fundamentally because war is hell. That's why I'm against war. But there is a difference. So like, I hear mixing in a lot of things. I think you're fundamentally against the war, and that's why to you it really doesn't matter. It is murder. It's just murder, and we shouldn't do murder. There's a lot of democracies with colorful flags that justify murder because the crime is hard enough to consider. And then when you say, look at the reality of the Obama administration, the entirety of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, you're murdering civilians. Yes, you're trying to kill bad guys, but you're murdering civilians. That said, on an ethical consideration of which kind of ideas, ideologies you could build a society after the war. One that, even on the surface level, states that the value of every life, of every civilian life, is equal and high in value. That's a good society. That's the concerning extremist ideology that basically is very difficult to build a social society on. But then the argument against that is the one you said, which is like, yeah, well, Hamas is really supported now because, well, they did war, right?
But I don't disagree with the first part of your statement there. I just don't think it's in conflict with what I'm stating. It's like, look, I understand, first of all, that like there is a difference between the way you're going to say prosecute crime domestically within your own country and the way you can prosecute crime or whatever, war between two different countries, right? Like maybe it's not exactly the same. You don't have cops that you can just send in. You can arrest somebody and put them on trial. It's not the same. So like, fine, you could say, but the point I'm making is more like, I'm just saying how we would think about these things in a domestic setting. We're talking about like morality here, and morality by its very nature is something that rises above, it rises above logistics. It rises above like nationalities or governments or borders or any of those things. Like what's right or wrong. Like if it's wrong to rape somebody in New Jersey, it's also wrong to rape somebody in Central Africa. Like it does. And so I'm just saying you're committing the same act that we would consider murder in the first degree here. And then just to go one step further, I think particularly like part of the reasons why people have different attitudes about the way two nations fight, but what we think of as war versus what we think as like say like a policing issue. Like we would never accept the idea that like if whatever the logic that's used in wars, used in World War II, even used in Iraq and Afghanistan, especially used in the war in Gaza. If there was a bad guy, even a guy who had done something like October 7th, which we have school shooters and things like that here. If there was an active duty school shooter and he's in a school shooting people, we know he's already killed like 12 people. Well, it's school. He's using them as human shields. No, it's not our fault. You see, listen, those deaths those death threats, while tragic, were the school shooter's fault because he used all these people as human shields. We would never for a goddamn second, those were our kids in there, we would never for accept that excuse. But what? Yeah, that guy was bad. You still had an obligation to do something else. That was never accepted. Now, that, we may look at things differently in the context of a war, but also, by the way, I'm not sure I completely do, but typically speaking, when people think of wars, they're thinking of this government versus this government, this military versus this military. That's not the situation. So like, while Israel is saying, hey, they're using human shields, also like, and that is true, I think, to some degree. I think the Israelis overplay it a little bit. There have been, I think, clear instances where Hamas is using human shields. But it's kind of a flip side of a different point. And like the other point is like, oh, well, why aren't they using their army or their air force or their navy? Oh, right, because they don't have any of those. Oh, that's right, too. You were fighting a war against people that don't have government because you've denied them their right to have one. And so that's the thing where I do think if you've occupied the place since 1967, you almost now take on an obligation that you kind of have to almost conduct this as a police matter. You're not allowed to, because now we are getting awfully close to the scenario that we just laid out. We're like, oh, there's a school shooter, blow up the school.
It's difficult to have a discussion while it's when you talk about war. It's really at the core of it, all wars.
Yeah, I mean, by its very definition, it's innocent people dying. Almost always, right? Like,
it's difficult to pick which is the just war. And even World War II, because of complexities of the question, because it's Stalin.
Well, as my buddy Daryl Cooper demonstrated, I think we can have a reasonable civil discussion about these things without anybody blowing their lid. We can all just no, but like, I mean, look, there's so many. World War II is just, it's the third rail like nothing else. I really, World War II and the Civil Rights Movement, I think, are the like third rails of American politics. That if you have any type of view that is not the approved, authorized view of how these events went, you're in a lot of trouble. If you wanted to compare Hitler to Stalin's body count, at that time, Stalin was already a genocidal maniac, and Hitler had not gone genocidal yet. So there is a weird dynamic thing. Now, in hindsight, it looks a little bit better because you go, yeah, but he went so genocidal at the end there, But like, that's a weird decision at the time to ally with Joseph Stalin when he had already done the worst things that Joseph Stalin had done, or at least a lot of the worst things he had done. I guess there were a lot more in the war as well, but
I was curious though, you didn't mention Mao. Is that funding again? Is it even worse than Stalin?
I'm not sure. Or that's officially known. Do we actually know that Mao killed anybody? All right, I'll say it. There you go. I'm going to blow my funding. Bad guy, that Mao Zedong. Do not care for him.
I think the Chinese book officially says they have like an actual percentage that he was 70% correct.
Is that true? They actually broke it down to that. But the 30% of being the worst mass murderer in human history, that's such a communist thing to do. We measured it and perfectly scientifically figured it out.
Since you mentioned, you're friends with him, you tell me about him and tell me about the whole saga about where he got attacked after the okay.
Yeah. So, well, Daryl, I was just a big fan. I'm really just a big fan of them. We chatted like a few times. I interviewed him on my podcast. I consider us friends. Modern Man Podcast is his show, and it's just phenomenal. I found out about him from my guy, is Scott Horton, who is a very close friend of mine, and I think the best person on war in the country. He's just a genius. He runs the Libertarian Institute, and he's also been the editor at antiwar.com for many years now. So he first told me about Daryl, and that what I knew of Daryl was just that he did a podcast with Jocko, and so that they did their show together. And I listened to a couple episodes of it, really enjoyed it. And then it was Scott who was like, "Dude, you got to check out his podcast, Carter Made. It's like the best history podcast you got." And I ended up listening to his. The first thing I listened to of his was the Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem. He's done a few things on Twitter where he's kind of like shit posting and stuff like that. But when you listen to his work, like when he like is down, like, I'm going to put together this thing. I'm going to take years to put together like a long presentation on the history of this conflict and the history of this. He has like the utmost responsibility in the way that he tells the story, in the way he presents it. I cannot understand how anyone would listen to his work and come away with the feeling that this guy is any type of like Jew hater or Nazi apologist or anything like that. It's just not who he is. What Daryl said on Tucker's show was that he goes, I'll say this to be provocative sometimes to kind of rib my buddy Jocko, who's like Anglo-Saxon, so this kind of gets to him. He goes, and I'm being a bit hyperbolic when I say this, but I'll sometimes say that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. Now, he didn't commit the most atrocities. He was like the worst person there, but he was a guy who was hell-bent on kind of this thing becoming what it ultimately became, whereas like this might have just been an invasion of Poland. This may not have been this whole cascade of like the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Now, the retelling of that is always people go, he said Churchill was the chief villain of the war, but it's like, no, not exactly. Like, you know what I mean? What he's making a point, and I think he's putting out right now a long series on World War II. He just put the prologue to it out, which was excellent, by the way. And I really just have, listen. After it's out, maybe I'll come back and regret saying this, but I don't think I will. I really have like trust that Daryl will handle this like responsibly, and in fact, I think that he might be, and not because he's like involved in like this is his angle or what he's attempting to do. I think just that he's going to tell the truth, and the truth will take you where it takes you. I think he's actually going to probably serve a function of bringing a lot of those types kind of back to reality and bringing them back to being like if you think he's going to be excusing the atrocities of the Nazis in this thing, I don't think you're going to be happy with the end product if that's what you are coming into it for.
Okay. One thing I want to say is I think calling Daryl Nazi is wrong. It does a lot of damage. I think he has a lot of value to his podcast. I think there's several things to make very clear. I think he's a really interesting guy. I'm sure I'll talk to him in the future. But I just want to lay on the table that I think what he's saying about Churchill is just dead wrong. I think legitimately that statement, removing the trolling from it, is a revisionist history statement that I think is wrong. An invasion of the Soviet Union would have happened no matter what. And possibly become actually a lot more. Stalin could have gone the other way as well. That was going to be no matter what. Role of Churchill to this day, and I still don't think he was the main instigator of that expansion there. There's a lot of historical documentation of that.
Well, look, that's a fair debate to have. It'd be interesting to see you two kind of talk about that. Or not even debate, but just like have a conversation about it.
Well, I think the broader point, there's a lot of trivialization of the World War II that happens in the West, in the United States, especially that's used by neocons, but by warmongers to sort of.
Oh, and constant. I've done a bunch of like Israel-Palestine debates. I don't think I've ever done one where World War II wasn't invoked, and where that wasn't like, did you go, well, look, Dresden, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, so you're going to tell me it's not okay? And immediately, if you just look at it like that, like let's say the official narrative is 100% true. Let's even say every aspect of the official narrative is really true. Like the lesson of World War II is that we should have gone to war sooner, which is essentially right, like the dominant mainstream narrative that Chamberlain is the failure. That was the problem, the appeasement. Churchill was the solution. If only Chamberlain had been Churchill, or if only we had gone to war with Germany in, whatever, in 1933, we would have it would have been better. Okay, let's say all of that's true. It still doesn't follow from that therefore in every situation appeasement is wrong and aggression is good. It doesn't follow from that that's the only lesson of history, and that now it's just okay to slaughter civilians. Like, it's okay to go to total war against the civilian population because this one time it was necessary. Like, and the idea that Bobby Kennedy said this to me again, somebody who I really do love and admire in many ways. And I'm glad he's the health secretary. But I remember him saying this, invoking the Nazis, making a comparison between Hamas and the Nazis. Hey, like, dude, Hamas doesn't even control Gaza really. The Nazis had most of Europe at one point. This is just not an apples to apples conversation. This is not, you can't even compare the two in terms of what type of menace or threat they are to the world. I mean, like, sure, maybe if Hamas had a lot of power, they'd use it in a bad way, but like, that's true with like some homeless guy on the street too. But he doesn't have that power. So like, what are we talking about here? And so I do think that the way the World War II narrative is weaponized has been, even if World War II itself was necessary and just, the way that that's been weaponized over the years has led to just like countless catastrophes. And like, and it's not just like, I mean, I guess it's just, in some ways, there might be something positive about the fact that everybody's always called Hitler if they're bad. You know what I mean? But if we make Hitler the face of what is evil eternally or something, he really does play the role of the devil in our society in a strange way. But there is like, Saddam was the next Hitler, Gaddafi was the next Hitler, Bashar al-Assad was the next Hitler, Trump is Hitler, Hamas is Hitler, none of them are Hitler. None of them are even close. It's just totally different.
Yeah, and the amount of power is really important. It matters how much destructive power you have within you with the capabilities. But like every major superpower with nuclear weapons has the potential to be that destructive. It's just unproductive.
And yet the only ones who ever have dropped them are us. Yeah, I was arguing with one guy on a podcast. He said that he goes, you can't allow dictators to have nuclear weapons because they might use them. And I was like, but we are the only ones who ever use them. He goes, come on, that's naive. For something, like, wait, what? Shouldn't that be pointed out? And I don't know. I mean, I prefer Iran not get nuclear weapons. I think we're pushing them to probably want to do that. And I also think there's been a lot of propaganda about the nuclear program in Iran. I know, at least since the 90s, according to NetCap, they've been 5 years away.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of warmongering going on all parts of the world, Iran especially. I do have a lot of friends in Iran, from Iraq. It's one of the beautiful cultures in the world. Like, just superpower of intellect and culture, and it's really sad and disappointing that the regime is basically suppressing that culture.
Yeah.
You have to always remember, like, there's parts of the world where the people are being so we don't get to see it because of the suppression, the lack of freedom.
Yeah, absolutely.
So all that said, there does seem to be a lot of hatred of Jews on X.
Yeah.
How much of it do you think is actual hate of Jews, or how much of it is just trolls and grifters and conspiracy nerds just, cosplaying as Nazis?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you even figure it out. And I think this is one of the problems with outrage culture. It's kind of one of the unintended consequences of it, is that now you just have no way of knowing who's saying this just to get a rise out of you, or who really sincerely means it, or some version of both. Then there's also, it's like there's so many weird dynamics, because there's no question, like, I see it all the time. I mean, I see a level of like Jew hatred on ideas and other people's things like it. And that's interesting. Like, first off, you're like, okay, so what's going on here?
Interesting sociological phenomenon.
Right. Yeah, that's concerning and troubling and all of that stuff. Then you also see people who will be asking like completely legitimate questions or making completely legitimate points that are called anti-Semitic. And then that, I think, does not help the dynamic at all, because now you're almost like, oh, there's, number one, you just kind of, you make the word meaningless, you take away the disincentive for anybody else to actually be a Jew hater. I think there's a lot going on. One of the things is that for young white men in America today, they've lived through the years of real insane progressive wokeism. And so, which is something like I'm 42. It's just a different thing for me. Like, I come from a different culture, a different time. It just simply was not the case that when I was a teenager or when I was in college or when I was in my early 20s, that the school, the faculty, the politicians, Hollywood, all of them embraced racial equalism. They all said we're playing identity politics, and it is okay to dice people up along these racial lines and have that first and foremost in your mind. And there is this weird feeling over this last year, and now with Trump being reelected, that like we snapped our fingers and wokeism went away or something like that. But these guys still came up in this era, and it was always the case that like one of the dangerous elements of playing this game was like, hey, you think you're going to play this and that like young straight white men aren't going to start playing this game too? Why the hell would they not? Like, why would they just accept? We'll just sit here while everybody else is allowed to have a racial identity and a grievance about it, and yet we'll be the one group who you could just stomp all over us. We're the bad guys, and that's part of the reason why I always oppose the woke insanity. I mean, first and foremost, just because I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to like be shitty to people based on their racial group, and that includes white people too. But then also, you're like, you don't see that this is going to result in something bad. So there's that. But I mean, clearly, and what's weird to me is that I guess it's because a lot of the people who are the most upset about the anti-Semitism also happen to be supporting Israel. Oh, if there's a big correlation between that. But clearly, that's a huge factor in this. Like, it's not a coincidence that all of this rose up while Israel is just conducting this brutal campaign with our weapons and money. And so I always think with these things, whether it's with Putin or with Al-Qaeda or with whoever, and I'm not saying like the guy who posts like Jew hating stuff on Twitter is the same as them. I'm just saying in all of these situations, you've always kind of got to separate like what are legitimate grievances and what are like, okay, that you're wrong on that and you shouldn't be doing that. Like, so it's pretty easy for me to like, if I listen to like the Putin interview with Tucker, I thought his whole 30-minute opening thing was like horrible and just like kind of stupid, especially when you're talking to Tucker Carlson. This is like for an American audience. You know how much that does not resonate with Americans being like, we have a historic claim over another land. Our entire society is founded on we think that's bullshit. Like, that's the entire history of our society. It's like, that doesn't matter. Sorry. Like, literally read the Declaration of Independence. It just refutes everything Vladimir Putin said in the first 30 minutes. Like, our view of the world is that God wants us to be free. And we get to overthrow governments if they're infringing on our rights. Like, that's, so that was, but then when he's talking about, like, NATO enlargement and bringing Ukraine into the American military alliance, you're like, okay, he's got a legitimate point there. Now, we would not allow one of our neighbors to be brought into China or Russia, just military alliance. And so, likewise, when it comes to those guys, I do think that, like, you almost look. It is just true. It is the case that America has fought many wars over the last 7 years, with Israel playing a very influential role in us fighting those wars. And these were this was like a scheme team that was cooked up by the neoconservatives and the Likudniks in Israel that we would go through this path. But this has been confirmed by four-star General Wesley Clark. He literally said it was a study paid for by the Israelis that we were going to topple 7 countries in years. And we didn't get there in 5 years, but we've made attempts to topple all of those countries since then. You see, Trump's bombing the Houthis because they're pissed off about Israel's treatment of the Palestinians, and so they're trying to shut down their straits or whatever. It's like, so we're just bombing another group on behalf of Israel. And if you really are concerned about the rise of Jew hatred, I would say, like, look, it's much like, sometimes people would argue where, the thing I said at the beginning about terrorists don't hate us for our freedom, they hate us because we're over there. And people would say, that's just what Osama bin Laden says. He just says he hates us for our military, but he really just hates us because he's an Islamist and we're free people or whatever. Maybe like, well, even if that's what's in his heart, that sure is his recruiting shtick. That sure is how he gets other people to blow themselves up. And so even if we want to say, which might very well be the case, that some of these people just hate Jews, and it wouldn't matter if Israel was at war with Gaza or not. It's like, okay, but that sure is their recruiting shtick. That sure is how they get other people to go look at what these Jews are doing in our foreign policy. So I don't know. There's a lot going on. I think racialism of all different forms is stupid and wrong. It always just leads to sloppy thinking and bad results. It's always kind of ugly. And then weirdly, it also always ends up hurting the person. It's not good for you. It's not good for your soul. So I don't like seeing that stuff. But then I also think, like I was saying before, that there's like this hierarchy of outrages that you got to have in order to think and act. You have to kind of put these together. And, I just hear a little bit something that despite being described as a self-hating Jew, I'm really not. I love Jewish people. I love Jewish culture. I've benefited a lot from it. It's in many ways made me the person I am, and I think it's influenced some of the best parts of me. But there is like a whininess and a hysteria about this stuff that I think is just like not healthy. I think it's not good. I've told many Jewish friends and family this privately, but it's like the way I look at it is like, I'm an American. This has been a wonderful country to be Jewish. Jews are doing exceptionally well in this country. We are 2% of the population or so, and we are thriving by any metric. And if mean stuff on Twitter is our great burden to bear, I don't think we should be talking about it like we're in the middle of Nazi Germany or something like that. So I do think people get hysterical about it.
In a way, that's completely not productive. But to me, I think of the Jew-hating nerds and trolls on Twitter as just the other side of the woke.
Like I said that, yeah.
It's almost like a response, like you were saying. It's just that the woke weren't censored, and the response to the woke was censored. And now the next, they're less censored, not censored. You just didn't see it, and they're both annoying.
I agree with that.
They don't really help the discussion on Israel. They don't help the discussion on anything. In fact, one of the reasons I stay away from that discussion of Israel, which I think is nuanced and really complicated in the way that we've been discussing, in order to have an intellectual exploration of ideas, you have to be able to miss a step and try ideas.
Yeah.
Besides, if I were to be punished severely by these, I'm okay being criticized, but when there's like low-brain takes that are just lying about me en masse, it gets a huge amount of engagement just because you're like thinking out loud and reading history. It's just annoying. And by the way, I'm really interested about World War II, probably the way that Dan Carlin and Daryl Cook were interested, because it's such an interesting stage on which human nature was explored in all its forms, the politics of it. Everybody on that stage was complicated. There's a lot of fascinating military tactics and strategy and military technology, plus the nuclear bomb, all of that. That's like a moment in human history. So I love Genghis Khan, Roman Empire, Alexander the Great. But those are all interesting studies of human history and military tactics, and brutality, of human nature, all of that. That's why I want to be able to discuss that. It's fascinating, like that humans are able to do that kind of thing. What causes them to do it? That it was involved, the propaganda on all sides, could have been avoided or not. Plus Stalin is part of this picture.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? What? Like, you don't get characters. You don't get characters after the nuclear bomb. You're just not gonna get characters like that. You're not gonna get global war of that kind. It might be a different one, maybe a cyber war, or maybe a war in space. But we're not gonna get this kind of war ever again. That was the biggest and the last global war we're gonna get. So I want to be able to mouth off and explore, and argue with Daryl Cooper about Churchill and say stupid shit in the process. And Daryl says stupid shit in the process too, and together. So anyway, the trolls on the left and the right just make everyone worse. It's annoying.
No, I agree with that, and I'm sure I'm sure I'm not without my own bias in this because but from my own self-interested perspective, I'm not saying this is the main reason to be annoyed with them or anything like that, but what I personally get is all types of self-hating Jew, Nazi apologists, all this, literally just because I criticize the way Israel's conducting this war. So I think that's insane. But then I also feel and I want to be clear with this thing. I'm not saying this is the worst thing about people who are Jew haters on Twitter, but just from a personal perspective, I'm like, guys, you are not helping me, man. It's like I'll get people in my comments who I think are trying to catch my back, just don't know I'm Jewish, and then I'll say something critical of Israel, and then someone will argue with me, and they'll be like, oh look, a Jew came in here to defend Israel, and I'm like, dude, first of all, you're literally, you might as well be working for Mossad. You literally you make the movement who's criticizing Israel look terrible, dude. You are literally the enemy that they would like to have. And so there's a very weird dynamic in the Israel-Palestine conflict where there's so many of the loons on both sides who almost seem like they're secretly working for the other side. When you see the Palestinian protests and they're chanting "Death to America" and all this stuff, you're like, what are you doing? Are you trying to make people more sympathetic to Israel? Because if Rabbi Shmuley was working for Adolf Hitler, something like that, it would all make perfect sense. You're like, oh, I get it. You sent this guy out to make everyone hate Jewish people, and then it's just and then with the Jew hating post too, it just feeds right into the opposition side of how to caricature. It's like, oh, so their game is they'll smear everybody who's a critic of Israel as being a Jew hater. So your answer is to just really be a Jew hater. All right, I don't think that's helping.
So maybe this is a good time to ask for your advice because these folks are the reason why I'm hesitant. So I've interviewed several world leaders recently. It's looking likely that I'll interview Vladimir Putin and several other similar level major world leaders. I've previously interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu for an hour. One of the biggest regrets I have about that interview is it was only an hour. I realized that. I learned a lot, but I think he's a really important historical figure, and I think it's impossible to have an effective conversation with him that's shorter than 3 hours. So it looks like he's interested now to do round 2 with me for 3 or more hours, and I've personally, so this is a bit of a therapy session, but I've personally been leaning against doing it, and I hate leaning against doing it because the reason I'm leaning against doing it is because the very people you're talking about, because I just don't want them to, on either side, pro-Israel, it doesn't really matter, but the chanting sheep of Animal Farm, Jew-hating or otherwise, just make your life they follow you around everywhere online and make it difficult to think. I think whenever I come across these crowds, the woke left or the whatever you call it, Jew haters, the woke right, call them, they just like, decrease the quality of my thoughts for the rest of the day. I feel he dumb. It's like Rogan talks about when he hears a bad comedian, he feels like nothing is funny anymore. This is what I feel like when I read their thoughts. It's like I can't. I'm gonna go read a book now because I need to like recover.
Well, it's a dangerous kind of poison to let in your mind because then you're like, it's like, hey, I can't be thinking about you when I'm doing what I want to do. Like, I can't be thinking about what your reaction to this is going to be. The way I always thought about it was like when I get like, hate online, which I, always get. It's always just kind of like I look at it like this. Like I got a great family and a great career, and I really love what I do. I make really good money at what I do, and I do shows all the time. I get crowds of people who love what I do. So I got a lot of people who listen to my podcast who love what I do. And it's like, so if I get all that, and then the price that comes along with that, because there's some people who talk shit online. It's like, that's a very good price to pay for all of this. Like, it's just, and I just kind of made a decision at a certain point that it's like, I'm just going to accept that that's the price of business here. That's what it costs, and then okay, fine. And then sometimes I try to have fun with it, or mock them, or whatever, or go back. But to me, now again, I can never tell you what to do because it's a very personal price that you have to pay, and it's a very weird psychological dynamic. I mean, it's just not. It's almost something like that we were not evolved to deal with, and it's very artificial, and it's very like if there's a group of like thousands of people who hate your guts and are furious at you, we're almost like hardwired to be like, well, I'm gonna be killed next. Like that's the next thing that happens. You're not supposed to get to know what just someone in Arkansas thinks about you right now. But so that's a very personal like decision to make. But I kind of feel like guys like me and you have already made the decision that we're in the arena and we're going to deal with that price. And so I just, from my perspective, I'm like, yeah, but how could you turn down get 3 hours from that guy? Like that would just be so interesting. And I'm not even saying, like I hate the guy, but I'm not saying you should interview him like you hate the guy, or I'm not saying you even have to like realize. But just if you get 3 hours with somebody, something interesting is going to be revealed there. There'll be a benefit to that. It'll be interesting to just see him talk that way. There's also something about, as we kind of saw with Trump doing the podcast, and even with JD Downs doing some of the podcasts, there is something really interesting about this format. The long form podcast, where it just gets people to let down their guard and reveal themselves a little bit more. Like it's not just the time factor. Like that's a big one. It's a huge one. But it's like there's something about like if me and you were just it's like if we were having this conversation right now, but in back of us was like a cable news, background, the red and blue and sparks and a ticker at the bottom of the show, and then you just start interviewing someone. It's just a different thing. Whereas this, you just kind of like fall into conversation mode. And I'd be interested to see him fall into that. Who do too? Like I just think it's great.
First of all, thank you for the encouragement. But to push back on the complexity a little bit, I think everything you said about your life is also true with our lives, except family. I don't have a family. You son of a bitch, you bragging. On the podcast side, I can have a lot of private conversations. Some of my favorites talking to programmers or video game designers, or what do you about that versus talking to a world leader is a very specific thing that people don't understand. That, for example, you and I can bounce off. We can be super supportive of Netanyahu, super critical, in a way that you can't do in front of the guy.
Yeah.
You can't throw. You have, if you want to reveal something about that person, there's a different skill involved there in order to reveal how they think, who they are as a human being. You have to, just like we said, you have to humanize the person to a degree in order to let their mind flourish, in order for them to break, to let down the barriers that they've put up. And Benjamin Netanyahu's put up a lot of barriers. Internally in Israel, he gets attacked insanely. There's a Game of Thrones going on. And this guy's maintained power for a very long time, so he's very good at putting up those barriers. Plus, Bill gets attacked a lot. So the task there is difficult. So each one is a puzzle, and you have to make a decision. Do you want to take this on as a project, which might become a lifelong project because of the consequences? And you don't need to.
There's a calculation there. I'm not saying it's not so like self-evident that there is a correct and incorrect answer. And I do think that we probably all had things like certain type of ventures in life where you're like, all right, no, I don't want to do that. And then you have to have a moment to be like, well, why is it you don't want it? Oh, is it just because it's going to be a lot of work? Is it just because you're scared of it? Is it just because this? And those typically are not good reasons to not do something. Like, you know what I mean? And now, there is a reasonable, I think, point that you made in there where it's like, when it is a different game to interview a world leader. That is a very different thing. Like talking to some comedian about his thoughts on all this stuff. It's a very different thing than talking to a world leader, and especially one who's conducting a brutal war as you're talking to them. And I don't know exactly what the way to navigate that is. I agree with you. It's not just to be like hostile and be like, I've got you here for 3 hours. I'm gonna grill the shit. It's like, probably not the best way to do it. Probably to like have a tough conversation, talk to the guy, probably try to get some important questions in, but also give him a chance to breathe and be a person. I just, from my perspective, but again, it's a very personal thing. For me, I just do think that I'm going, I hope you do it. Because I'd love to see that podcast.
Well, see, this is why part of the reason I asked you is because I get a taste of different person. So that
But this completely ruined
exactly. At least with another guy who doesn't care about because I don't know. That's the cool thing about the things we do. You've been through a lot of battles. You walked into a lot of tough debates. It's like you don't know. This could be a conversation that like ends you.
I know. I'll say that. I think that's one of the things that I love about doing debates. And there is something about that where I do kind of feel this. Like I'm a little bit of like an adrenaline junkie. I mean, not like really. I don't like skydive and stuff like that. But like doing stand up is kind of like there's always something about that that's like you're risking a lot by doing this. You feel a lot. I don't like the way you do it first start, but there is something about that. And there's something about, well, first of all, I feel there's kind of two things. Like, number one, I feel like I'm obligated, and I wouldn't say this for you, but I think this is true for me. I think I'm obligated to do like at least several debates a year. And I think that if I'm going to go on shows like your show and Rogan's show and Tucker's show and Candace or whoever else, Ashby David, Tim Pool, I go on these big shows for long form things, and I'm sitting there and I'm being like, okay, it's like this, like this is that. Now I think it's like this, that. Then if I'm going to do that, I have an obligation to like test myself against someone being like, no, it's not like that, and then like showing that I think I can stand up to these kind of challenges. So I feel like I'm kind of obligated. But then I do like there's a feeling to it where you're like, hey, man, like this is not my career is not a joke. Like I got little kids. This is how I support them, And like I am kind of taking my career in my hands every time I go do one of these debates. Like if I just get smoked and this guy just totally beats me up, it's like I don't know. How's anyone gonna look at me again after that? You're like, acted like you had such a good point, and then this guy just totally destroyed your point. So, but that then kind of motivates me to be like, okay, I got to really be on point. I got to really make sure I've done my homework. I got to make sure my argument's really tight. I got to think about this thing from all ends. And then on the other level, it's like, if someone can do that to me, then kind of that's the way the movie's supposed to end. You know, like if there is some hole in my argument that I'm just not thinking of, and then someone else can point it out to me, and I got no response to it, then I kind of deserve to be humiliated publicly for that. So, all right, and I don't know, that's kind of exciting in a way,
because the movie ends at some point.
Well, that's true. Unless you and your genius friends can figure out how to, give us eternal life or something.
I don't think I want to live. I don't think I want to live forever. I think flirting with that idea too much is dangerous. This kind of transhumanism kind of idea.
Yes.
It's not a good way of thinking. Of course, I do want to heal diseases and extend human life, especially high quality of human life. But yeah,
if we could be in like much better shape and much healthier and like extend life by a few decades, I think that would be great. But I agree with you. I think there's supposed to be an expiration date on it. I think we're supposed to. There's something about like scarcity being a necessary component in a lot of different fields. You know what I mean? Where it's like the life itself having a finite amount of time on it, I think makes it more precious.
Yeah, at the individual level and then at the societal level, it just does seem like death is the way you get new ideas. It's like people kind of solidify their ideas and are unwilling to change their mind. And the only way you get new ideas
is to the next generation and take them over.
To keep churning. Alright, speaking of the trolls of Israel, I gotta ask you about this. Let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I recently got attacked because of a couple conversations I had with Tim Dillon 3 and 4 years ago. I love Tim Dillon. He's hilarious.
I love Tim too. I've known Tim for many years. Just love that guy.
Yeah. So I bring up Jeffrey Epstein often because there's a fascinating study of evil to me, whichever angle you take on it. And I think they're partially talk shit, but I showed some skepticism that he's connected to Mustafa. For me, there's and I've evolved on that since then. Whether I'm not execution with Mossad, it could be any intelligence agencies, it could be CIA. But I was wondering if you could educate me. I did a little research on this last night. I looked into it a little more, and then I saw that you said he's definitely Mossad.
Well, I don't know if I didn't say he's definitely Mossad. I don't know. I made one kind of jokey post. As is the case with almost any intelligence operation, look, I don't want to like poo-poo anybody's hopes here because I guess like the JFK files just got released and supposedly the rest of the Epstein files are coming out. There's a lot of there's a major yearning right now to get to the end of the movie where we find out everything that happened, and yeah, I think it's great that people have that desire, and I hope more and more does come out. I think the truth is that with any intelligence operations, we're probably never going to know all of the details of exactly what happened.
The funny thing about intelligence agencies, they have been regularly accused of being CIA, FSB, and Mossad, depending on the exactly. But I think it's a fascinating topic, and it's very difficult to know some of these intelligence. But if you have any nuance or want to discuss the nuances, then the comment is going to be that guy for sure. We're talking about Mossad or so on. But yeah, that's one of the things that when I saw that Alex Acosta said that you basically mentioned that Epstein is intelligent. That to me is like, okay, that's a piece of evidence. That's a really valuable piece of evidence. And that was very not just intelligent, but you saw it. Because before that, I thought it might be CIA. I kind of heard.
And I think it's quite possible that he was working with elements of both. I mean, as I think it's that's something that people get a little bit wrong, like when they think like, okay, this guy was CIA or this guy was Mossad, and then there's also, I think there's the possibility that there are rogue elements within those organizations. Like this is not necessarily coming from the director or I don't know. But you look at the guy, the way his career trajectory tracks is like completely unexplainable outside of being connected to intelligence. Like it's not just like the one or two people saying that he's intelligence. It's like, dude, the idea that you're like you have no experience, you're a teacher at Dalton, which is like this incredibly elite New York City private school, and then all of a sudden you're at Bear Stearns, and like within 2 years you've like made partner and you make hundreds of millions of dollars and nobody knows where you made your money from. And this just doesn't happen. And then you're just inserted into this world with all of the most like highest level political leaders and cultural figures and stuff. But the thing that's amazing about the Jeffrey Epstein story is that it's like the level of evil and the level of corruption that it exposes, no matter what the answer is. Like no matter what the answer is, if you're gonna tell me that there was a pedophile ring in our country that involved. I mean, listen, if you had said this shit before it came out, this would have been the wildest conspiracy theory. But a pedophile ring that involves the most powerful people in the United States of America and in the world to some degree, touching the royal family, the Clintons, like all these people, and that this was known and covered up and then allowed to continue. I mean, like, there's a blackmail operation that relies on raping American children, and like, if this is, whether it's CIA or Mossad doesn't make one less, or it's equally horrible. But then there's like these elements where, like, okay, so when he first,
How'd you get? Excellent. How'd you find out about it? Oh, it's him. Well, why did the information? I know. I didn't see it first. 1700. It's good. So why'd you gay amazing? Very cool. Very well. Yeah, what? Yeah. Yeah. Hebrew is one of the languages that some of
speak or read, but there are others, including reading. Yeah, it's a good thing. Nothing. Okay. Take care, good God.
first got arrested, and then he was given a slap on the wrist, and then the prosecutor says, "Well, I was told by the intelligence community that he's intelligent to go easy on him." It's like, okay, and you didn't resign in disgust that day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's too much to ask for. You know, there was the ABC reporter who said that she had the whole story. She was on the hot mic, said she had the whole story, and then the network told her to squash it. It's like, and you stayed working there? Like, that's, I'm sorry. I'm not asking, I'm not saying, like, we're all imperfect, none of us are heroes. But, like, you're in a news network, and you uncovered a child raping ring that implicated the most powerful people in our society, and your news network told you we will not run this story because of our relationship with the royal family, and you did not resign in disgust that day and take the story to every single independent outlet that would maybe publish it. I'm sorry. It's like the thing, it's so damning to the entire apparatus that we did not see, at the very least, mass resignations of it. Forgetting, like, at the very least, expected it would have been prosecuted and shut down. And then, still to this day, even if, like, I think Carlton just said this recently, but, like, and I guess it's a little bit of a weird area when you're filming people raping children, but where are the tapes? Where's everyone talking about the flight logs and the fire? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taking people to blackmail. I don't know what the legal process of this is, but, like, because I think technically it's child porn. So it's like, yeah, okay, you can't just, like, distribute it out and let everybody watch it. But isn't there a way that, like, somebody has to sit down and watch it and see who is implicated in this and see people, like, I just don't, it seems to be, even, I think there's a lot of LARPing with this administration going on right now on this topic. But does anybody really expect that we're actually going to get to the bottom of this? Because I don't. And that itself just tells you what sham this whole goddamn system is. One of the things that's so amazing about Jeffrey Epstein's program is that all of that, and of course the end of it, which is just like, you're going to see, John Conrad is like the most secure, like, prison, and then he gets the cameras go out, and the correctional officers don't fill out the log, and he's found dead. I mean, like, it's just, but when you look at it in totality, there's just, like, no getting around the huge indictment of this entire, like, everything. And, I mean, even the fact that even the Trump administration was because we're going to release all of this information, we've only redacted what needs to be redacted for national security. Like, what? Why does anything need to be redacted for national security? Like, I'm sorry, you tell me it's a pedophile ring, and we can't tell you everything about it for national security. Why would that be related to national security? And just, it's like, and I do think there's something that's very interesting because, like we talked about, was that on there before we were talking about Sam Harris kind of like criticizing me a little bit for not having the chance to talk about some of this stuff. Like I even said, okay, he's got a point. But it's like one of the things that like guys like Sam Harris are talking about a lot is that like we need trust in the institutions. This is a big thing. We go, there's people, Joe Rogan, Dave Smith, are just down on the institutions. And while I recognize that's an issue, also we need trust in these institutions. It's like, well, it's like, yeah, but if you talk in that tone, that means you're not being emotional. You're being logical and rational, which is like, I actually don't think is appropriate when you're talking about the child this way. But whatever. That's my take on it. It's like, okay, so here are these institutions I'm supposed to trust, man. It's like there's a pedophile ring that is at least something associated with national security. What? And how could you possibly have this story? Like, if you did care about the trust in institutions, then you should be even louder than me talking about, like, you gotta tell the truth on this story. Otherwise, we'll never have trust in the institutions.
I'm the same actually. I believe in institutions. Like I think they have values. So this is where you and I probably disagree on the libertarian side. I think institutions, if they're run efficiently,
It's the utopian now.
That's right. I mean, there is the utopian aspect for sure, but it's very possible that the bureaucracies always destroy the productivity and effectiveness institutions as possible.
It's the Lord Acting kind of power book. Yes, right.
And that you're absolutely right. If you believe in institutions, you should want to release everything about Epstein. You should want to be transparent as much as possible. Yeah, but the one thing and it is very suspicious. So I'm more and more becoming convinced that there's some intelligence agency connected to it. But I also want to, like, say to the side, just comment my television. One thing where, again, super entertaining, but people say about me that I came out of nowhere, and that's proof that I'm intelligent. So first of all, there is a track record of what that I came from, quote unquote. It's just people are too lazy. And there is something sexy about, like, just saying, oh, the Mossad, oh, he's denying it, oh, the Mossad. Yeah. But the Mossad thing is a new thing. It used to be, as being said. What do I want to say about that? Oh, yeah, I've been gradually growing popular over the past 10 years. I've been doing interviews, lectures, podcasts, and it's actually very gradual. And I don't know what else to say.
There's something I know I've experienced this too, right? Like, there's such a difference in perspective because, like, if somebody just found me, they just found out who I am, they go, "This guy's brand new."
Yeah,
they like all these shows, but you're like, "Yeah, well, I don't know, dude. Not from my perspective. I'm not brand new. Like, dude, I've been doing stand-up comedy for 19 years. I've been podcasting for like 15 years. You're like, and then when it like starts taking off, everybody's like, "Oh, this guy just came out of nowhere." And you're like, I mean, all right. I wish I had been aware of that it was all this quick. But look, a lot of this stuff, with so much of this too, it's just laziness and people searching for confirmation bias and people searching for a simpler story because that's easier. So if they believe that Epstein was Mossad, and there's a clip of you where you're like, I don't know about that, then they go, see, he's Mossad too. I know that fits perfectly into my little story. I don't know, the truth is that it's quite possible that people just aren't convinced. However, given enough time, Dylan's always right about it. That's true. So you got it. Eventually, you'll have to admit that you got it.
And not to say the cliche cheesy thing, but it is true that the comedians sometimes say the obvious thing that people are a little resistant to say it as being true. That was just that's about everybody to indulge. It said, great. I do want to comment on this. The other aspect of me that came out of nowhere, fine, but I do get to talk to more leaders, which I have to really admit I don't understand a lot. So the experience I've had is you basically gain a reputation. Like, I talk to a lot of scientists early on. You gain a reputation like this is an interesting person to talk to, and that travels. And then over time, you get fans, and world leaders are humans that they listen to this stuff. And sometimes it's their family that listens.
Yeah, all the times are like their kids. It seems to be a regular.
And so that's just how it happens. So you say, hey, you want to talk? And then their team or them directly, in several cases, they just reply, yeah. And that's it. It's as simple as that. And they're human beings. And I think a lot of them, as human beings, are exhausted by journalists. By shitty journalists, I should say. And it's hard for them to know which is the good journalist. By good, there's the cynical view that they want somebody who's just going to spot propaganda, aligned with propaganda. No, they just want a good faith person. Now, and I should also say that there's no single world leader who's told me questions to ask. There's this meme about my conversation with Logi that's like scripted. Nope, there's zero full control.
Well, it's also like there's, obviously one of the major dynamics, which is just like one of the most interesting kind of themes in the world, I think, right now, but it's particularly true in America, is that like the corporate media is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and this whatever this is which is so weird that we still all call them podcasts because that's just not the right name for them at all. But none of us have had an iPod in quite a long time, and like I don't know, it's just such a like the first thing a person came up with. It's a cast, not an iPod. It's a podcast. And we all still use that term, even though but whatever these shows on the internet have the audience, and so that's a big factor. Just that it's like, oh, this is where you can go to the audience. And then I would say, and I don't know exactly, like I have no idea. You'd say the motivations inside any individual's heads, but I would say, like in the case of Vladimir Putin, he is completely blacked out in American media, and to the point that even RT has been blocked out. They never play any of the speeches. They never allow you to hear, like, look, this is what this guy's perspective is. It's very interesting in the same way that they kind of all flipped out when Osama bin Laden's letter to America went viral on TikTok. And, then all the talks of banning TikTok increased and stuff. So for him, say like when he did the Tucker interview, or he does an interview with you, well, that's a way for him to do an end around and allow his perspective to be heard, which I personally think is like obviously a good thing. Like if you're going to go in a war, and we're kind of in a war with Russia right now, you should know what the other guy's perspective is. Not that you should take it as gospel, but and then from Netanyahu's perspective, I would imagine, Israel has a lot of control in a lot of different areas, but they have been losing the internet battle very, very badly. And it's a major problem for Israel. I mean, I don't know. I still think, in a very strange way, everybody seems to be underestimating how grand the implications of all of this are. But Israel, the view of Israel from the world is never going to be the same as what it was before. The generational divide on it is so stark. Like everybody, 40 and under, who very quickly, the time goes by quickly. Pretty soon, that's, the 40 and over crowd gets aged out pretty quickly. And this is it's never going to be the perception of Israel that my parents' generation had ever again because of this war. And, I'm sure to some degree, at least Netanyahu feels like he has to try to get his perspective into that internet conversation area. And so I think a lot of different people, obviously Donald Trump's, it's in a way it's kind of shocking. And I guess kind of Bobby Kennedy, when he was running for president, and Taik when he was running for president, they kind of were doing some of it even before Donald Trump was. But it is kind of crazy in a way that it took this long for politicians to figure out that it's like, oh, well, I guess we got to go where the audience is. That's the point of doing shows, right? I mean, like, would you rather do a show, like with 1 million people or with 10 million people? It's like, well, okay, you guys do CNN all the time. Why wouldn't you do Joe Rogan's podcast? It's just a bigger audience, and those people get to vote too.
You reminded me with that one of the goals I have with the podcast is to have the kind of conversation that a historian would find useful 20 years from now, which is tough to do because you're going to get punished for it. Because it's mostly I want to review as much information as possible without the signaling, without the. You just want to know who is this person.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think this was kind of what Darren was saying. I think that the part of the awful thing of always using World War II as the next example for the next war is that it's almost like you're never. This is, they hate us for our freedom, or Vladimir Putin's just mad and he wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. It's like they always insist that we never treat our enemies as people and be like, this is a real person with real grievances, and even they might be a fanatic also. Right? I'm not saying they're not, but it's just like that there are these like human qualities to it, and it's always like whatever they were going before they did the Obama and Hillary Clinton did the regime change war in Libya. It's like this propaganda. He's buying up Viagra to rape all the women. He's going to go genocide. This guy has been in power for decades. You know what I mean? Like, and I've done that. And it's just like, it's like the way you're supposed to think about war is almost like these people have been possessed by pure evil. They are monsters. And there's no talking to them, there's no dealing with them. It's just simply this. But a good example, just this recent conflict with the Houthis, where you have the Houthis in Yemen, which Saudi Arabia invaded in 2015 to pull back into the United States of America. The Houthis maintained power for 8 years through that. They maintained power until the Saudis finally gave up. And it was literally like the Saudis were just killing hundreds of thousands of people, and then the Houthis would get a drone off at one of their oil refineries or something like that. And eventually they were just doing enough damage that it was shit, all right, this isn't worth it anymore. And so they ended it. And so anyway, you have this thing, you're like, okay, so if they went through a total war for 8 years, what do you think Trump sending a few Tomahawk missiles over there is going to stop them from doing this? Okay, but then they didn't do anything. And this is according to all reporting on it. They didn't do anything during the ceasefire. It was only once the ceasefire broke down that they went back to attacking ships again that were coming through. So you just see this thing where you're like, it's not saying it's right or wrong or who's good or bad. It's like, look, sometimes there's a diplomatic solution and there's not a military solution. And in this case, you're like, it just shows you, okay, if there was a ceasefire here, these guys will chill out. What do you want to do? Again, do you want to go to total war? It's like, okay, we could overthrow the Houthis. If the U.S. invades Yemen. That's kind of what it would take. Does anyone really have the appetite for another catastrophic war in the Middle East against the poorest country in the Middle East, Or we could pursue this diplomatic route, which seemed, I'm just saying, based on the evidence that they weren't attacking ships during the ceasefire, seems like there could be a diplomatic solution to that. And so there's just a lot, and the problem is when you don't, if you make everybody monsters, and they're not human beings, you can't do diplomacy with monsters. You can't negotiate with monsters, but you can with humans. And I'm sure there are, for our earlier discussion, maybe there are times where you shouldn't negotiate. You can't negotiate with humans, but it's better if you can. And we could use a lot more of that thinking.
Can we take that idea and move to the war in Ukraine?
Sure.
What do you think of the path of peace there?
Well, I think what Trump is pursuing is infinitely preferable to what Biden was doing. What puts Donald Trump, and I don't think everything he's done has been perfect. I really did not like that mineral deal that he was floating at for a while there. I think maybe that might be the best thing that came out of that Oval Office thing is that maybe that Donald Trump is going to be very tough to do business like this. And it's like, yeah, we shouldn't be doing this business deal anyway. But and by the way, I don't think we should do it on a few reasons. Number one, principally, I think it is kind of bullying Ukraine out of resources. And from what I understand, they don't even have that many fine minerals, but whatever. But it's also well, look, if he was selling it to Zelensky, that's kind of a security guarantee. Because hey, if we're in business, then if Putin messes with you, he's messing with us. But from my perspective, that's the whole point. You don't want to get into the business of giving out security guarantees. This is why George Washington was against entangling alliances. You give out war guarantees to too many places, you might have to fight a lot more wars than you otherwise would have thought. And also, we're in this weird position where America postures like they're so tough, but really when it comes down to it, we're not going to war in Ukraine. There's no political will here. We try to convince the American people we should send our boys here. I understand you're from the region, but or you have roots from there, but to the average American, the idea of going to war over whether Luhansk is ruled by Kiev or Moscow is just they don't even know what Luhansk is. And if they met someone, they would probably just assume they were Russian. You know what I mean? They might be, but whatever. I think the first step to a path to peace is that you have to want to get a path to peace. So I think Trump's doing a good job in that.
Do you think all three sides want peace? I need to understand. Obviously, Trump legitimately, fully, with an urgency, wants peace.
I think for sure Trump wants peace. I also think Putin wants to wrap the conflict up, and I think that Putin has been willing to deal for the entire lead up to the war and pretty much throughout the war. And there's been a lot of solid reporting on this, and the sources on it are pretty impeccable. The head of NATO, Stoltenberg, I always mess up his name, but he literally said that in late 2021 that Vladimir Putin actually sent a draft NATO, and that his condition for not invading is like, I will not invade it, you have to put it in writing. Like it's in a draft treaty with them. You have to put in writing that Ukraine will not join NATO. And then Stoltenberg bragged about how he said, no, we won't let Vladimir Putin dictate to us whether we can expand NATO or not. And then he was bragging, he was like, look what he got, more NATO expansion, Finland, and this and that. So look at that. It didn't even seem to notice, like, wait a minute, you're admitting that you could have just promised not to bring Ukraine into NATO? No, and save hundreds of thousands of lives. It would have been a much better deal. It's going to be a much better deal than what Ukraine will ultimately end up getting. So I think that also Joe Biden's CIA director, CIA directors called 4 years, William Burns, when he was ambassador to Russia, he put the Niet in the memo, and again, this was dumped by Julian Assange. This wasn't for the public. This was just him writing to Condoleezza Rice to tell Secretary of State his assessment. And he said that his exact words were, a decision Russia does not want to have to make. And this was the decision about whether to invade Ukraine or not. And he was like, they say, if you keep pushing for Ukrainian entry into NATO, this could lead to a civil war, and even worse. And in that situation, Russia would have to decide whether or not to intervene. A decision Russia does not want to have to make. So essentially, it's like, I think it's pretty clear from all sides that Putin didn't want it to come to this. And look, I mean, even after the coup in 2014, he took Crimea, but he didn't invade the country. And he may have sent special forces in, but I mean, not in full scale. The 2022 invasion. And even the Civil War, going all that, he did, it seemed like I'm not defending the decision, I'm just saying it seemed like he reluctantly debate. What was it, 2014 or 15, when they had the plebiscites in Crimea and in the Donbass region, and they voted to be independent? He didn't take them then. I mean, he could have used that as a pretense for like, hey, they voted to be with us. He didn't. I think he wants to end the war. Zelensky, from everything he said publicly, seems like he still feels like, I'm just taking that as word here, that it's like, well, no, look, like, we could end the war, but we got to end the war. It seems like he's moved from his position being like, no, we have to reclaim all of our territory. And now his position is kind of like, all right, maybe we don't reclaim all of it, but we got to be given some type of security guarantee in the future. I think the problem with that is just, again, like, I don't mean to be cruel about this, because, like, it sucks that there's little countries that are next to big countries that kind of get bullied around about them, but there also is a bit of an entitlement to demanding a security guarantee. Like, what exactly do you mean? From America? What, that we'll go to war if you're invaded? Why do we oppose that to anybody? Like, that's crazy. I'm sorry. You can just sign up to say that we'll go to war if anybody invades anybody. I mean, I hope nobody invades anybody, but I don't want us to get dragged into that. That's a recipe for always being at war. And I don't think that's for our country. So essentially, I think Trump and Putin want peace. And if that's the case, I think we'll ultimately get to an end of this war.
So there's a lot of stuff to say here. I think you start at the beginning, at the foundation of this. I think the thing that we left unsaid that's important to say is that Putin invaded Ukraine in February 24th, 2022. And he is, at least from my perspective, the person who started the war. You could talk about NATO expansion. You could talk about any other thing that led to it. You could start at the collapse of the Soviet Union. You can go all the way back as he did, 1,000 years. The reality is, let's go start a deep discussion about the morality of the war. No matter the reason, the guy that pulls the trigger first, non-accidental, and keeps pulling the trigger, that's the guy who's false.
Oh, I agree. I'll say one standard, one standard for everybody. The standard that I laid out before, it's the same one I said. Did you absolutely have to do that? Once you start killing people, hundreds of thousands, it's like, was there any other option? Are you telling me, you absolutely had to do this? And I don't think that's right. You know, my friend Scott Orton, who I was talking to you about, just totally brilliant guy, even in his book, there's a whole chapter of all the other options of what Vladimir Putin is. You're absolutely right. And there's a weird thing where, like, people say, like, if you say that the West provoked this conflict, that is a very different thing than saying that this conflict is, that this invasion was justified. And in the same way that, like, you know, if you were at a bar and someone goes and spits in another guy's face and then he pulls out a gun and murders him right there, like, he's not justified in doing that. That is not okay. You don't get to murder someone because they spit in your face. Also, if you were talking about, like, why did he murder that guy? I was like, oh, because he walked up and spit in his face. That's why it happened. And that is essentially my contention about this war. And it is, I think it's just crystal clear. But that's why it happened. It may be right or it may be wrong. But if China or Russia ever, like, back a street push to overthrow the democratically elected government in Mexico and then install a pro-Chinese or a pro-Russian government and then started pumping arms into that conflict and then kept floating out the idea that they were going to bring them into their military alliance, DC would simply not allow that. You cannot do that. Any more than the Soviet Union could put nukes in Cuba. Like, sorry.
That should be said that that's really Cold War 20th century real conflict, right? It is the way the world works, but, like, that's, I don't sure you should still punish.
I don't think outside of the neoconservatives, listen, whether you're talking about the neoconservatives or going way before any other group that has ever had control of U.S. foreign policy, going back to the Cold Warriors, the Truman administration, the Eisenhower administration. I think you could take this back to Thomas Jefferson. This happened in 1801. There is simply no way that they would allow a foreign great power to come bring our neighbor, overthrow their government, and then bring our neighbor into their military alliance. I think there's no great power that would ever tolerate that.
First of all, we're in a post-nuclear world, right? So we're getting close to nuclear weapons. So the threat of somebody being at the border is just not the same kind of threat when you're nuclear power, which is why Finland.
You know, I think in some ways it's more of a threat in some ways.
Well, he's not. Putin is not upset about Finland. Yeah, nearly as much.
Well, I'm just saying, to Vladimir Putin, in his own words, what his issue always was the military hardware that comes along with NATO membership. It's not just that you get into NATO, but then you get all that military hardware there. He made a huge deal about the dual-use rocket launchers in Poland, which George W. Bush put there after 9/11. So I think all of those things are factors. I think Ukraine, the Crimea being their own year-long water port, I think there's, like, several, like, elements to it. But I do think a huge part of it is that also the country's been invaded through Ukraine multiple times. And so there's just, I think very reasonably, within the grading on the curve of how reasonable governments are, he saw that as a security threat.
But I should make very clear that the way that comes across, the full responsibility of the invasion of Ukraine lays in the hands of Russia.
I completely agree with that. Vladimir Putin launched a war where, again, I don't know exactly what the numbers are. I've read a whole bunch of estimates, some that contradict each other, but the consensus seems to be it's at least in the hundreds of thousands, possibly well north of 1 million, on both sides. But Vladimir Putin launched a war that led to that. He's responsible for that. That being said, you can also point out that really what we're talking about here is the George H.W. Bush administration, the Clintons, Bush again, Obama, and then Trump. And the people who were in charge of the foreign policy in those administrations, the same ones who gave us Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, they were also in charge of our European foreign policy. And they had the most reckless policy of all was the NATO policy. And that they drove up to this conflict with Russia with nothing but off-ramp after off-ramp after off-ramp, and consciously decided that we're not going to take any of those. We're going to drive it all the way up to this point. And Thomas Friedman in the New York Times interviewed George Kennan in 1998, and this is George Kennan was the Cold War. He's credited as founding the containment strategy in the Cold War, and he was talking about the first round of NATO expansion, which he and many other foreign policy graybeards opposed. And he was talking, and he was like, "This is the worst thing we could possibly do after the fall of the Soviet Union. To now say that we had this alliance in NATO that is an anti-Russian military alliance, and now that the Soviet Union isn't there anymore, and it's Boris Yeltsin's Russia, that now we're going to expand NATO because of that." And he literally said in 1998, because people advocating that we expand NATO are going to continue advocating it and advocating it and advocating it. And then there will be a Russian reaction. And then they'll say, "See, that's why we were right to expand NATO." But they'll get this completely wrong.
When do you think a deal is reached?
I really have no idea what the timeline is going to look like. I'm hoping sooner rather than later. I think Donald Trump would love nothing more than to have some type of big spectacle of ending this war, some type of big press conference or some type of, you know what I mean? And so I'm sure, my guess would be that's where Trump's mind is how to do this in the best way that sells him the best. But I think that already we're in a position where Donald Trump has put a lot of political capital chips into the middle of the table that I can enter this war, and he's going to look very, very bad if he can. So he's very highly incentivized to get this thing done as quick as possible. And so hopefully that can happen soon. It would be great if it could happen in the next month.
Yeah, people on both sides outside of Donald Trump are telling me that it's a process.
Yeah.
There's kind of implication it's going to take a while. Generally hate. I really love Donald Trump's urgency.
Well, it's also terrible. There's something really awful, look, when innocent people dying in war at any time is terrible, but there is something profoundly awful, and I look it up now that I've seen this a few times. Things happen. I've lived through it a few times. I've read about it happening earlier. But it's like once you've kind of already decided the war's over and people still die, you know what I mean? There's nothing almost sadder about that. It's always like, come on, you already know. When there'd be a big, there'd be a bombing campaign in Afghanistan, we all already knew we were a few months away from ending the war. You're like, you got to kill more people on the way out. We already know we're leaving. We already know because there's something, at least in the beginning, they could kind of hide behind this justification, or they could be like, listen, we're going to overthrow the Taliban and we're going to install our new government. They're going to be a democracy. It's going really good. We have to do this in order to do this bigger project. But then by the end, you're like, we're not even pretending anymore that we're doing anything more positive. It's just someone dying in a senseless thing we never should have done.
Well, in the spirit of that, that's why I travel to Moscow, and we'll travel to Moscow again in the near future to likely interview Vladimir Putin. And hopefully travel back to Ukraine, which I did, to talk again with Volodymyr Zelensky or with whoever the future president is.
You'll be the only guy who's interviewed both of them, I think.
Yeah.
Before, right?
And I have to say, the border crossing is getting increasingly more intense.
Yeah, I went to Canada last week and I didn't care for that, so I'm sure.
Primarily, it's the nations of war, as it was in Ukraine. And it's dangerous to do both.
It's also I think something that's a little bit foreign to America is, we fought in a lot of wars over the last, say, 25 years, 50 years, whatever. But all of them, including, in a way, the world wars even in the 20th century, but it's been since 1812 that we fought one on our shores. And none of the other ones, I guess Pearl Harbor, but even Pearl Harbor, that was a one-off, and it was only it was America technically, but it wasn't mainland America, And so we're fighting wars halfway across the world. It's a very different thing for two neighboring countries to fight. And even though most of the fighting's been done on the Ukrainian side, not all of it. There have been, I think the not just like, the wars we're used to are we send a military that is 100,000 times more sophisticated than anything it'll be meeting on the ground over to a third world country to go do that. Now, I've found out over the years, there's still a lot of challenges to that. Even when your side has night vision goggles and the other one doesn't, and your side can call in airstrikes and the other one can't, your side has all the sophisticated training and the other side practicing on monkey bars, it's still very hard to occupy a people and dominate them and defeat an insurgency. But that's very different than like two nation states on right next to each other on the border. Like there's just a real feeling of like survival in that moment. And I do think that probably I don't understand this as well as you do, and probably you don't even understand it as well as maybe like the older generation of Russians and Ukrainians would. But like there's also something about like both Russia and Ukraine in their own ways got so absolutely fucked over in the 20th century multiple times in a way that Americans it is just too foreign to us to even understand anything like that. Like millions of people starving to death, being invaded, the entire nation collapsing. And the Russian government collapsed twice in 100 years, right? And that's pretty like, that's traumatic. And we just simply have never been through anything like that. And so when you have that kind of like trauma as a society, and then there's a war on the border, I'm sure there's a whole lot of different kind of feelings that we just can't relate to.
Plus a history in both nations of super sophisticated and expansive attack agencies.
Right. Yeah, that's very important.
You host a podcast called Part of the Problem. What have you learned from that whole process of interviews with interesting people? And are there topics you cover that make you sweat still to this day? That feels like going into the fire.
What I've learned just from the podcast is that there is there's an interesting like relationship that you build with your audience, and I travel a lot and I do shows a lot, so like I meet people who listen to the show, and I know like I've had this experience before. I kind of had this experience with you, where like me and you met once, I think, before today. Me and you actually met on a very interesting thing. I don't know if you remember this, but we were at because before the Comedy Mothership was built, you came by a Joe Rogan and Friends show at the Vulture.
Yeah.
And it was while Joe was going through the shitstorm and Vulture, and he was on the phone with Dana White and stuff in the back. It was a wild night. But then at the same time, right, like, even though we just kind of met that one time and we talked on the phone and now we're doing the show, I know you already.
Yeah.
Like, I already know you. As I said, friends of friends, but just like sees so much of your stuff that's like I knew you all. And then it's weird because people come up to you and they're like that. It's like they know you. And I've had this experience. I had this experience with Joe. Like I knew him before I knew him. And so that was kind of like one of the things that I really learned from doing the podcast over the years was like how much that's actually a relationship. Like you actually have a relationship with your listeners. And almost like in the same way that like, you can't lie to people like in your life. You also can't lie to your like they're a relationship too. Like you can't lie to your audience. And that I think that there's often almost like kind of shortcuts that are presented before you, but there is a payoff to not taking the shortcuts and like kind of doing it the way you want to do it.
What do you think is the number of hours it takes to form a relationship? Because I absolutely agree with you. First of all, I should say I'm a huge podcast fan. I listen to you as a guest and your show a lot. So yeah, I think with you I've already crossed the threshold of hours where like I feel like we're friends.
Yeah.
One way, and I guess because you listen to me it's the other way, which are like separate parallel
Yeah, it's very strange in a way. It's very interesting. And it's also there's something there which is more your area of expertise than mine, but there's something there where like technology is playing this wild role. Like we could have a two-way friendship without actually having to meet each other, all facilitated by the machines that we built. It's very trippy.
think it's probably like, I said it's like 50 hours. Maybe 20 to 50 hour range is when you're like, okay.
It's kind of interesting in a way, right? Because like the thing before like the Joe Rogan experience and what was like kind of the thing that made comedians big, the things before that used to be like Letterman and Leno and Conan. Like comedians would get like a 7-minute set on there, and even if you do great, like if you're just like you killed, and someone watching it's like I love that comedian. That comedian's amazing. First of all, unless they were like on social media and then went like shoot you out, there was no way to connect. They just were like love that guy. Anyway, back to my life, and then maybe you'll remember him, and maybe when he's coming to town, you can see that same guy I saw in Conan is going to be at the local comedy club or something. Maybe, but then like Rogan became the main thing, and now they didn't just see you do 7 minutes of stand up. They sat and listened to you for 3 hours. So let's just say even off the 3 hour podcast, you come away knowing a lot more about that person. Right? It's not like just a little taste. You know a lot about it, but there is. I probably would put the threshold at 40 to 50 hours. Like if you consume 40 to 50 hours of somebody, especially when they're doing what we do on these shows, where you're speaking very you're speaking in a very unguarded manner. Even though like this is your show and you ask like a lot of questions, you don't know exactly where this is going to go. You know, you're then you're seeing what I say, and I go, okay, well let me ask something based off that. Let me make a point based off that. We're both kind of like unguarded, and if you consume somebody like that for like 40, 50 hours, you do see into their soul. I think there's almost no way to avoid that, and also I would say if they're not letting you see into their soul, you'll notice that. And you know that about them. Like, this is a guarded person. This was ultimately Kamala Harris's issue, right? And this is why she was probably, correct not to do Rogan. Even though everyone looks back at that and says, like, no, this was the big disaster of her campaign. It's like, I don't know, she was so guarded in every single interview that she ever did. She was always constantly not trying to let you see who she really was. And if she was going to try that on Rogan, that would have been so apparent to everybody involved.
So you've had a lot of intense conversations like what do you appreciate most about you? As a human being, as a conversation partner?
I can't overstate how much I love Joe and how much I admire him.
Not as much as Paul. Just let's be clear. There's like a hierarchy here.
He's
wow.
Holy shit. They're both like there's like very
that means a lot.
Well, there's Ron Paul and Joe Rogan are those are like my generals.
Yeah.
Like and I'm a soldier. And those are my guys. Like if Joe Rogan pointed to some guy and said, you gotta go fight that guy right now, then all right, I gotta go fight that guy, or Ron Paul too. I just think it's both very personally for me, like Ron Paul like introduced me to like a set of ideas that like changed my life, and I'm just enormously grateful for that. Joe Rogan was like, I was a huge Joe Rogan fan before the Joe Rogan experience. Like I'm an old school Joe Rogan head. I used to go on JoeRogan.net before when the website used to end
before everything.
I remember I was a fan before he confronted Carlos Mencia, and the day he confronted Carlos Mencia, I watched the video on his website. It was like, oh shit, Joe Rogan called him out, dude. This is the craziest thing ever. And then, but I was a fan that like when he started the podcast, I remember going, this is gonna be good because he's gonna be so good at this because he's got so much interesting shit to say. And I didn't realize it was gonna be quite what it became, but I did think like, oh, this is gonna be an awesome thing. And then so there's like that. So like I always really admired him, and I was always a huge fan of his. And then he literally not only did he like change my life, but he changed like a whole of my friends' lives. Like it's like a very weird situation. Like he's the Santa Claus of my world. Like he's literally just and there was something like I don't know, man. He's just a very like genuine person, and he's really loved. I think he really derives a lot of pleasure out of the fact that he gets to help the people who he sees as like the good guys, like the guys worth helping. And I just think that's like such an unbelievable thing. You know, the first time Rabbi had me on this podcast was, I believe, in 2016, and I might have had like 5,000 followers or something like that. Like I was completely unknown, and like it was like I did nothing for it. It was just the fact that he heard me on Ari's show, and it was like, oh, I like what this guy's got to say. I think this is cool. Like, let's talk about it. And yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, like again, he's just been such a great guy to me. And at every little angle, like everything, you know, you open for him, he takes care of you better than anybody else does. You work his club pays better than anybody else does. You know, like just everything is always like, he's always great to the people who are around him. And, you know, again, like it's just hard to, like, you know, again, I have a wife and 2 little kids. Like, he's put me in a situation where I can, like, provide a great life for them. And like, don't get me wrong, I mean, you know, like, I did something with the opportunity. It's not like he just gave me, you know, like, it's like he gave me the opportunity and I did something with it. But still, I mean, he didn't have to give me that opportunity. You know? I will go to my grave being enormously grateful for his friendship and his, you know, the platform that he's given me. And also just, he is like, and I try not to abuse this, but there's been like a few points like over the years where I was like, I really need advice on this. And I've gone to him, he's been like the absolute best. And literally every single time. I followed it a few times I didn't follow his advice, and I really regret not following his advice, but he's the absolute best like guy to be like, all right, let's talk about this. And last thing I'll say is that it was freaking crazy. It's like, he's like, you know, got more shit going on than anybody else in the world, and is still very interested to take time out to like discuss some thing that I'm asking him about, which is a really, really great quality.
Yeah, always takes a phone call. Yeah, you're right about the advice. His advice is spot on. It's often the one for me personally. What's needed is like he's been through so many fires.
Yeah,
that he's really good at like make you feel like don't fucking worry about it. Just like move on. It's the don't read the comments thing, but generally,
yeah, that's right.
just like fuck it. And he has that whole vibe, which kind of looks effortless, but I think when you look at it serious, especially in contrast with the journalist, there's a fearlessness there.
100%.
Like, yeah, that not giving a fuck. I mean, he says it's like fuck because of fucking money or anything like that. I don't think so. I think
It's more than that. I mean, I'm sure that's a component of it, but there's people who have that and still don't have that.
Most people who have money, a lot of money, are actually become more scared.
Yeah,
because they like the comfort of just like normal life. Because when you're taking risks, you're gonna pay for it even if you have money, not just financially. So just like it's gonna hurt. It's gonna disturb your life. It's gonna create turbulence. Yeah, the guy's fearless. It follows just his genuine curiosity. It's like an inspiration to me, friendship society. Just inspiration of how great a conversation this is, and not he legitimately do give a fuck if like he talks to any of the presidential candidates or not. If he'll just talk to friends, like just because he wants to. There's no like clickbaitiness to it. There's no like giving a shit about views. Like,
yeah. During the COVID stuff, man, he was like interviewing Dr. McCullough and who's the other one? Malone, Dr. Malone, and Bobby Kennedy. All these people, like at this time when it was like so, and he's had it with me before too, like talking about Ukraine and Israel, like at the times when it's really white hot. You know what I mean? And like there's this huge penalty on not going along with the regime's talking points, and he's like it's really hard to overstate it. I mean, there used to be nothing like this. It used to be that if CNN and Fox News agreed, well then that was it. That was the line now. And now we got the biggest show in the country will actually allow the other perspective on and allow people to like challenge the regime. I think it's been historic.
I think also there are people that just are constant conspiracy theories, which is fine also. but I sometimes feel that those lack genuineness.
Yeah.
They kind of put themselves in a bin for everything. You question everything to a point where, like, I don't know, I feel like you're not getting closer to the truth when you question everything.
There is something that some people in the conspiracy world do, which is like they speak about something with certainty when they're really not certain about it. And it's like it's fine to like ask questions, and it's fine to speculate about things, but you also have to like you just it's true in general, like you gotta be really careful about like presuming your conclusion and then working backward from there. And then sometimes you have one or like it's a matter of being sloppy versus not being sloppy. And like sometimes people like I remember for a long time back in the day in the 9/11 truth movement, there was this one of the huge smoking guns that they would point to was that in the 90s there was this one document, I'm blanking on the title of it, but it was from PNAC, Project for a New American Century. And this was the think tank, like one of the think tanks of the neoconservatives. All the big neoconservatives were involved in PNAC, from Dick Cheney to Rumsfeld, Richard Perle, David Worms, all the big neo. There was this one document where they were like, their project for the new American century was how we're going to have hegemony for another 100 years. Now that we won the 20th century, how are we going to win the 21st century? And they were like, okay, well, here's what we want to do. We want to start multiple wars in the Middle East. And we want to like all the plans that they had. NATO expansion in Europe was a big part of it too. And then there was one line where they said it's going to be tough to work up popular support for these multiple wars we want to fight in the Middle East, short of another Pearl Harbor style event. And the 9/11 truthers would point to this and go, see, clearly they did it. They did 9/11. They even say in their own words here that they want another Pearl Harbor event. So they can do this. It's like, well, look, that doesn't actually prove anything. I mean, it might just be the case that they were like, oh, we wouldn't get this without Pearl Harbor. And then 9/11 happened. They went, hey, we got our Pearl Harbor style event. And, and even if you like that story of 9/11 was an inside job, because it's kind of sexy and exciting and like, oh my God, what a crazy world we're living in if that's true. And I'm not even saying it's not true. I'm just saying, if you're not sloppy, if you're scrupulous, you go, that's not really evidence. It sounds like evidence. It's evidence-y, but it's not actually a piece of evidence because that doesn't in any way demonstrate that they actually were in on the thing. And there's just a lot of things like that. There's a lot of things. I even see it's a very popular conspiracy theory online now that Israel did 9/11, and I'm like, I'm open. What do you got? What's the evidence? And they'll be like, well, did you see that Larry Silverstein took out a huge insurance policy on the World Trade Center? How did he know? And you're like, how did he know that the number one terrorist target in the world might need a big insurance policy on it? You realize that the same guys attempted to knock these towers down in 1993, right? And so there's just little things like that where, like, if you're being sloppy and you already really want this conclusion, I see where you can see these things as evidence, but if you're just being if you're critically thinking about them, it's not as strong a case as you think it is. And I like to, again, I'll speculate every now and then, things, but I like to take on something where I feel like I can prove this case. Like, I really have enough evidence that I think I can prove this. I think I can prove that the neocons didn't invade Iraq because they were worried about weapons of mass destruction, and they actually had this agenda for at least a decade before the war broke out. There's strong, tangible evidence for that. It's just sometimes the constant conspiracy guys, not always, but sometimes they just get sloppy when it comes to actually analyzing how strong the case is.
There's just several psychological effects. I think there's a certain drug to the dogmatic certainty that you were mentioning. It really annoys me. There's something about human psychology. Because when I say stuff, I usually show doubt and show the humility that I might not have the right answer. And I sometimes look at multiple perspectives. And that's seen as weakness and lack of intelligence. It just sounds like, when I even listen back to people that do that certainty sounds like intelligence. Like, if you say something with a lot of certainty, it sounds like this is smart. And I hate that about myself, about human psyche, that's the case, because then, like, the dumb dogmatists are going to be, like, the ones that are having an agenda.
It is true. I've noticed that for a long time, though. It's almost like, in a weird way, it's kind of like a prerequisite for leadership in a way. You kind of have to be certain about things. But then there's a real problem with that, which is that a lot of times you're just bullshitting, or you're not right. You're not correct to be this certain about this. It's at least debatable, and so you always try. And the thing, like I feel like, at least for me, is, which I try to do. I'm sure I fail at this a ton, but you try to at least go like, you gotta work on training your brain, and you have to be conscious about it. And so you have to go like, hey, if there is something here that is confirming my bias, and I get that, you start getting that little sense of pleasure of like, oh great, here's another point that proves the thing I want to be true. Then you have to like be 10 times as, skeptical about this. You have to really examine this one and be like, okay, am I sure that this one, because sometimes you hear people even throw out things where it's like, oh, I know you like that because it was helping your case, but come on, think about this. This doesn't even make sense. It's like, okay, I want to make this argument, and then everything that would support that just gets sucked in like a force of gravity or something, and you're like, yeah, but half of these are bad data points.
I mean, like, for me, there's something definitely about my brain that is attracted to conspiracy theories. So
Yeah,
I'm very well aware that gravitational pull is there.
Well, it's if nothing else, it's a crazy story.
Yeah,
it's like a movie. So it's like,
that's
oh,
ridiculous. Every fucking
yeah, you don't need to work on it.
I don't understand. That's one of the big mysteries of like our modern era. People to like hang out. What the fuck?
And as anybody, I mean, obviously, just like Elaine Maxwell. Okay, she went to jail. But anybody, has anybody anywhere been forced to resign? I mean, like, just even like, say, like, I don't know, like the FBI or something, just for not like technical things, like even if you were in on it, like, there's a real problem with the American system, and it's that like, and I think this just went on for too long before like the American people wouldn't put up with it anymore. And this is why trust in every institution, the corporate media, the Congress, and all of it is evaporated. Because it's like, this is just saying, of all the people who sold war in Iraq, no one so much as like got kicked out of like society. Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, they went to jail for war crimes, but like, it's just like, yeah, you can't. We're not looking to you for advice on the next war. Thanks. Go home. Like, none of that. It's like all these like crazy things. Nobody goes down. But I mean, like, they lied us into war after war. They bankrupted the country. Damn near destroyed the dollar. They locked down the country on the basis of pseudoscience. They then lied through their teeth about what this vaccine would do if they were forced to come in. Like, no one even gets in trouble over any of this. And look, in any area of life, a business or a relationship or whatever, you cannot screw up that catastrophically and face no repercussions for it and think that your business or relationship is going to fail as a result.
I think also there's been a lot of wake up calls in our society from like better institutions. I hope you're right, like, more transparency, more like, I think also with the back parties, like the last like you have to have candidates that do like revolution of podcasts, but do podcasts of things being revealed themselves as human beings.
I think it's one of the best things that happened in this last election. And I'm not saying, like, I did think they were great, But I'm not saying that like any of the Trump podcasts were perfect or like maybe there would be a better way that they could be done. But I will say that I used to say this for a while, like as of like the last few years. But I feel like I'm for me to do what I do, it's kind of expected that I'll probably like I don't know, I get like at least like maybe 15, 10 to 15 times a year, I'll, I'll come do a show like this, like a long form show on a big platform where I'm gonna, like my ideas will be poked and prodded and tested, and there'll be pushback questions, and there'll be that. Sometimes they're more, adversarial, sometimes they're more friendly, but like you're gonna, and then yet our standard for who is the commander in chief was like you show up to these debates that are like 90 minutes long with these really, really stupid questions. You give a 90-second answer to it above, and at least for the first time now, it does seem like the standard is kind of you're gonna have to do a long form show. So you really have to have, and that's what I think is long term a real positive development. Like you just kind of know Miller's a Democrat, right? Which I think is kind of what you were saying, right? You can't run a Kamala Harris if she can't respond for them. You gotta run somebody who's able to sit down and express themselves and have real, genuine thoughts, or at least try to convince you they have real, genuine thoughts, at least, and it's very different in a way. And, I look back at some, like, the most talented politicians in my lifetime, which I'd have to say to you were still President Obama. So it's the most talented traditional politician. Trump's like the anti-politician. But, like, they were like the traditional, unbelievably, but they never had to do that. It was just a different time. Bill just had to walk up and, like, go, oh, beautiful face, and then play the sax, and then have a couple good answers for a small guy. Like that's not the game anymore. Now the game is like you sit down and actually, have some ideas on long form. And I think that's so much better because it's so much more revealing. Not like most people, you reveal a little bit. That's not 50 hours, but in those 3 hours, you reveal a little bit of your soul.
Yeah, I think that process makes you actually a better person. I ultimately think that I'm going that way. And there was a choice made early on to be more less interview, more behind the wall. That's a disturbing because I think it's a skill to be on that person. I think you build to be able to allow yourself to be yourself. And it's very possible that Kamala Harris is a fascinating person. Like,
Yeah, you just said we're going to be here.
and I don't know if he has that, but it's a practice thing to like reveal yourself. It's tricky. What do you think? I think what she did, on the pretty ball that she's a candidate, which she didn't produce incredible. She didn't like in them to raise that much money in that short amount of time. I think it was a terrible thing for the Democratic Party to do. It's a terrible candidate. But with the tools you got, like use TikTok, use whatever.
So the fact that she came as close as she did to being president is pretty goddamn insane. Yes. But yeah, okay, they're a mess. They're a mess like I've mentioned in political parties before. But that in itself is I think a very good thing. And what comes from here is there's a lot of possibilities. And there's never been like I don't know who the person is. I don't see any of them out there that I think of that would fill this role. But there's never been a more right time for someone to Donald Trump the Democratic Party. Like somebody did what Donald Trump did, and people tend to forget this because now, like, it's also because the accusation from Democrats is that the Republican parties are all a bunch of Trump cultists or something like that. But like, I'm old enough to remember 2016, and what actually happened was that Donald Trump came in and just really resonated with the voters, and the establishment of the Republican Party hated it. They were openly 3-letter agency control. That's what everyone's rejecting, right? But if you were to actually sit there and go like, and these policies I don't necessarily agree with, but there are a lot of policies that if it was actually like a pro-labor, working class party, you could, Bernie Sanders showed you a little bit of what's possible, and this was for like a 8-year-old socialist who didn't really have the balls to go through with it at the end of the day. Like if somebody younger and a little bit more with the current zeitgeist were able to do that, that could happen.
I mean, I legitimately think that it has some development that she might not be going out, but she can go in the morning. They could get out there.
I don't know. I don't see AOC being the one to do it, but I could be wrong about that. She's got some qualities, unlike almost all the other ones you can think of. I just, I don't see anyone right now who I think would be that person. But I never would have said. I mean, if you had asked me in 2014 who's going to come take over the Republican Party, I never would have guessed Donald Trump is going to come do what he did. So it might be the person we're seeing who we're not even thinking of, or it might just be some unknown. Same with Obama was an unknown. I mean, obviously he had very powerful people behind his presidential run. Like he was a true, just like grassroots guy. But he wasn't anyone we would have been necessarily thinking about. He gave that big speech in 2004 DNC. That was it. That was the thing he was known for. Of course, he made one great speech at the thing. Besides that, he was a state senator and then a junior senator. I was thinking he was going to be president.
He could be like a Justin or something. I honestly don't think he will run, but that's all Trump would ever run.
There is something about Jon Stewart that is, he's, and obviously I disagree with him on a lot of stuff too, but he is an authentic person. And there's something about that gives you a huge advantage, particularly in our current political climate. People are so sick of the phones. It's like, and they're right to be, because you can only, like you can lie to some of the people some of the time, like this, you can only lie so much before eventually nobody wants to hear you eventually. Phony voice, phony sing, phony lies anymore. And at least Jon Stewart is, I will say, I think Jon Stewart is telling the truth the way he sees it. And I don't think he's necessarily right about a lot of things. He is right about a lot of things, but I think he's wrong about a lot of other things. But I just get the impression that he believes what he's saying. And there's something powerful about that.
Especially when he's surrounded by people that disagree with him. He's convinced.
Yeah.
That takes a certain kind of courage. Yeah. And he's fucking doing it. He's not going to run.
Yeah.
It's annoying. Nobody that can't be fucking crazy about it.
And that is one of the real problems, And then, like, people, like, attack Donald Trump for being, like, a narcissist. And he's like, but who the hell else? Oh, he's going to ever do this?
What gives you hope about this whole thing you got going on? America and human civilization.
Okay, so this is not Moff Ryan, but this is Gene Epstein, who's like was a really brilliant economist and a great guy. And he told me this once. I just always loved it. So I call it Epstein's case. Not that Epstein, different Epstein. Gene Epstein, no relation. I want to be clear on that. Okay? This is Gene's. Let's call it Gene's case for radical optimism. And the way he put it was he goes, so imagine you were sitting around in 1845 and like you're at the height of, the slavery. And you were like, hey, in 20 years, slavery is going to be abolished across the West. And you're like, you feel like somebody, like, slavery doesn't exist. This is for all of human history. Slavery is, look around, it's not going anywhere. You have to be out of your mind to think we're 20 years of abolishing slavery. I can get we work. I mean, it's just like the greatest thing in the history of the world. And unfortunately, America had to fight a bloody civil war to get there, but many other countries didn't, and they just walked away from what had been the status quo forever. and just stop doing it. And look, you can argue there's slavery by other names and things like that. It's like, to some degree, it comes after some degree of slavery. But there is not chattel slavery in the way that there used to be. And that's like an incredible advance for humanity. And then the other example he would give is he was talking about how at the beginning of the Reagan administration, like in 1981, that the neocons, because he was trying to have the talks with Russia, the neocons were in the press being like, he just guaranteed another 100 years of Soviet dominance, and someone had just been to like, hey, calm down. In 10 years, there won't be a Soviet Union. He's been like, what are you? Like, okay, nice idea, but you're out of your fucking mind. And yet that was true too. So there is, even when, and you can see some dynamics even in our politics today, where like, 3 years ago, I was really concerned about whether they'd shut the whole thing down. Us, I mean, like when it was during the COVID time, and during times where it was like everyone I knew was just getting strikes on all their channels, and you just even wanted to like talk about how like there are people being vaccine injured, you like lose your YouTube channel, get kicked off Twitter left and right. And I just saw it and I was like, dude, the graph is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. The regime is not going to allow these alternative voices, too big. They're going to shut this whole thing down. I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do with after that. And I was totally wrong. It's just the trend totally went in the other direction. And things are now at a point where it's like I couldn't even imagine it. I never would envision Elon Musk was going to get $44 billion together and buy Twitter and the music. It's like, and so I just think that if you kind of like zoom out, I think that the regime has lost their monopoly on propaganda. And this opens up enormous possibilities for what, I remember so vividly 2002. And 2002, 9/11 happened in late 2001, and invaded Iraq in 2003. The fall of 2002 was a massive propaganda campaign, just constantly laying down the blueprints for this war that we knew was George W. Bush was about to launch. And it was, they had weapons of mass destruction. They were in on 9/11, friends with Al Qaeda. They're going to hand this weapon that they don't have off to the terrorists they're not friends with, and then they're going to nuke Kansas. And every right winger, by the way, this is also, sorry for rambling a little bit, but this is also one of the reasons why when the Jew haters will say things like, oh, look, all of the Jews support Israel, or 70% of the Jews vote this way, or 70% of the Jews support this way. It's like, listen, I don't like blaming when the Palestine haters will say 70% of Gazans support Hamas or whatever. It's like, okay, look, I remember a time in this country, I know I'm going back 20 years, but every right-winger in this country was completely convinced that we have to go invade Iraq because he has weapons of mass destruction. And you're some type of leftist homo if you don't agree with that. That was the entire culture of this country. And it was the one thing that the New York Times and Bill O'Reilly, CNN, and the one most all agree on. They were all on board selling this book. You could not do that. They could not get away with that. Because if they did, how do you control this entire country? But you tell me. How do you control Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson? You get these guys to go in. They're not going to go along with it. And in fact, they're almost definitely going to have people on their show who are just tearing it apart. And so I just look at that and I go like, we're in a place now where we have this world of possibilities that would have seemed impossible just so recently. And so just thinking, like all of that rambling stew, whatever all that was, that leaves me feeling very, very hopeful.
Yeah, there's a lot of social and political progress in that rambling stew over the decades and centuries. For me, some of the technological progress is really exciting. Me personally, it just fills me with hope when I see the rocket go off. So to clarify,
I've been on this going with Josh, on this going with that was good. So I
you had to clarify the Epstein thing. The Epstein rule. You had to clarify exactly what's rocket. SpaceX and Blue Origin rockets. Take you viewing of space. And Yeah, blessed to be among the stars. It makes me feel like we're going to make it. Because the bleaker times of history, you think of it's just a sense, right? And during COVID, there's a sense of like, for many reasons, maybe just a simple psychological human reason, oh, like, fuck, I don't think we, as a civilization, are right. If we can't handle this pandemic from a policy perspective, from a human perspective, economic perspective, like, this is like pandemic light. There's going to be other bigger troubles coming our way. And then now we have this kind of, again, democracy going on. It's like we, first of all, we'll colonize space and other planets, and we are very inventive motherfuckers who figure it out.
Yeah, and then certainly, like for me, just personally, it's like really touched my life. But like the innovations in medical technology are just nuts. And my son had a congenital heart defect, had open heart surgery when he was 3 days old, and I mean it's like something that 20 years ago I would have lost my child, in peace of mind, just absolutely fine. This is just amazing what these surgeons, cardiologists, and neonatologists, and all of them, what they do now is like goddamn magic. And so there was always something about that would, it was almost like that inoculated me against ever having a sense of like, well, I wish it was the previous time. It's like, no, sorry, the previous time I lose my kid, so I don't care whatever other challenges there are out here. Like, I'll take that trade off where this baby survives and gets a shot at having life. And there is a lot of that stuff is kind of easy to take for granted. And it's like, if you touch your life, you don't take for granted as much, but it's just like, now it really is, there are miracles going on all over the place now that like everybody in human history did not have access to.
All right, brother. It's great to finally meet a conversation.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this.
And I can't wait to talk to you again.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dave Smith. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me give you some words from our real teachers. Willingness to challenge the government where it's wrong. Thank you for this. We hope to see you next time. And next time, it's a fun to Viva la muerte. Muerte. They have their counterparts today. They are the people who told line like we are dead. More than we are alive. Following conversation, Douglas, author of One of the West, the Madison Crowley, Democracy, Democracy. We talk about Russia and Ukraine and about Israel. Douglas is very strong views on the topic. Brilliantly, they are always trying to keep all topics, but also talk to people who have different views from Douglas, including on the next episode of this podcast. We live in an era of online discourse where lifters, drama performers, liars, bots, superheads, learn that from Douglas. It's hard to know if you try. I believe no one is in possession of the entire truth, but some are more correct than others. Some are insightful, and some are delusional. The problem is hard to tell which is which, unless you use your mind with intellectual humility and with rigor. I recommend you listen to many sources who disagree with each other. Try to pick up wisdom and knowledge. Also, I recommend you visit the places and questions as Douglas has, as I have, or at least talk face to face with people who have spent most of their lives living there, whether it's Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, or Russia. Let's strive together not to be caught in a machine of outrage, but instead to reach toward reason and compassion. There is no Hitler, Stalin, or Mao in the world states today. Plus, there are thousands of nuclear weapons ready to fire. Human civilization hangs in the balance. The 21st century is a unique geopolitical puzzle all of us are tasked with solving. Let's not mess it up. This is a Let's Room podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Douglas. What have you understood about the war in Ukraine from your visits there? Just looking at the big picture of your understanding of the invasion of February 24th, 2022 and the war in the 3 years since.
Well, I think several things. There's political angles which are forever changing, but on the human level, you know, the frontline troops, we have that admiration for people defending their country, defending their homes, defending their families. I'm struck by the way in which that is at a remove from sort of political noise, the media noise, and much more. It's very easy to get caught up in the choose and fro's today's news, but that, to my opinion, that's the single thing that struck me the most. As I said, it's just the people I've met who are fighting for a cause which, at that level, is unavoidable, undeniable.
So the thing that struck you is different from the media turmoil is just the reality of war.
Yeah. You know, people who have either lived under Russian occupation, invading armies, and then come back out into the world, have been liberated as in late 2022, for the people now, who are most recently there, recent weeks, who were just getting on with their job as soldiers, whilst the world was talking about them.
When were you there? Early on in this escalating war of 22?
Yes, first time was with the Ukrainian armed forces when they took Kherson, and I was back in recent weeks. I was there when the Trump-Zelensky blow-up happened. That was in the Ukrainian dugout at the front lines when I was watching.
How's the morale? How's the way, the content of the conversations you've heard different from the two visits, separated by, I guess, 2 years?
But at what level, nothing has changed. No, it's not a total standoff because ultimately each side gains territory from the others, but it's not level that we've had very significant military gains by either side in the interim period.
I think my experience of the soldiers and people in Ukraine early on in the war, there's an intense optimism about the outcome of the war. There's a sense that they're going to win. And the definition of what win means was like all the territory is going to be won back.
Yeah, I certainly was the front lines facing Crimea was very quite familiar with people who thought that the Ukrainians in late 2022 would be able to get Crimea back. That struck me even at the time. I said that was an overreach.
And now, I think people, the soldiers, these mass stores that I visited the second time are more exhausted. the morale,
Mm.
the dreams, the certainty of victory has maybe faded from the forefront of their minds.
Well, 3 years of war will tire out anyone.
What did you think of the blow up with Zelensky and Trump as your done that?
Well, it's a very disturbing place to watch it from, as anywhere would have been. And obviously it was a meeting that shouldn't have happened far too early.
What do you think so? There's not enough actual papers to be signed. The takeover.
Well, I think it's a mineral deal. I love the fact that everyone's down it. Skirting Eastern Ukrainian mineral deposits. But
I think that's learning, and we'll talk about Israel and Palestine, learning that everybody's an expert on geopolitics and straight up war on the internet.
now, speaking of the edge of my mineral deposit knowledge. No, what I can see the deal that the American administration is trying to get the Ukrainian government to sign, but it was too early to force Ukrainians were ready to sign a deal, but were obviously under tremendous pressure. And I think certainly Zelensky wasn't expecting to go until pretty much the day before. Was obviously physically tired, again as you are after that night. Pressure. No, the thing that struck me, I said this in the comment to your post from there, but the thing that struck me was I said to some of the soldiers I was with, what do you make of this? And, one of them just said to me, well, we're advised not to be follow too closely to the house and politics and this, and of course everyone has Instagram scrolls and about dog pictures of the hot women, whatever is whatever in the oval. And but what struck me was this American saying, I've got a dog.
Right. And there's a clarity and a wisdom to that. But your job is bigger than that, right? It's to understand the politics as well. What do you think about the politics of that moment? Because that was a real opportunity to come together and make progress on these, right? And it, by all accounts, was not a successful step forward.
I didn't do anything successful step forward, unless to some extent it was play but from deep sea to say you just look, we duffed up Zelensky and now give us something. That's the only remedial idea I have about what might have been behind it. But I think it was just one of those extremely just awful political moments. Zelensky was obviously deeply irritated by the interpretation of war that he was hearing from Washington. It was only a week after the Trump comments about Zelensky being a dictator. And people in the administration implying that Ukraine has started the war. And I think that must be a Zelensky a pretty Alice in Wonderland situation to be in. And I had significant sympathy for him, finding it bewildering, because it would be.
I think the sad thing to me also, of the mundane details of that meeting, is just the unfortunate way that meetings happen. I think it's true that he was also exhausted.
Yeah.
There was a dickhead of a reporter that was asked a question about outfit in a way that, listen, Zelensky, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. He's an emotional being, for better or for worse. And there's a dumb dickhead of a reporter.
I totally agree with what
the things, see, you're a real journalist.
he's one of the new. I'm all for opening up the White House press pool and all that sort of thing. Yeah, it's just a blog land. There's nothing wrong with that, but it means that you get something, do something with that. The problem with that interaction, as I saw it, was that guy asked that more disrespectful question, and I think it was disrespectful. And I'll very quickly say why. I think when a man comes from the realm of war, in the realm of peace, the people in the realm of peace should have some respect, or at least concession, that the other man is coming from the realm of war. And that if you're sitting in a political environment where you talk about people being destroyed, decimated, defenestrated, then that's more to a man for whom none of that is metaphorical. So I think that's extremely hard to accept. And I think that probably also in that moment there was a sort of sense of, Zelensky being disrespected by being asked about when does everyone know that Churchill during World War II used to wear his fatigues on top. This is just that to remind people that you're coming from World War. And I think that probably in that moment, one of the things that would be going to say would be, but I mean, if this was Putin sitting here being his self-described journalist, hope your host step to defend you. I mean, let's try this one out. Say if a journalist in the Oval Office of Putin was sitting there, or a chief journalist said to Putin, everyone knows you have a lot of facial work done, and the word is you use the same guy that Berlusconi used to use. Can you comment on that? You'd say, well, that's kind of disrespectful question for journalists to ask. It's a little bit of what needs to be gone over. And it's the same thing with Zelensky out there, that it was just petty and threw things off that way.
Yeah, that was totally sure, because I think Zelensky was explaining this like 3 years ago. War guy, he was consistent, right?
It's also, by the way, it's an example of the frivolity of the attempts to understand what's going on. I mean, my view is that since actually most people, in fact everybody, cannot be an expert on everything, one of the things that we always do is to seize on minor, really quite unimportant things. I mean, for example, every side does look at the way in which the American right for years talked about the Churchill bus leaving the White House Oval Office into Barney. I didn't want to hear another dark thing about the Churchill bus after 8 years, because it was in lieu of trying to understand and actually critique Obama's foreign policy, just an easy shortcut. I think it's the same, but we're always doing it.
But the thing is, I think you mentioned Putin. I think Putin would have been able to respond himself to that journalist effectively, and he would have done it in Russian.
Oh yeah, the language.
Yeah. So I wanted to sort of lay out several just unfortunate things that happen in these situations, and I think it happens in all these negotiations. And it's funny how history can turn on ends like this. I do think that the dickhead reporter, combined with the fact that with all due respect, but Zelensky's English sometimes is not very good.
Yes, so he had agreed to not mention English, he would have bought himself the extra set because it's something on his English.
Yeah, and have the wit. The guy is funny, witty, intelligent. You could do that in the native language of whether it's Ukrainian or Russian. You'd be able to respond and get the interpretation. So all of that is very unfortunate, because I think that those little moments, it's a dance, and there's an opportunity there. The Republicans, the right wing in the United States, in general, kind of skepticism of Zelensky, but that doesn't mean it has to be that way. It can turn, it can change, it can evolve.
It's very interesting why it has been. Why do you think
The politics in the United States is so dumb that at the very beginning could just be reduced to, well, the left went Putin bad, Zelensky good, rah rah Ukrainian flags. Therefore, the right must go the opposite.
Yeah,
And sometimes it's literally as dumb as that. Let's just pick a side and call the other dumb.
I had a line I used recently, the necessity of people who live too long online to try to wade their way out of the memes. It is so like that. Yes, I mean, I can understand people find it very irritating that so many people who have put BLM flags or pride flags or, trans flags in their bio, then put Ukrainian flags in their bios, but people almost certainly not know what Ukraine was. And if that happens in Nevertheless, I think a lot of people who aren't really thinking is to say, that's really annoying. These people are really annoying. I'll sock it to them. But that's where you've got to try to rise above that and say, actually, funny enough, the fate of the country doesn't depend on my tolerance for memes online today.
Yeah, so I think the memes can be broken through in meetings like the one that happened between Zelensky and Trump, but have been real camaraderie. I've seen the skill of that just recently, researched deeply and interacted with Narendra Modi. Here's somebody who has the skill of, for his country, for his situation, being able to somehow be friends with Putin, and friends with Zelensky, and friends with Trump, and friends with Biden, and friends with Obama.
Great skill.
That, while still being strong for his country and like fundamentally a nationalist figure, who's like, very not globalist, not anything but pro-India, India first, nation first. In fact, nation first with a very specific idea of what that nation represents. And that, Zelensky could do all of those things, but have the skill of navigating the Trump group, because every single leader has their own peculiar quirks that he navigated.
Yes, the obvious one. I mean, I don't make it sound like Zelensky's fault, but the obvious one was to say yet again, as he has done for 3 years, thank you to American people, American politicians across the aisle for your support for my country in this Arab movement. We're deeply grateful. And because he, for once, forgot to say that.
I think it's not that simple. I think
It's not that simple. One,
I think saying thank you to him to say thank you. There's
just that way Vance left him.
He's just picking a thing to keep going. There's a whole energy. You have to acknowledge in your way of being that you have been very Biden, buddy with the left for the last 40 years. There's ways to fix that. Listen, these people are complicated. These are just all of them, Biden, Trump. You have to navigate the complexity of that. And you basically have to say a kind word to Trump, which is like showing there's many ways of doing that, but one of them is say, feeding the ego by acknowledging that he is one of the world's greatest negotiators. I'm glad we're able to come to the table and negotiate together, because I believe you are the great negotiator, mediator that actually bring the successful resolution.
Yeah.
As opposed to have another view of like, it should be obvious to everybody that Ukraine are the good guys and Russia is the bad guys. There's this whole energy of entitlement that he brought. He forgot that there's a new guy. You gotta convince the new guy that the global mission that this nation is on, this war that is in many ways the West versus the East, that this ideal things, the whole history is here. And this is a world worth winning. You have to convince them. Right?
Yeah, sure. And it obviously failed on that occasion. But as I say, it must be bewildering to have landed a place where people were seriously talking about Ukraine starting the war and Zelensky not Putin being victorious. I did the front page of the New York Post the day after the party saying Victor Putin this is indicating. And I think that people can be live enough to be able to recognize that, you can make criticisms of Zelensky or the Ukrainians. It doesn't mean you have to fall for Putin. And again, unfortunately, a lot of people in our time don't have that capability.
Can we go right into it? What is your strongest criticism?
He's a dictator, very bloody, as repressive as you can be in political opposition, internal opposition. He's kleptomaniac. His country is also has enriched himself as much as he could, as he has cronies around him. He's not just acted to destroy internal opposition in Russia, but has gone to other countries, including my own country's birth, and killed people on their power sort of using, as it happens, weapons of mass destruction. The use of polonium in the centre of London, not good. The use of incredibly dangerous nerve agents that could kill tens of thousands of people in a charming cathedral city like Salisbury, not good. If the sort of apologists of Putin say, well, he's just a sort of tough man who's looking after his house business, well, I don't think, even if you think he has the right to do that, you should be doing it. Third countries deliberately using weapons that are meant to show that you could take out tens of thousands of British citizens. Yeah, that's just the start of this.
What do you mean for, do you think he's actually popularly elected?
No.
Do you think the results of the election are fraudulent? Do you think it's possible that it's just that the opposition has been won and he's legitimately popularly elected?
It definitely helps the chat if he's killed all his opponents.
Something about using the term chat in that context is just marvelous.
But no, I mean, seriously, if people are worried about, this is another sort of like the Alice in Wonderland. Zelensky is saying, well, why hasn't he been a dictator? Because he hasn't held elections for a total war of the past. And he's like, well, if you're really, really passionate about free and fair elections in that neck of the world, you'd at least notice that Russian elections are not free and fair in any sense. But this doesn't mean that you have to say that therefore they have Western-style elections and win that Russia is ready to go and become a Western liberal democracy. Doesn't mean any of that at all. Just at least know that this is what Putin is.
What do you think was the motivation for his invasion of Ukraine?
It's what he's said for years, which is basically the reconstitution of the Soviet Union.
Do you think there was empire-building components to that motivation?
I would trust most of my friends in Eastern and Central Europe who certainly do think this. There's a reason why the Baltic countries are the countries that are spending highest as a percentage of GDP on defense, and it's because they're very modern. I don't think they're faking it. I don't think they're faking it for me or for anyone else. I think Lithuanians and Latvians and Estonians and others are genuinely worried for the first time in some decades.
Do you think there's a possibility that the war continues indefinitely, even if there's a ceasefire, the peace reached, the war will resume, yet he will seek expansion even beyond Ukraine?
And the most obvious thing is if Trump manages to negotiate a ceasefire, it'll be a temporary pause, and whoever comes in as president after Trump, Putin will use the opportunity to advance again. Yes. Again, one of the things I have heard from parts of the American right is that all he wants is Ukraine. That that's all he wants, and that he has no history or rhetoric or actions to suggest something else. And one of the reasons why you could I very much remember the country of Georgia after Putin tried to win 2008. So I just, again, people don't have to be the greatest support of the Ukrainian cause, just to recognize that it doesn't seem to be the case
see value in depth and power to the others. Somebody like Dr. Chuck that ease engagement in Ukraine. It's increasing military power that spans the defense region and the evacuation of geopolitics. It's interesting. One fact I've been thinking about for years is the capture of sort of macro analysis of certain figures that tend to be perfectly wrong and in the area of Ukraine relation. The case Israel, people like Steve. It's been interesting. These are people that I haven't heard of for some years. They were not listening to the first usually good reason. But by the way, first one, very suggestive. Just really most people, to some extent, will say they are realistic. Very few people are surrealistic. Well, most people are unrealistic. Surrealist foreign policy. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should. But, I mean, if you want to say if you want to keep the eye down across the board, I think the steel man there are Russia has, or believes it has a steel man, and it's regrettable, but there's very little to do. That would be about the best version. Well, to expand on that steel man, this limits powers up for the U.S. way. The United States uses military power to have steel imports of military. And China appears to be willing to use military power to expand its international political power, not kinetic, warfare to take over areas of conflict. Behind that is methodologies commanded that come up with disappears the books and students just I just but yeah, cool. Okay, countries believe they have or would like to possibly do. I do think at some point that these are realistic have to try to decide how much leeway they're allowed to give to a very patient view. And it's not maybe I mean it's not the easiest calculation of what's the main work out whether or not, for instance, it is true if Russia if Putin used to go all the way to Kiev in the first weeks of war in 22, it would have gone straight on to other places. And, maybe maybe you would take these maybe you wouldn't. I mean, this is a very fine calculation that changes every week. I don't think Georgia why are we on Mark leading up to that to get from either NATO membership or EU membership. I thought that was too big. Like, so like I'll miss that example for Europe, NATO, because you've got to be very careful as many policies that one of the issues with Ukraine has been since the 90s is are you going to set up a trade war to start with Britain? What do you think is still where's the path of peace will go in the coming weeks and months? I think the progressively Ukrainian seeds go and then making sure that we are during whatever peace comes up and how is it of Dennis and Hunt, the financial price hike. You could lay any of that out because you have to negotiate. But I think that And I think the ease with which non-Ukrainians are currently speaking about Ukrainian ceded territory is concerning, because these territories include hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian citizens who do not want to live under Putin's rule, and people who have families in the rest of Ukraine, and much more. And I recently interviewed children who had managed to get out of the Russian occupied area, and it's brutal for the Ukrainian to be growing up in that territory. So when people say, well, obviously, Donetsk has to be given to Putin, I think that is not as easy a thing if you're in Ukraine as it is if you're sitting in New York, say. And by the way, I think on the issue of there is a school of thought that is the President Trump to some extent is floating in recent weeks, which is that if a deal is done, a business deal, you get a kind of buffer zone of American businesses, investment, therefore American business people in the region, which would effectively warn Putin not to invade. I don't follow that idea, because not least there are Americans in the regions that were invaded in 22 and they left fast. And we know from Hong Kong and other places, just because there are big national financial interests in the region does not mean that dictatorship will not either militarily or covertly take over. But I don't see American deployments as being effective buffers against Putin.
What did you learn from talking to children, Ukrainian children from those regions?
Well, I mean, it's heartbreaking, because the only schooling is Russian schooling. Obviously teaching the Russian language, Putin's view of history, and effectively indoctrination. And then people can quibble with that term, but it's Putinesque indoctrination in schools. And any children or families who do not want that effectively have to hide and not go out. And I spoke to children, parents who had school places of Russians set up in 22 and 23 summer camps for children in some of the areas occupied, and the children went off to the council and they didn't come back. But they were just stolen. And it's thought that about 25 Ukrainian children were stolen in this fashion. That's not a small thing. Not got very much attention, but children would hide when a Russian troops in the door. One teenage boy described to me how when one was out, a woman came round the house, knocked on the door, and gave him his papers, and said he had to attend the next week to sign up for the Russian army. This is not good, and that's obviously what life is like for thousands of people behind Russian lines in Ukraine. I just have it in mind when people say things like, well, obviously, but this is very, very hard.
Yeah, and even if they are part of the negotiation and hand over, I think that probably we beat generations or never that can be accepted by Ukrainian people. Never. What do we know about kidnapping of children? The stories of the thousands of children that Russia.
Some of them were in orphanages, not all, and some were. And it's a very complicated story, I think, because many children many Russians said, look at these Ukrainians, they don't look after their children, therefore we will. And I was recently, when I was there, looking at the story, because it's very interesting questions to why it hasn't had more attention. One thinks of, for instance, the abduction of the Chibok schoolgirls some 12 years ago now in northern Nigeria, and the appalling abduction
very interested in why the Ukrainian children being taken by the Russians and not getting some protection. There's a slight similarity with Israel, which we'll come on to, but and I do think that one reason is that they were effectively hostages, and the Ukrainians knew this. This is my estimation of the Ukrainians knew that if they made a great deal about this, was it worth more than they did, that the children would effectively be the most effective target. And I do think there's considerable truth in that, because if you look at, for instance, the way in which pressure has been put on the Israeli government by the Israeli population about kidnapping Israelis, you can see that it's a pretty effective tactic for any totalitarian regime or terrorist group to operate in a way that leads the population of the country will attack, pressure their government to do something in terms of concessions. It's a very effective tool, and I think that's really partly put down, not just outside of Ukraine, but also within Ukraine, partly for that reason.
As a truth seeker, as a journalist, how do you operate in that world where, at least to me, it's obvious that there's just a flood of propaganda on both sides? Now, of course, when you go there and directly experience it and talk to people, but those people are still also swimming in the propaganda. So unless you witness stuff directly, sometimes it's hard to know. As you have people on the Russian side, they're clearly, first of all, there is the they almost always say that there's no propaganda in Russia. Cool. Which makes me realize that you can be completely lied to. Maybe I am in the United States as well, and just be unaware. Maybe Earth is run by aliens. Maybe Earth is flat. So I don't know.
Maybe you've taken mushrooms.
I have before this, and I finally see the truth. And it's you. Okay, but back to our rounder discussion. The rounder ships that we are. How do you know what is true?
You can tell it when the bare facts become not true. But you can tell it when somebody is willing to claim that everything caused the invasion to except for Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a hilarious thing that happens, and I think you actually speak about this, that people are generally just much more willing to criticize the democratically elected leader forward. So the interesting thing that happens is wise sages narratives of what may have started the war, right? Which there's some truth to that. Like they have expansion, created complicated geopolitical project, whatever, sure. But they forget to say, but other parts of that story.
Well, yes. To some extent, it's funny. There's a very, the most irritating type of question asker at any event is the person who says, I was disappointed in the person who didn't address X. And I tend to say, well, looking forward to coming to your next talk, where in 30 minutes we'll cover everything that could possibly be covered. There's always stuff that's going to be left on the side. There's always going to be stuff that's left unaddressed. There's always going to be other angles. There's always going to be somebody else who has this interest, and you can't cover it. Nevertheless, if you cover everything other than the central events, then it's suspicious. Many years ago, there was a debate in London. There was a debate about the origins of World War II, and Pat Buchanan, Necromancer, was one of the speakers, and Andrew Roberts, historian, was one of the people on the other side. And at one point, they got so completely stuck into issues of iron ore mining in Poland in the mid something like this. And the moderator, I remember, this is a man. The moderator turns to Andrew Roberts and says, Andrew Roberts, why did World War II begin? He says, World War II began because Hitler invaded Poland. And it was a magnificent moment because everything had been demolished. They were so lost in all the intricate and clever and interesting things you can talk about the origins of the war, that you forget to mention the thing that's most important. And certainly my experience as a journalist, right, is that one of the reasons why you go and see things with your own eyes is because people are certain to tell you that what you see even with your own eyes didn't happen or hasn't happened. And it helps us feel for that moment.
The gradual thing that happens is where the obvious things that we take for granted, people stop saying it because it's like the boring thing to say at a party. And then all of a sudden, over time, you just almost start questioning whether like that obvious thing is even true. I don't know how that happened.
I think that psychology. Yeah, I think that's with other things that happen in a lot of different places, which is the important thing is the only you do for me. Everything else is what you remember. Then some of us, some reason why we try not to. The important thing.
Remember the obvious thing, yeah.
Yes. And as you said, I'm not wanting to be born about the party because it's true. What douchebag you feel if you know that?
Nobody has got that on this point. Okay, is it possible that Donald Trump, with a mediator, a successful negotiator to bring a stable peace to Ukraine?
It's possible. We'll have to see. I think it's too early and complicated to tell. That he wants to bring a peace seems to me to be obvious. He's stated it for a lot of time. Whether he can, we still have to see. It's extremely hard to see something like that. And I would suggest that not the most difficult, but one of the most difficult is there's no peace guarantee on paper that the Ukrainians can possibly defeat. It doesn't matter because we in the West, some of the countries in the West have said it before, we secure their peace. And we have. And so, what other than NATO membership, which is not possible, right? What other than NATO membership would reassure the Ukrainians that they are going to have their borders secured, the peace of Ukraine secured? I can't see.
I think there's not going to be a guarantee that you can trust. I think the way you have a guarantee, implicit guarantees by having military and economic partnerships with as many partners as possible. So you have partnerships with the Middle East, the partnerships with India, perhaps even with China, with the United States, and many nations in Europe.
All of which still suggest that if there's enough financial interests in Ukraine, that they would prevent another Russian invasion.
There will be financial pressure. Yeah. There will be Russia needs to be friends with somebody, either China or the West. And any world that's flourishing would have Russia basically be friends with the West and the East.
Totally ideal. It would be ideal if the regime Moscow wanted it. But that's that. I mean, again, people accuse of Russophobia, but I mean, I do believe that after the war, Russia was ill-treated by the West, not treated with the some of the courtesy that it required. I do think that. And at the same time, that doesn't justify the actions of Russia in the last couple of years.
Right, but descend from the surrealist to the realist. It's possible for Russia to be on the verge of military invasion of these nations, and that being wrong, while also not doing it because they're afraid to hurt the West and with China.
It's possible, but the alliance they formed was a sort of rogue alliance. China to a considerable extent, not of Korea, not useful. And Iran is something they seem to find not a very good alliance. And most people's analysis is an alliance.
Variable. But I don't think, maybe it's too good for this, I don't think the Russian people are more than Putin wants to be isolated from the West. I think they want to be friends with the West and with the East and with everybody. He just also wants Ukraine. Right? And there's Hydro Rollins known song go. Not the satisfaction.
Simply with the devil.
That's the one. You got it. No, like there's interest, whether it's experimental, that's one thing on the table. But that can be put aside in order to maintain the partnerships with these nations. And if Ukraine has strong economic partnerships with those nations, then that prevents Russia from invading.
I think the premise is one that I've seen before. There was a famous, what was his name? Norman Angell. He wrote this book, it's a fantastic bestseller today, where he believed that Europe would be in a period of endless Caspian peace because the prospect of European power going to war was so economically unviable. The book was reissued after World War I, and I never got the second edition, but I assume it was significantly rewritten a bit.
That's a very kind of cynical take. That's just because the book is wrong.
I'm not saying the book's wrong, I'm saying that the idea that the cooperation on an economic and other levels is any significant preventative device to madness breaking out is not something you see. It could deter some people, or it could deter some very, very rational, economically driven actors, but it fails to take into account all of the other things that motivate people. War and aid and people mad.
Okay. Well, I would argue that in the 21st century, one of the reasons I have fewer wars is because of the much more group work. So there's few tools here on this leveraging one stage. One of them is that we're just much more interconnected economically, globally interconnected. And that is always a present pressure on the world to keep peace. There's a lot of money to be made for peace. There's also a lot of money to be made for war. There's a lot of interest and tension. And I'm just presenting one of the tools that are needed to use it. The alternative, what? Military force? That is an interesting one, sometimes a useful one, but unfortunately, it has its downside also. And after 3 years of war and hundreds of thousands dead, you have to start wondering what are the options on the table.
I agree. I'm obviously for economic cooperation, but my only caveat is not to think that it is something which is of ultimate interest, or even the top of the list of interests of despots, tyrants, extremists who want something else.
Yeah, but can you read the mind of Vladimir Putin? A lot of the ideas that here about peace is Putin bad, victory must be achieved, NATO membership required.
Yeah.
This is kind of like, but what's the you have to come to the table to end the killing. It's one. And to have different ideas of how to have a non-zero chance of peace. So that, well, the options are, it seems to me the only option, not the only option, option. The likeliest option is a lot of strong economic partnerships. There's, of course, other radical options. There's Russia joining in or something like this, or there's giving, doing flirting with World War III, essentially giving nukes to Ukraine, something like this. There's like crazy stuff, or a totally new military alliance with France and Britain, Germany, European nations in Ukraine, or some weird network of military power that threatens Russia in some way, or maybe some big breakthrough partnership between India, China, and Ukraine, something like this. Just some really out there ideas, and I think that's how the world finds the balance. Realigns itself, which is the right.
Look, it could be. I heard your ideas right. I think it's about what's the most peaceful way for this to be resolved. My only caveat to say is, and also never forget to factor in that people want different things in this world, and some people don't dream in the universe.
I didn't even talk about that in the death box. That one is an easier one for me to understand, to distort what you're describing. I am more hesitant to assign psychopathy to leaders of major nations.
Yeah. I'm not by any means certain with regard to Vladimir Putin as an authoritarian madman who cannot be in any way understood.
I think he can be negotiated and easily.
Your lips to God's ears.
He's doing that in case 4 against Zelensky as the right leader for Ukraine at this moment. Is he the right person to take it to the point of peace?
We'll see. If he can, then of course he is. He deserves enormous respect for galvanizing people and being elected in the first place, for galvanizing his nation at a time of incredible peril, playing the international game of getting support for his country well. And sometimes the person who does that, not that there are many people like that, can be the person who also bring about peace still, sometimes not.
I think there's a degree to which he may have seen too much suffering of the people, the land he loves, being sit down at the table, did the destruction, be able to
That is what
compromise.
that's possible. Again, it puts you into something sort of slightly presupposes that Putin doesn't have the same human instinct on that. It is extremely hard. I've noticed this in a lot of conflicts. It's extremely hard the way in which outsiders come in and others who haven't seen what you've seen or gone through what you've gone through and say, it's time to get around the negotiating table and just you didn't see what I saw compared to what I went through. For you to tell me, go back to that thing with the visitor from the land of war and the visitor from the land of peace. The visitor from the land of peace can easily talk about getting around the negotiating table. But the visitor from the land of war has seen other things. And it's very hard for somebody who hasn't seen it to tell the person who has that they should act differently.
Instead of being about humanity, is both the person from the land of peace and the person from the land of war are right.
Yes, so that's a struggle.
That's definitely a struggle.
It's like asking somebody to forgive. I've seen that with a lot of ends of conflicts. You'll see many important things we forgive and move on. And then the other person says, your child can die of trouble.
Yeah, this is, I got a lot of heat for this last week, but Right. People privately, people message me is all love and support. Even people that disagree with Ukraine soldiers. There's a lot of people online that are misrepresenting me. They're lying.
People online are ruthlessly represented and lying.
Yeah.
Good God, I've discovered a new phenomenon.
I'm a real radical intellectual.
Nothing misses your eye.
I see the truth and I'm unafraid to point it out. No, there's a degree, this idea that you need to compromise with the leader of in so doing to some degree of forgiving their actions. Because the actual feeling you have is you wanted to be fair, and that has been fair when you see that much suffering is for him and everybody around him, maybe even all of the people on the other side that just die because you seem to have suffered. But the other side of that is, yes, there's children that have died, but you go coming to the negotiation
Stop other children dying.
yeah. So like there is just you have this kind of way of speaking about it, embodying that perspective that it's naive to say to come to negotiation table. And it is for a person from the land of war. But the very smart, intelligent, non-naive person from the land of peace is often right in some deep set of American history. And it is the right thing to come to negotiation to end the war.
The one thing I would add to that, though, is don't forget that it also depends on whether or not there's a clear shot of winning. So if there's a clear shot of winning, and that's the most important thing in wars is not final negotiations, it's simply winning. And if you have a clear shot of winning, and you can take it, and you're near it, then having somebody else come in and saying, why not stop just before victory is very hard. That's one of the many complexities of conflict we're talking about.
You almost see it. The other big complexity of that is the clear shot of winning. Just like a man walking through the desert and seeing water. It could be during war. It really is an illusion. So here's what happens. The really complicated aspect of negotiation is in order to negotiate peace from a place of strength, you have to have victory in sight.
Yes.
And so the temptation from that position is to not negotiate, is to keep pushing forward and achieve victory. And this, I would say, hindsight is 2020, but this is the failure of 22 two occasions to achieve, to negotiate a ceasefire of peace. One in the spring, because there was Ukraine was a real big, I would say, position of strength, having fended off the Russian forces around here. That's one. And then, as you mentioned, in the fall of 22, with Kherson, Hungary, had a lot of military success. They were in a place of strength. And from that place, they decided to keep going because victory was in sight. That was also another piece.
Perfectly possible. Yeah.
That's the hard thing.
It's very hard. It's all hard. But I'm just, again, it's victory can be won or is a and you're right, they can also grind on because nobody has the capability to make a breakthrough. It's a case of wisdom about civil wars tends to be that they sort of burn out after about 10 years or so for similar reasons.
When you're in the war, you actually know that victory could be won.
It's a very good question, and you need troops on the battlefield or military leaders or
Military and political leaders. It just feels like I said, man doesn't see water. There's a sense that victory is so close. With time, There's times in the war, like it explodes.
No, you're right.
And then it just slips away.
Yes, an interesting insight to take away from it. There's a force in nature which is that if you amass an army, amassing it will pull you in to using it. Extremely hard to amass an army somewhere. Let's go back. So yes, you're right. No, it's one of many interesting aspects of warfare.
I think the sad thing about successful wars in the modern day is it takes a great military leader. Like I would argue that Zelensky really unified Ukraine in this fight at the beginning of the war. You have to be that, and like you said, after you amass the army and have military success, to be able to step back and be at peace. That those two just don't often go hand in hand. Because again, as a wartime leader, especially one who's seen the suffering firsthand, walking away, it's tough. Especially also combined with that, just the realities of war, where there is probably corruption, that there is things. Once the war ends, there has to be investigation because the war wasn't won. You might not turn out to be what history would say was a guy, and the leader doesn't want to. The leader always wants to be a good guy. So there's just all psychological complexities. When you look at this whole picture, in the basic sense, if you want Ukraine to flourish, if you want humanity to flourish, just ask the question, okay, what is the thing I would like to see?
There's so many historical narratives you can give, but justice surely not rewarding Putin's actions in any way would be a good way to deter him and other dictators from trying to grab land in the future.
So, yeah, but it's nuanced because, it's very probably good to be the wrong person at the party because today, truth is bad, democracies are good, so the ideas of West
Most is bad.
but this sounds like Animal Farm, but yes, two legs better. No, but yes, democracy is better. And maybe countries is bad. Uh, but World War III is bad too. So after you say something is bad, what's the next step? Is military intervention in a lot of these conflicts.
It would be about deterrence.
Yeah, but what's effective deterrence?
That we're going to have to keep going over for a long time to come.
My question is, how can we achieve peace in April, in May? Right? Not like the adults that people also tell me, well, it's a process, it's complicated, it just feels like this is a thing that might go into the next future. And if there's still maybe initial ceasefire, the ceasefire is broken, and there's more people dying, and it's that mess. It seems like civility and politeness ignores the fact that people are dying.
I mean, of course, like almost everybody, not everybody, but almost everyone would like to take stop immediately. Of course.
No, but I think that is one thing at the party. Yes, but they don't say it all the time. Not often. There has to be a frustration. There has to be frustration. I don't understand why Putin, Zelensky, and Trump can't just meet in the room together without signing anything. Leaders meeting, discussing, and human connection. There's so many layers of diplomats. It's the problem I have with a managerial class. They schedule meetings. Sure, they'll get shit done. And I would love it if people got shit done. So the soldiers get shit done. They're fighting the reality of the war. And then the leaders have the capacity to get shit done on the scale nations, two fathers. But like this diplomatic meetings,
I share your frustration, but at the same time, I think I share your frustration because a lot of it, in my eyes, that Dan and that's what the other week they were hit just after their base. You wouldn't believe what the thermobaric bomb could do to the human body. And I share your frustration with that, but at the same time, one of the things that happens if you are Russian is that you do, and I've seen this elsewhere, you will put pressure on the people you can pressurize, and you will not put enough pressure on the people you can't pressurize. That is one of the worries that could happen with this. So that you can put, America can put ordinance, diplomatic, financial, intelligence, military pressure on Ukraine. And it can put significant pressure on Putin, but it's much easier to pressure Zelensky. And that's one of the many things that makes it harder, is that the temptation to rush for peace, accepting the peace is the most desirable thing, accepting the horrors of war. Thank God, accept him all that. If somebody says we've got to get peace today, and the three of them around the table, the most likely thing is that it will be the person who you can pressure most easily who will be the person you can pressure, and as a result, have an outcome which, yes, might stop the killing as soon as possible, but might also set up a situation which rewards the aggressor and effectively punishes the victim. That's an extremely ugly and common thing to happen.
Yeah, and that's the important thing to say. We're going through that the easy shortcut here is to punish aggressors. And so we just have to not do it. Let's keep it important. Yeah, well, nobody's going to try us. All right. Let's go from one complicated conflict to perhaps an even more complicated one. Israel and Palestine. Can you take me through what happened on October 7th, as you understand it, and as you outlined at the beginning of the book?
Well, the book on democracies and death comes is a mixture of first-hand reporting and observation and interviews, and a wider reflection, not just on the war that's been going on since the 7th of October, but what's been going on a lot longer. And also, I suppose, on more for me, on the overarching question, which I'm sure we'll get to, which is the reaction of the rest of the world. Obviously, on the 7th itself, it was a brigade, so it's attack on Israel from Gaza. Hamas broke through the security fence and attacked all the softest targets they could. They swiftly overwhelmed the observation base Nahalas. They moved right through communities to the south, very peaceful, peaceful communities of the kibbutzim, as they call the communities, and they didn't rape, kidnapped. Of course, they, from their point of view, have the great good fortune of also coming across hundreds of young people dancing in their husband having a dance party and rampaged through that with RPGs and Kalashnikov grenades, hammers and more, and got within 20 kilometers into Israel, places like Ofakim, Sderot, important town, carried out their massacres there as well. We now know that the plan was that Hezbollah did the same thing north. Hezbollah joined in the war within 24 hours by starting firing rockets confusion of why they didn't coordinate better. So Hamas didn't trust any line of communication to Hezbollah to let them know exactly when they were going to do it that wouldn't be accepted. The Iranian Revolutionary Government in Tehran, which obviously funds Hamas and Hezbollah, trains and arms, knew of the plan. It was a very successful attempt to annihilate the state. They didn't get close to that, but they got worryingly close to the chief line of thought. They were capable of. I think from the Israeli side, it was probably one of the most, if not the most catastrophic intelligence and military failure since the foundation of the state. And I think there are several reasons why. One is deception. What a lot of military funds and others describe it as the conception. The conception that had prevailed in Israel for some years in the security military establishment was that Hamas were content with being corrupt and governing Gaza, lining their pockets and living in Qatar and becoming billionaires, but that like many other terrorist groups and cults, that they would end up becoming just corrupt and not losing their ideology. The ideology becomes secondary. That's the first thing, was there was a massive error of the conception in Israel. And then there are the multiple manifold security and military failures on the day and leading on the day. And there already have been, but a lot of people help look out for that. And there doubtless will be in the future as well. The single thing I heard, which I heard most, and which was most distressing in a way, was the number of people who described to me who survived the massacres in the south, who said that, they said to their children, don't worry, the army will be here in minutes, and they weren't, in many places, many hours until the army got there. And there are reasons for that. There are some reasons that will be military failings, leadership failings. Other things were as I discovered, were very human failings. I don't want to overstress the failure of the army, because actually certain units it got down very fast. So just about got down to the junction. I within about an hour and 90 minutes of the massacre started and joined in the fight. And then there were self-starters where I found a lot of extraordinary people who just broke orders and just realized the magnitude of what's happening. So we need to in the south go and fought very hard for hours, days, in some cases. But the complexities on the ground were unbelievable. As usually happens in warfare, but what they call the fog of war is a very real thing. You know what it is. You see it in hindsight, but you can't see when you're in it. And one of the things that made it very complicated was, for instance, Hamas coming in, taking uniforms off dead Israelis, wearing them, coming in with Israeli-style apparatus on them. There was a doctor I quoted as well, who describes how he was going to he was Israeli Muslim Arab, and he was going to the doctor, he was going to his shift in hospital at 6:30 in the morning. The rockets start coming in because the rockets started first, and then the sort of failure. And he described to me how he's one of the members of this group. How set up was the first responders group, and then they sort of they get an alert that tells them that a car has crashed nearby, and they got on their first aid kit, someone can go. And he got one of those alerts on the junctions and realised that the car something happened, some dead bodies, and he stops and he sees these men dressed as soldiers, and they start, and he's wearing some
Czechoslovakia, and they start firing at him. And he just thinks, what the hell is going on? And they turned out to be Hamas dressed as Israeli soldiers. They used him as a human shield to try to protect from any air assault. In the end, they shot him and left him survive. Very mad. So there was a lot of confusion like that. The girl whose father into the shoes at the Nova party, and I met him at one of the reunions of the party the weeks after, and the reunions of the survivors and the families on it. He described how in the last moments of his daughter's life, she phoned him on her phone and told people and reassured her that she can't get them there and so on. That her boyfriend was shot, her head was lying on her lap, she was often panicked, and they managed to get into a car and escape the party. They went to a community where they thought they'd be safe in South Israel. They were told to stay where they were by somebody who she said was a policeman. He wasn't a policeman, he was a man dressed as police, and she died. She was shot and killed as well. And so there was a lot of confusion like that. Hopefully, the world will find out exactly what went wrong in Israel. We'll find out exactly what went wrong led to this catastrophe. But I mean, it was a complete catastrophe.
You have a sense of how certain intelligence data could have happened? There's a real temptation to go on a conspiracy now, because it's such a giant intelligence failure. It seems that there was some manipulation on the inside, for political reasons or for.
You don't need to go to conspiracy now, though. I think there are people who say that there were parts of the intelligence network and so on that were trying to withholding the information. I don't know. Again, people will find out. There's an awful lot of politics inside Israel, and it's hard to know that at this stage. I think most people are still Israeli and not Israeli, including people anti-Israel, who just believe that Israeli military and particularly intelligence dominance is so strong that there must have been some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, how could this happen? I don't think you need to go into that. I think that, for instance, some of the young women at the observation base that are on the record, as you said, I've spoken to myself, who said that they had been warning in the weeks running up to that they were seeing maneuvers and training by the border, which suggested that Hamas was going to do something like this. They say that they were ignored. So you speak to some of the more senior commanders about that, and they say the thing is that this stuff is happening all the time. So it's very hard to know.
Can you talk through your understanding for who and what Hamas is, its history, and any ideology of this group?
Well, Hamas, in a way, quite easy to understand, because they say what their ambitions are, they say what their beliefs are, they say it in their governing charter on this. And you also have the advantage of Hamas, they, as it were, trying to understand them, so they tend to do what they say and act on what they believe. Primary aim of Hamas is to destroy the state of Israel and then see. They're not an unusual group. That the bit of it that is hard for some people to understand, I think, is that they really do mean what they say, and they really do mean what they say they want to do. And I give a number of examples for doctors, but the most obvious is the case of Yahya Sinwar as a leader who is generally regarded as having orchestrated and arranged the 7th of October. We know a fair amount about him because he was imprisoned in Israel in the 2000s for he was released in a swamp for Gilad Shalit, abducted and very salty. And Yahya Sinwar, in prison in Israel, talked to, among others, the dentist who ended up saving his life because Yahya Sinwar had a brain tumor. And this dentist identified this and actually sent him to hospital. The Israelis famously removed the tumor and saved Sinwar's life. But this dentist used to speak to him in prison very regularly and has related on his New York Times his conversations with Sinwar. And Sinwar said in one of those conversations, he said, he said, at the moment you is strong, but one day you'll be weak, and I'll come. And that's what he did.
Is it a hatred of Israel, though, or is it a hatred of Jews? Is it on the level of nations or the level of
Both. It's both. I mean, it originates from a religious mindset, but it's of course political as well. The Hamas Charter, some people sort of think the Hamas Charter is no significant. So I've noticed this state now that people do. Again, going back to what I was saying earlier, again, everything up basically the basic things. But the Hamas Charter, among other things, quotes the Hadith, the end times will not come until all the rocks and trees shout out, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew behind you, come and kill you." And that is, so Hamas is both obviously anti-Israeli, obviously, and anti-Jewish, obviously. And by the way, I mean, one of the many painful stories I've heard the book is the fact that so many people in the communities that they attack is not just that right community attack or wrong community attack, but the many of the communities they attacked were communities which deeply dreamed of the idea of living in peace with their Palestinian neighbours. There's a woman whose name has become relatively famous since Silver, who is a peace activist who spent every weekend driving Gaza children from the border to different things very rare medical needs and could not be seen attention to this. It's like Gaza would drive them to Israeli hospital. He spent every weekend doing that. Worked for all of the left-wing peacekeeping organizations in Israel. And for a while after the 7th, her name was obviously thought she had been taken captive in Gaza, that she had hostage close before her, and there were appeals by the various peacekeeping organizations for Hamas to hand her over. But they'd actually been burnt alive in her home. This wasn't discussed for quite a long time, so there was so little DNA left in her that it was very hard to identify remains in hers. So there were a lot of people in Gaza in the area around Gaza who would have been the people who wanted to live peacefully with Gazans someday. There's a certain among the many, not irony, just among these sort of pain days that this so overwhelming. These are the people.
the response after the second by Israel? Can you still make a case that Israel went too far?
Well, the case that started from very early on, that critics of Israel had, was the claim that, I think I first heard it on about the 8th of October, before Israel had done anything in response, was the claim that Israel must act proportionately in response. And I have a critique of this that I've often expressed, which is that there is such a thing as proportionality in warfare. And at the same time, Israel is always accused of acting disproportionately. And the proportionality for much of the rest of the world seems to think Israel should express in warfare is to
is to have an equal level of suffering and killing on both sides. I don't think there's any law of war that says that if you kill 1,200 people and you kidnap another 250, that's where the other side's allowed to do the same back. But that's what a lot of people think. And then when they see the death toll escalating on the Gaza side, they say Israel has acted disproportionately and is overreacted. That one is tricky because it's my belief, and again, and this is a basic thing that has to be stated, that 9 million citizens of Israel, if you extrapolate that out to what the 7th of October would have meant in America, you'd be talking about a day on which, if they hadn't had in America, where 44,000 Americans were killed in one day and 10,000 American citizens taken hostage. Nobody can tell that if such an atrocity occurred, that America would not do whatever it needed to destroy the groups that had done that and to retrieve the hostages that they taken.
Just on that point, I agree with you 100%. America would hit hard back. I think a lot of Americans feel justified. But it's also possible that the military-industrial complex and politicians will do something like what Iraq and Afghanistan, which will extend far beyond hitting back and actually do a thing that's destructive to everybody, including America financially, and the flourishing of America, the flourishing of that broadly, and the region, and the stability, and the war of terrorism, if that's a real thing. War in Iraq and Afghanistan did not maybe succeed in defeating terrorism or even making progress, probably being more terrorism. So there's a justified feeling of hitting back and going after somebody like Bin Laden and different 9/11. And there's just the actual implementation. Mm-hmm. And it seems like the implementation can sometimes intended or unintended consequences that are bordering on war crimes, if not downright war crimes. Now, it's disingenuous, but now when we look at Israel, where I say it's a small land, everything is very compact. There's a lot of complexities. They're well studied. We've talked about extensively.
Well, the two-state names of the Israelis after 7th were to get the hostages back and to destroy Hamas. And many people said that you could do one, but not both. And I actually think that they've gone a long way to do both. By no means everything. There's still hostages we speak of held in Gaza, including young America. And Hamas is not completely destroyed. It's very, very significant way that it's not completely destroyed. But those are the two aims. I believe that I've seen as much of the war as any outside observer. I think that's a exception, maybe, but and so I think I can say with considerable certainty what the Israelis haven't done. There were various operations at the beginning, various plans which didn't happen, like storming straight in and getting, for instance, as many hostages as possible out of the Shifa complex and call the hostages. There's also the Israelis to have mass command headquarters. And there was a plan to maybe go and do that fast, but it was avoided because of the number of deaths on all sides likely to happen. The Israelis did actually hold back at the beginning. There was a period of making sure that when they went into Gaza, they didn't do so in any way blind. But Gaza is a very fertile area population-wise. It's Something, by the way, was the people who claim privacy that Israel being committed genocide never taking happened. That was God's focus. Who essentially created the war in 2005. But yes, it's a densely populated area and it's an incredibly difficult place for the train of war because of one thing in particular, which is Hamas. Going back to our conversation earlier, this is a much extreme example. I mean, Hamas really don't play by the rules. In fact, they use the rules or laws of war completely to their advantage. You know, it has to be reiterated. You are not meant to disguise your army as civilian. You're not meant to use cases of care like hospitals as bases of your military operation. You're not meant to use schools and places of worship as operating centers of war. And Hamas doesn't, and has always done so. And it does so for a very obvious reason that for them the whole thing is a 2-for-1 offer. You get to operate everywhere. And if the Israelis operate anywhere, you claim that this is a war crime because how could they attack this group of civilians? These people are dressed as civilians. These people live in the so, and that's why everybody in the Gaza seems like they knows the same thing, which is just incredibly difficult warfare of a kind that American troops have seen in the last 20 years, Fallujah and elsewhere, Kurdish militia, Peshmerga, or when they were fighting as our frontline troops in the war against ISIS, similar house to house, but by no means the same entrenched basis. Again, it can't be stressed enough that Hamas has used the years since 2005 to build vast underground tunnel network. And again, it's obvious it has to be remembered and I quote one Hamas leader in the book saying when they build their tunnels, they do so in order that their tunnels are used by them, Hamas, to store their weaponry, to secure their fighters, and to hold hostages. They do not build their underground tunnel networks for the safety of Gazan civilians avoiding aerial bombardment. And every difference in the world seems to me to exist between a country which does build bombs and shelters for citizens and a government which builds bomb shelters with bombs. Can you discuss the flow of money here? So how does Hamas, the leadership, use the money? So you started to talk about Hamas, but how much corruption is there? You just lay it all out. Because I think that's an important part of the picture. Certainly corrupt. Every Hamas leader who's now dead died a billionaire. To say that they use Gaza's resources or the resources that came into Gaza for their own ends is vastly understated. Hamas used everything that came to build the infrastructure of terror that allowed them to do the seventh and everything since. They militarized the whole strength of Gaza. They, by the estimations of troops I agree with that every second of that house had weapons stashed there. Bombs, RPGs, Kalashnikovs, rockets, tunnel entrances, the network, they just led all the it was an opportunity for the Gaza to become something else. It could have become a thriving state. It could have been a thriving Palestinian state. It's just that Hamas, like the PLO before this, decided that they wanted to destroy Israel more than they wanted to create a Palestinian state. And that is to the great, great detriment of the Palestinians in Gaza, to put it as mildly.
So just to outline here, leadership of Hamas are stealing the money to the top end. So they're putting it in that bucket and then
by the American taxpayer, by the European taxpayer. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not just about stealing the money, it's about using the money as an infrastructure to annihilate the neighbor.
Those two things. Corruption is but it's also a signal of deep moral corruption because they're screwing over the Palestinian people.
Yeah, the cynicism says.
Okay, and then the money they do spend on the Palestinian cause, they're not doing that to build up Gaza. They're doing it to strengthen military capabilities of the terrorist organization. You maybe you can correct me on this, have said that the people of Gaza have some significant responsibility for the actions of Hamas.
Yes, they're like, the what ifs are endless, but very unwise in the George W. Bush administration to push for elections in Gaza after 2005. But Hamas were elected, and they then, 2007, killed the other Palestinian faction that was their main challenger, Fatah. Killed them, threw them off rooftops, dragged their bodies behind motorbikes through Gaza. From that point, they had total control. And, this is difficult because you get into the realm of being accused of advocating or in any way justifying collective punishment. If you talk about this, but it should be borne in mind that, Hamas had effectively 18 years to run the Gaza. And that's the time it takes from the birth of a child to the end of their formal education. And in 18 years, they could have decided and produced a generation of young Gazans who were productive for their people, for their society, for their neighbors, the rest of the world, and they didn't. They spent 18 years indoctrinating the children of Gaza into a death cult, into a genocidal hatred, which obviously is war's most dangerous to the Israelis. But it was obviously disastrous for the people of Gaza. And, there's just, speech soldiers who were there in 2014 when Hamas started the war again. It was set grounds of war since 2005. If you speak to soldiers who were there in 2014 going house to house, and who were also involved in the war since 2003, they all say the same thing, which is the marked radicalization of the Gazan population. The marked increase in so banal in a way when you cite the numbers of copies of Mein Kampf in Arabic in an average Gazan household, the protocol for their development in Zion. There are so many what ifs and other paths that Hamas have taken, but that was the one they took. They decided to take the path of using their time and power to build up their infrastructure, radicalize the population, and encourage them to believe that they can destroy the state of Israel. And then on October 7th, they gave it their best shot. And by the way, there is no organized collective punishment of the citizens in Gaza. Collective punishment is dropping bombs, with no purpose across civilian areas can't get properly disciplined. This is simply not what the IAF have done. So, they have been fighting a house-to-house war against this terrorist group. They do aerial strikes. Gaza is very, very badly beaten up. The buildings, I mean, the infrastructure that existed, there aren't many buildings standing. But this is not the result of just wild and imprecise bombing by the Israelis. It's been extremely concerted. It's extremely difficult. But when people say, well, this must be clever punishment, I think that the people who say that, you consider that's not true. And also, there is not a hostage who's come out. You don't come in the only companies. There is not a hostage who's come out I've spoken to who found any Gaza Palestinians who expressed even the slightest human kindness. If you look at the footage from the 7th that Hamas recorded themselves of them taking young Jewish women into Gaza and so on, you will notice that the trucks and the motorbikes and so on are not stopped by horrified Gaza civilians saying, why have you got this Israeli girl who is intending to cut? Why are you bringing her here? It's all celebration. All celebration. And it's the same with a couple of cases of hostages who managed to escape from the civilian houses they were being held in, who were immediately returned by citizens.
Yeah, the celebration, I do wonder what percent of the population they represent. There's something really dark. There's several ways to explain the celebration. It could be that there's a deep indoctrination where you do reach out to Jews. And there also could be a place of just deep desperation. And it's a kind of relief that you have to convince yourself that you're on the side of fighting for freedom in order to justify to yourself that this is the right way to fight out of desperation or extremely harsh conditions. Because the way we're kind of speaking about this with celebration, it's very easy to project a kind of evil in the populace that I'm very hesitant to project, especially in the general populace.
You don't have to project it onto them. You can just listen to their own words. One, I'm sure you've heard one of many audio recordings here from the morning, but I'm sure you've heard the audio recording of the young man who ends up in one of the communities in the south of Israel, calls back home. You heard that?
Yes, I've heard it.
I quoted from the first chapter of the book. He calls back home. He says his father who picks up. He's on WhatsApp. He's on the phone and saying, turn on the WhatsApp video and show. He says, I've killed 10 Jews in my own hands. So rather, your son's killed 10 Jews. And his father is saying, where are you? Where are you? I want to show you that. I want to show you. I killed Jews in my own hands. Your son. Put mother on the phone. Mother. The brother. This is one of many, many stories from the day that suggests something which I would say is not just indoctrination, but yes, evil.
First of all, those phone calls are somehow uniquely horrific. But I've also heard recordings of phone calls made by Ukrainian soldiers to their parents and Russian soldiers. And they have not as intense, not as horrific, but they have a similar nature to them, which there's an aspect of the war where you dehumanize the other side, right? But in order to fight that war. So we have to remember that element is going to be there in a time of war, in a time of desperation.
It would be a strange type of simple sort of pride and war to go into an 80-year-old woman's house and kill her on the floor and then film her dead body, her body in its final moments, and send it round to all of that woman's friends on her phone, on her Instagram account. You may have heard of me, but I would be surprised if there were even most vociferous of Russian soldiers phoning back home to Moscow and saying, "Mum, you won't believe my luck. I managed to rape and kill his 80-year-old wife." That's quite unusual, even more. And that's one of the things about Hamas and what I describe as the death cult types, which makes them different from other people.
But that's the channeling of evil and hatred and anger in the human spirit, but that doesn't make that person evil.
No, I disagree.
You commit that once.
I think that there is such a force as evil in the world. I think it can descend and it can be used. It's very hard to find a non-theological way to talk about this, but everything I've seen, there are actions that people like Hamas committed on the 7th that cannot be described as anything other than evil. And the things that happened in the Nova Party were especially important. It was all important, but they were especially important because, first of all, it's a sort of party which people like you, when I was younger, might have been. And so everyone knows, the world of the dance party, there was a desert to communion with nature and the universe, take some psychedelics to, expand your consciousness and your love. The fact that at 6:30 in the morning they encountered people coming in to the party on trucks and motor vehicles and just massacring and raping them. And I give examples of the first-hand accounts of people who survived, but I mean, it's beyond belief of almost anything else I've come before. And it's because it seems so. I mean, an army facing another army is one thing. A terrorist group within clothing facing an army is another thing. But a terrorist group facing a group of young people in the dark, unarmed, and doing what they did is pretty hard to comprehend unless you use the lexicon of evil somewhere.
So that's it. Can you empathize with the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, with the destruction that resulted as a response?
Yes. What has happened in response is terrible. Terrible. I was there the first time, a couple of days earlier, into the ground event, when the citizens of Gaza were coming south in the middle of the strip. The humanitarian corridor being set up to try to stop the hostages being taken south, deeper into Gaza, and to try to stop them as we shift south. It actually didn't really work because they already got the hostages south. It was an attempt to keep Hamas there and fight them in the north, so as not to be dragged all the way So I mean, watching the citizens of Gaza moving was being checked for bombs, suicide vests, checked for particularly young men of military age, and you know, I mean, you look at this tide of human misery. It's terrible. But this is a terrible thing that's being brought upon by the people who misgoverned the place that they lived in. And of course, I mean, that doesn't feel terrible that these people are going through this. Human empathy for them can coexist beside an unspeakable anger that they had come to this point because of the fact that they were elected a terror group to run their territory. And one of the things is obviously a lot of people like to say, and it's true, of course, that you know, this didn't all start on October 7th. Absolutely true. This particular round, this particular intense round of war started on October 7th, without doubt. First did not have to attack on October 7th, although they were forced to liberate themselves or something to some extent. But the conflict, of course, goes back a lot earlier. But you will have to always keep on contending with this fact that there is one central issue of the paradigm of that conflict. What used to be called the Arab-Israeli conflict now has become interestingly rebranded the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But there is one absolutely essential issue to this we cannot have forgotten, which is, do the Palestinians want a state, or do they want to destroy the Jewish state? And if they want to destroy the Jewish state, as they've tried many times, it's a disaster for them. It's a total disaster for them. If they want to create their own state, they've already had several very good shots at it, one of which is Gaza posted over the front. But they've never shown in their leadership the desire to live with a Jewish state. And that's a catastrophe for the Palestinians.
Can you speak about the case of the lived experience of Palestinians and pro-Palestinian forces that describe the Gaza situation as an occupation, the West Bank to in the case of Gaza open air prison?
Take an order. There's nothing about Gaza that wants an open air prison. They have the ability to trade, they have the ability to move in and out in increasing numbers. Egypt wasn't so keen on allowing Palestinians from Gaza prison to Egypt, still isn't. But at the time of the 7th, there was actually an interesting one thing the international community was pushing for was for more Palestinians to be coming into Israel every day through the Arabs crossing and others to work in Israel because they could make a better living in Israel and can go. And this, the as it were, normalization was slowly being attempted to be pushed on Israel by the international community a bit too fast for Israel's comfort. Yeah. That completely came to an end. That dream done, gone. Since the second conflict.
So you clarify the dream, the normalization
Normalization dream
in Gaza and Israel.
gone. But there will be no normalization. No, not after that. And one of the reasons is the number of people, again, I've spoken with, who employed Palestinians, worked alongside Palestinians, encouraged more Palestinians to be coming from Gaza in order to work in Israel with their brothers and sisters and so on and so forth. One of the reasons why it makes 7% people sit in communities in the South was because of the number of the terrorists who came in detailed the house map of those communities. I spoke with one man who, in his community, they had a security officer, chief, and Hamas came in, they knew to go and kill him and his family first, and then which family. It was just, I've seen the maps myself. But they came in with incredibly accurate information about this community. How did they have them? Because it was given to them by the brothers, by the workers, by the class people coming in. So there is nobody that would trust that ever again.
There's a lot of Palestinians that have been converted to Israel. What are they saying? What are they feeling? And what are the Israelis feeling about them? Is there still camaraderie to some degree, or is it completely destroyed?
My observation at the beginning was that everyone was extremely wary. I mean, you know, if you've worked beside somebody and then found out that they sold out your family, you will never trust again. And that, in a small country like England, the word very fast. The very beginning, there was intense fear about that, including of the 20% or so of the population who were Arab Israelis. I actually think one of the few sort of positive news stories of the period is that population within Israel is by and large held. It's not, there hasn't been an intifada. One of the reasons why there hasn't been more activity for terrorist activity in the West Bank and Judea and Samaria is because the Israelis have been very careful about the Palestinian Authority to some extent cooperating to take that down. But, there wasn't a full war on three fronts. So I think that the sort of coexistence within Israel is pretty much there are some terrible examples, far too regular, but not as regular as it could happen, of Muslim Arab Israelis carrying out acts of terror as a sympathy with Hamas. I was in the middle of one such attack myself late last year, and in a country there. And those things have happened, but it's not that particular catastrophe.
When we talk about mentioning that example, a lot of people who spoke of evil, they refer to it as evil. On the spectrum between good and evil, as a leader, where does that count fall?
Well, it's certainly not evil. It's interesting if people looking at this conflict would be reluctant to use the word evil of Hamas, eager to use it of the Israeli Prime Minister would be sort of telling, I would say.
Can we just actually look at that point? There is a point you've made multiple times, which is we're more eager to criticize, maybe even over-exaggerate the criticism of democratically elected leaders.
Yes.
It's a dark, weird, other quality of discourse at parties, aforementioned parties.
Isn't it also, I mean, not to be flippant for a moment, it's a little bit like, who do you show your worst side? The people who don't. It's like, my intense irritability is something that tends to be felt most by people who are closest to me, because if I express it to absolutely everybody I met, it's a party or a social setting, it'd be hard. I mean, there's a tendency to lean heavily on the people who are closest to you, the people who will put up with it. And something similar happened in politics. You pressure the people who will listen. I mean, it's one of the things we hear a lot last year, sort of ignoramuses in governments in places like Britain, they'll say we need to put more pressure on the Israelis to do things. Okay. Well, you know, in part that's because they will listen. If you need to put more pressure on the Ayatollahs in Iran to persuade them that Hamas has agreed with that and they shouldn't be doing this. I mean, what the hell do you think they're going to do? They're going to listen to you down? You're just talking two different words. Not just a different language, it's a different word. And by the way, that happens in Israel. I mentioned earlier, that happens in Israel. When the hostage families forum came about, I spent a lot of time there, a lot of families. They're remarkable. But one of the things we did notice from them as well was that a lot of them, they protest outside Netanyahu's house, they crack some arms, make sure he doesn't never sleep, they will, put up creating posters by his house of him with bloody hands and so on. And I have, I think as much sympathy as you can for these families. The plight of knowing that your child is sitting in a tunnel in Gaza for a year, a day, an hour is intolerable. But there's a reason why the families protested Netanyahu, and that's because Sinwar didn't care. That wouldn't work if you said, are you understand my plight? I'm a Jewish mother, and my daughter is thinks Sinwar to the heads of Hamas. I think the leaders in Qatar who host them care. The Qatari Emir's mother when Sinwar was killed. Jesus. You couldn't talk that language to people, but you can talk that language to them. Because that, first of all, he's somebody who might listen to your pressure, could be pressure. And secondly, he's simply the only person you can pressure. No one else. Hamas doesn't care. Everyone doesn't care. Iranian Revolution doesn't care.
Yeah, so let's just say once again the obvious thing. Well, it is possible to discuss Hamas soldiers as freedom fighters. I'm not one of the folks that can take that perspective. It's a tough one to take. So this goes to the man from the land of peace and the man from the land of war. There's a lived experience of what it means to grow up in Gaza. And if you fully load that into your brain in a real way, not using the words of good and evil, but in a very deep human sense, from that place of desperation, when your home and your family is destroyed, doesn't matter why, doesn't matter if there's evil ideology that caused it, doesn't matter, the facts are facts. From that place, somebody who's fighting for you can feel like a freedom fighter. I think it should be called out that yes, you feel that way from the lived experience, but Hamas is very clearly, since we're talking about Netanyahu, Hamas is evil. Okay, now you can still, in that context, discuss the degree to which Netanyahu is the right leader for this moment, and whether he goes too far, whether he's too politically selfish in the decisions he makes, whether he's too much a warmonger, whether he's utilizing the war for his own political gains, and is not caring about the death of civilians in Gaza, for example, but more caring about his own political maintaining power. That's a perspective that I can feel, man. That's a perspective worth discussing, and that's a perspective many in Israel when they criticize Netanyahu. He's increasingly less and less popular.
Nothing wrong. He rolls across mountain.
What you would say? I make my own poll, and according to my poll, I'm the greatest out of the nicest, the coolest person in the world. 100% of people agree. So I didn't need to know that much. Yeah.
You laughed a little too much. Hang on, more than the joke. Yeah.
most devastating thing going on against Netanyahu is the second happened to watch after the Yom Kippur War in 1993. Golda Meir, very distinguished Prime Minister of Israel, remarkable one, but she effectively took the political hit for the Yom Kippur invasion by Israel Arab neighbors happening on her watch. And I thought that most critics, fair-minded critics of Netanyahu inside Israel now hold back against it. I suppose one of the criticisms you hear a lot as well is this thing of Israel being divided in the year before the seventh judicial reform. I think there's a strong case for judicial reforms in Israel, but it's a niche Israeli governance issue. You have to get to the point is that Netanyahu's government pushing reforms through judicial reforms, and it's very divisive. And on the streets of Tel Aviv and the other cities every weekend there were protests, and the police were tired. They spent week after week on overtime police protests, often more cases, obviously, by some environment. And you could say, well, if you see something is dividing your country this much, how do you stop? There is a claim by some people that one of the things that prompted the seventh was that Hamas, that actors in Qatar and Iran, saw the Israeli society, saw the Israeli population in a significant chunk every week on the streets, shutting down highways, shutting down services and so on, and thought, good, now's the time. In other words, what I quoted Sinwar as saying earlier when he was in prison in Israel was, this thing, one day you'll be weaker than it's Rabbi. Maybe that is one of the things that Sinwar thought. Israel was very weak, divided, and that there's argument against that, which is the seventh was in preparation for being planned before the judicial reform process in Israel began. So you can look at it several ways. But you could use that, you could say, hey, look, this is, your nation is divided, don't push through anymore on that. There's lots of things like that. You could say that Netanyahu was one of the people responsible for the conception. You could, there were critics of his, including critics of cabinet, who thought that he was too focused on Hamas, not focused on the bar, other people think he was focused on the bar, not on Hamas. So there's many other criticisms that people make of him. I would say I've interviewed, I think, every political leader in Israel pretty much. And I have to say, I don't think there's any of them who responded similarly to the 7th of October to the way he has.
Okay, so that's the side issue. Outside of this, like you said, he is one of the most hated people in the world. Just the look of that relative, he's sort of loved by a lot of people. But there's a lot of people that, there are a lot of psychological effects that might explain that.
I mean, it's sort of strange. If there is a widespread global loathing of the Prime Minister of the country, paid by many people.
Yeah, that might mean something more than the hatred of the military actions and the policies of the one person.
I mean, there's an awful lot of people who hate in the world. There's a lot of wars in the world. It's always of interest to me. Obviously, some of the ones that go into once his death is this question of why is this so galvanizing for so many people? And I think that is a very, very interesting question. Why? By the way, let me do a quick addendum to that. You can notice something else, and that's when people talk about the Republican failures in foreign policy discussing a certain type of person who will immediately mention Paul Wolfowitz. Yeah. And they also like, Wolfowitz. You mean Deputy Under Secretary of Defence of George W. Bush? I think he guided everything. Why would that be? Other than the fact that his name, as I might say, starts with a nasty animal and ends Jewish. I mean, so I do think that there are very deep things at play. There are very deep things at play. Netanyahu, irrespective of anything he does, for a lot of people, he's the kind of devil. And you have to say, well, why is that? Now, of course, some people say that's because he's terrible hawkishness in his actions. The case for Netanyahu is that he sees it as his historic purpose to defend the only homeland of the Jewish people, and that's his life's mission. And on that basis, I think he would write any historic leader. He has warned the world about the threat from the Mullahs in Tehran. He warned about Iranian revolutionary expansion across the region, across Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. And after the 7th, he has held together a very, very difficult set of challenges to keep international pressure at a tolerable level to do all sorts of things, but most importantly, to oversee the two war entities that are. I thought, let me just be clear, I thought, like a lot of people, when I heard about the hostages, my immediate instinct was they're all dead. They're all going to be dead. We'll never see them again. And that was the attitude of a lot of Israelis. But although there are still hostages being held, one second, and tomorrow we'll have back. Or at least the beginning of the end. We'll begin tomorrow if they don't have back. Nevertheless, because of the actions of not just that family, most of the hostages who have been returned did not expect this to happen. And Hamas has not been completely destroyed, and been very, very significantly degraded. And you end up with the definition of what total destruction of Hamas would look like. But they are not anywhere near the capability they were in November 2023. Their leadership has almost all been killed. The second tier of leadership, almost all gone. And this is a just response to what Hamas did. The moment Netanyahu's reputation in Israel was low early on because of what had happened. But there's no doubt, as I say in the final chapter of the book, and as General Smith had this phrase, from defeat into victory. Israel isn't a victory in this conflict, but when in September last year there were a set of operational successes so extraordinary that, I mean, it was just like every day's news. There was one day I remember when after the Assad regime fell, the Israeli Air Force took out the entirety of the Syrian Air Force in a day because it didn't want to bring impact into jihadist administration in Syria. It was story number 4 on the BBC News. The leadership of Hezbollah gone. The second and third gone or rumored. Iran's Rolls Royce destroyed. These are very, very significant lower achievements, and are, in my mind, a just response to the attempts by Hezbollah, Hamas, and other Iranian proxies to destroy the Jewish state. Would another Israeli leader named firm, as Netanyahu has? I don't know. But I do know that any of them would have done something similar, or would have tried to do something similar. Because there's no country on earth, no market on earth, which could possibly not respond to such an atrocity.
To the point, the underlying point you made, why do so many people want to call him evil? So the implication is, it's not just a hatred of Israel. There's an ocean of hatred for the Jews. Why is there so much hatred for Jews in the world?
I would say there's one reason in particular. It's a stupid and gullible person's eating answer. Why do certain things happen? What is our explanation of chance, or unfairness, or any number of things? Easiest, stupidest person's explanation is there's a small group of people doing it.
Let's not say stupid, because there's something in the human mind that craves a nice, clean theory of everything, right? But it goes all apart. It's not just stupid,
Okay, so lowest grade,
right? Because
lowest.
I have that desire too to simplify everything. Like,
We've been accidental, but
we've all been in that situation there, just get blockers and stuff. It's fine. I mean, maybe it's a mathematician. It's find a simple explanation for everything. Actually, that's nice for everything.
yeah, no, right?
Historians do this.
Absolutely.
Like, analyzing why the Roman Empire collapsed. It's so nice. Especially if it's a counterintuitive explanation. It's one of the bigger go-tos. Right? It's an explanation for all the problems in the world.
It's the lowest resolution analysis imaginable.
Why is there traffic? Why did my wife leave me? Why did my cheating on me? Why did I lose my job? Why did I not get the job? So even on the first level,
Especially on the first one. What? I don't know, get everything. Somebody must have held me back.
and it's just that hatred of Jews has been such a popular go-to throughout history. You just always jump back to the hits, I guess. And like, what is it special about the Jews as a group that people must hate? Is it just a small number of people?
Okay, so
Successful,
one is small, and without by any means saying this is general, but disproportionately highly accomplished in certain fields at certain times. Prominent is the word I would use. But prominent, slightly beyond their numbers in certain places. It's not a full explanation. I mean, all sorts of historical reasons why Jews were involved in banking. But then there are also historical reasons why the Scottish people were involved in banking. And to this day, you don't find many people who claim all international finance problems on Scots. So there are just like easy grooves for people to fall into, it seems to me.
I should also mention, thank you for something. Money is a thing that people go to, but Jews have been disproportionately successful in sciences and engineering, mathematics,
Yes,
and the arts, and so on.
a sensible person would try to work out why that is and see what it can replicate. I don't want to use the word stupid again now. A different type of person, I'm sure a different type of person would look at that and say that must mean they took something from me. And that's the most zero-sum game there is. It's an endlessly fascinating subject because it seems to me that something's almost certainly sort of in around radical the human spirit is ugliness and cheapness. But because it's back in our day, there's some analysis again, and I would say two things about it. One is, as I and others have said many times in the past, one of the fascinating things about anti-Semitism is that it can cover everything at once. So the Jews get hated for being rich and for being poor, both for being the Rothschilds and for being in Eastern European Jews, escaping the problem. They can be hated for being religious and for being anti-religious and producing Marxism, for instance. Hated for religiosity and secularism. They can be hated for most reasons, to be not having a state and therefore being religious cosmopolitans, and also hated for having a state. And that makes it something very unusual actually in the history of human bigotry and bias and ugliness. But the real thing is, when I get here, is that Grossman says at the center of life and faith almost everything that's worth saying about anti-Semitism. Grossman's genius, that he could say in 3 to 4 pages what most people couldn't say in an entire life, even after life of study. But there's this passage in Life and Faith, I quote in my book, which just bowled me over when he says, the interesting thing about anti-Semitism, he says you can meet it everywhere, in the Academy of Science, and in the games that children play in the yard. But Grossman's great insight is, he says, everywhere it tells you not about the Jews, but about the person making the okay. And the most important gift he gives is when he says, describes it as a mirror to the person who's making the claim, culminating in popular. This is, he says, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, I'll tell you what you're guilty of. It's a searingly brilliant insight. The Iranian revolutionary government accuses Israel of being a colonial power. The Iranian revolutionary government has been colonizing the Middle East throughout our lifetime. The Turkish government accuses the Jewish state of being guilty of occupation. Do you know northern Cyprus? Turks have been occupying half of Cyprus since the 1970s. Cyprus is an EU member state and Turkey is in NATO. So, you could do this on and on. The people who accuse the Jewish state, like the people who accuse Jews of something, almost without fail, is the thing they're guilty of. Look at the supporters of Hamas. One of the things they say is that Israel is guilty of indiscriminate killing. Hamas? Hello? Well, what were you doing with them? You see, there are these crazy guys online who repeatedly claim that for some reason Israeli soldiers will rape Palestinians when they need them, whether in a prison or on the battlefield or in a hospital. Just it erupts. These people go around and say, oh my God, IDF for rapists. Excuse me? You're the ones who spent years after 2016 saying believe all women. Then from the 7th of October said believe all women except for Jewish women who say they've been raped or seen their friends raped. And then you say, aha, the Jews are rapists. You've been carrying water for rapists and then go and accuse the Jews of rape. I mean, it is wild. But by the way, there's an interesting thing on this that I try to get into in the book, which is this thing of why did so much on the convention. I mean, we're sitting in New York. There was not one protest against Hamas in New York after the 7th of October. So the believable women crowded and come out against Hamas's rapes. The Black Lives Matter movement did not turn no attention to the killing of Israeli children. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. The one thing that did happen, very prominently, was that people came out to attack the people being attacked. And as I say in the opening book, I saw that myself down the road, Taik Square on October the 8th. October the frigging 8th. The protests in Times Square against Israel, justifying the attacks that were still going on. And this is something that deserves deep self-examination of people in the West who've seen this movement overwhelm parts of our society, degraded parts, bits of universities and so on. And I think there's an explanation for it, which again goes back to that projection. When you and I last talked on camera, we were talking about my last book, War in the West, I remember saying to you there, one of the things I was talking about in that book was the deeply, wildly biased, unfair and inaccurate estimation of the Western past, whereby, America's original sin had to be identified, and the original sin is slavery, so America has an original sin. Does Ghana have an original sin? No one knows. No one originally corrected by one out. And you go on and on with these things that I identified with one of the West, these sins of the West. And they have in recent years been reduced to the claim that countries like the one we're sitting in are guilty of what? Colonialism, settlement, white supremacy, slavery, genocide, and a couple of others. One of the things I remember saying to you when we spoke about that was that one of the deep problems of setting up that system of thought, pseudo, non-thought, would-be thought, is that there's nothing you can do about it. Even if it was true, there's nothing you can do about it. If it turned out that your ancestors in the 18th century were certainly slaves, then what are you going to do? There are no mechanism to forgive or be forgiven because you didn't do it, and there's no one alive who could accept the apology. And I remember setting it up there in the morning when they set up this very, very risky, dangerous, unforgivable, unforgiving thing that could be set up about our society. But I would say that since October 7th, there has been an answer for a certain kind of person, which is, I am from a society where I've been told I am guilty of settler colonialism, white supremacy, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and more. I've been told all of these things. I have been put in an unget-outable of situation of moral burden that can never be relieved because I can't ask anyone for forgiveness and nobody can forgive me. But here's a country which I can accuse of all of these things in the here and now. What? Oh, my energy, my guilt, my burden onto, and what's more, I might be able to end it, and by doing so, would relieve myself. And in other words, I tweak grossly with the people in America, and that's what it full name, but tweak the both. On this occasion, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, and I'll tell you
sociological phenomenon here on top of all this. It does seem that hatred of Jews gets a lot of engagement online. Is this? So I watch it like a curiosity, like an alien observing Earth. Is it dangerous to you, or is it just a bunch of trolls and grifters? Let's say cosplay as Nazis. It's just fun to trigger the nukes.
It could be all of those things. It definitely is more and more. I mean, taboos. Taboos can be fun to break. I suppose so. Some people online who have grown up knowing that since the Holocaust, anti-Semitism is taboo, and they've run out of the better way of saying that. The Holocaust, they say, I've heard enough about that. And maybe those people have gone off in a direction as a result, but I think that's a detail compared to the real thing is that anti-Semitism is bad, and there is a certain amount of love it.
Is it really bad? But I watched.
Well, it never goes away. It's just that it's synthetic. I think that it's had a great resurgence, and this isn't to say and that. I mean, any criticism is always anti-Semitic, but as I have often said, if you don't ever express any interest in the murder of Muslims in Syria, not any interest in genocide in Sudan, killing hundreds of thousands of people in Yemen, but on the 8th of October, you're on the street of placard attacking you. Well, I'm sorry, you're an anti-Semite, for sure. You may not know you are, but that's what's going on.
It gets a lot of engagement. I watch it.
But I mean, it's one of several things you can always see get huge engagement. It's like if you say that there's like a massive pedophile ring run by prominent politicians, it might be total horseshit. Likely to be total horseshit, but it'll get a lot of engagement.
Yeah, but that's still there's pedophile that Epstein Island, that kind of stuff.
All this is very interesting.
Yeah, it's like great. All right, cool. Let's get behind that conspiracy. But the Jews thing, the hatred of Jews is still that's the greatest hit. Still,
It is. I see it with some of the people who made celebrities themselves with a sort of made up version of history, this smattering of this and a little bit of that, and then just asking questions, or saying, or there's certain, rhetorical sleights of hand that have helped this along. But as I said earlier, it's just the lowest grade explanation of a certain type of mind looking for a pattern and looking for meaning. And I think I can give you just one quick example of why that indicates that it was so extraordinary. Is the number of otherwise semi-intelligent people who will tell you that the problem is simple, that the Israelis need to give the Palestinians another state, and that if they do, it will solve the problems of the region and the White House. And irrespective of the fact that the Palestinians have been given several states, the claim that this particular land dispute would unlock every other injustice in the world should be seen on its face to be preposterous. There is no reason why, if the Palestinians got another state, either in Gaza or in parts of Egypt and somewhere in the West Bank, there is no reason why we should expect the economy of Yemen to boom. It would not inevitably lead to the mullahs in Tehran giving equal rights to women or anything else.
no, you simply have another failed Arab state run by a sort of proxy Tehran. That's the best case scenario. And I mean, lifelong defense of the Palestinian cause by Salman. He said recently, he said, I've always been a supporter of Palestinian from the right. It's an unavoidable fact that if another state was given to the Palestinians, it would simply be at best another front for the Iranian regime. Then, so why the passion? Why the unbelievable wild passion? Why did that? And I say some of it can be, should be argued out and so on. It's something can be explained. But there's definitely a realm of it, a layer of it, which is simply at that level of this excites something within me. This excites something. There's something compelling for people to go. Look at the prominence of the people, some big prominent people who are willing to play around with the idea that 9/11 was an inside job, often somehow done by the Israelis. I mean, the Jews. I mean, look at like this shit is going around. I have to admit, there's a part of my brain that's full towards conspiracy. There's something compelling and fun about it. But a simple explanation of things, what's really going on behind the scenes. Because the real world, when you don't look at the conspiracies, first of all, it's complicated. Second of all, it's kind of boring. It's much with competent people.
Usually opening up Pandora's box that they don't understand.
Yeah, it's pushing for food. And I've been, I've walked around a lot of households with people. Like, I think I learned they're just human beings. There's not, I've yet to be in a room where exceptionally brilliant psychopaths are plotting.
You never got that invite?
No. In fact, like, a lot of people are pushing for power. They're just not good at it. People are continuously disappointed that they're not. I love confidence. The places where I've seen confidence glimpse of it is in low level, like soldiers, like low level, what do you call that? People that do stuff there, so builders, different kinds of engineering, like craftsmen. Like I've seen it
Because you've got a very specific task that could be highly complicated, but you get to apply yourself to end to solve.
Over years, you master it, master about generations and so on. But like statecraft and that kind of stuff.
Well, it's because there's so many variables. I mean, this is what I mean when you're kind of going out the prognostications on the Ukraine. I was like, I've seen enough to know. I just don't know because I know that that amount of things can change all the time. I was some years ago. I was talking to a former public servant in the UK when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister of COVID started. I mentioned to this friend, I said, well, it's pretty bad luck for Boris that he came in to do one thing, which was Brexit, and then there's a global pandemic from Wuhan, and he's got to mug up on that and get maybe rough, but anyway. And I was really struck by the fact that I agree, it's like said to me, the Paris is always like that. And he said, Tony Blair came into power in 1997, wanting to reform education in the UK. Ends up trying to remake the Middle East. And I do, as I say, one of the reasons why I am scorned for the conspiracy theories. And most conspiracy theories, not saying there aren't some that do actually turn out to be, to have something in them. That happens. A lot of things are called conspiracy theories turn out to be true. Gladly. But in general, the suspicion and the scorn I have for people who fall into this is, as I say, it's a very low grade, low resolution look at the world. Like, you clearly have never seen the wildness of actions in the world and the way that they reverberate and the number of events I mean, I once spoke some years ago to a politician who literally said to me, I won't name the country, said, can you help that with just how to cope on with the day and understand day to day struggle we're having with the cycle? And I said, well, like, what are you talking about? And they said, our experience in government is that every day something comes up which we have to fire. And that's what we do that day. And then the next day something else comes up which we have to fire. And we're not getting our policies done. And I just thought, for me, that rings an awful lot truer than that country gets the odd phone call from a member of a Jewish family telling them, it's like, come on. So that, I do before I forget what I asked you about Iran. What role do they play? It's fascinating how it seems like Iran is fingerprints everywhere, in the Middle East. And it's also fascinating that, I have a lot of my best friends on. It's fascinating that the Islamic Revolution took the country from a leadership perspective backwards in such a drastic way, and that they're still in power. That confuses me because it's possible I don't know the people who are on, especially obviously, but I just have a lot of friends in Iran. And a lot of them, everybody I know there opposes the regime. And they're brilliant, educated, thoughtful, worldly people. And it confuses me that this is one of the, I would say, one of the greatest nations on earth. Like, just one of the great cultures that is the peoples, yeah. And you look at that, and you look at the leadership, with their behind most of the terror groups in the region. So, can you just speak to that? How is it still the same regime? I know, as you know, I start on the one that goes with the flight taking the Ayatollah Khomeini from Paris to Tehran. The flight you say we should never have. I think it's one of the two worst journeys of the 20th century. What's the other one? Lenin's train. It's a bunch of transportation. Yes, I know. I'm not really transporting. No, fine. Wait till my book of 10 best. Just as the train in the station. Russia. You saw the flight coming from Paris, bringing Ayatollah Khomeini to Iran, all the assassins of Khomeini, the most radical form of Shiite Islam, to Iran. Then to Iran. It's one of the great tragedies of the modern era. What happened there? Like you, actually, I have a lot of close friends. I had the great fortune early in my life to have a very close, made friend who had grown up in the pre-revolution in Iran. Was very fond of the Shah and so on. Father's been an Ayatollah before the Shah. But everyone had criticisms of it. But when you saw what came after him, it was among other things what I learned from and other friends that I read two things. One is, of course, he's a sort of separate conservative. It's like, things can always be worse. They can always be worse. Never say this is rock bottom because like you might have a Shah with hundreds or even thousands of political prisoners in cells, but you could always have Ayatollah Khomeini butchering more, and including the people who helped him get to power, like communists and trade unionists who But the other thing I learned from that particular friend and others was that this thing that, and again, it's very hard for Western mindset, very hard for American mindset, that there is such a thing as fanaticism, real fanaticism, and real ideology, real religious fanaticism, and the thing I described is the death cult mindset. That fanaticism is something which is very easy for the West to forget because we haven't seen it in a while. We get very distant echoes of it in our society's being. And we're highly attuned to hear them, which is good in some ways. But Khomeini is not only asked to say that pleasure people who were in the nation, but he managed to keep it such a business success and no. And the question why gets to one of the really the biggest question for me that has to be understood, the answer to which has to be understood, which is what Solzhenitsyn says at one point, you have Telegram, the passage where he describes when you heard the footsteps on the staircase and the knock was on our neighbor's door, and you are neighbor, why did we not stop? And in the case of revolutionary government in Iran, it's the same answer as governing Gaza with the people working in Gaza rather than like seeing them by my business. People don't realize that despite the rhetoric and everything else, everything changes before the government. And that, when the Green Revolution in 2009 started, why was it? Why did it? Why you might sort of reign into like really hope one day get their country back? Why didn't these smart young students? Why after they came out? Why was it put down? It was put down because the Bastille militia will shoot you in the head, and they'll take you to a prison where they didn't do anything to you, and they'll break you off and kill you. And even a little bit of that goes off the dog way to tell the rest of society not to do it. We know it happens like that from films, but too few people understand that regimes like that operate like that on a grand scale, on the biggest of scales, and with the ultimate brutality. And that's how they stay in power. And one other thing on that, by the way, which is, I was reminded of this the other day, but thinking about this sort of, what I just described as sort of the problem in democracy is we just, we like to think everyone thinks like us, and we like everyone to sort of be like us. We believe fictions that we're taught in films, like everyone basically wants the same things as us, and you haven't stepped outside the walls of the city, things like that. But the second thing is this thing of the death of why we sort of simply fail to understand that this is possible. But Khomeini is both very specific and also very strongly linked to totalitarian, radical, extremist death cult movements that are not that far in our past. I mean, there's a moment in when Ariella Fanachi interviewed Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979, like very few Western journalists to do so. She says to him, these people, this big movement, this revolution you've begun, it's guided by hate. It's hate. It's all hate. And Khomeini says, no, it's not. It's love. And it's actually a scene that directed by this hate that calls itself love. This, and I was reminded of a book I haven't read since I was probably a teenager. So it made a great impression on me. Did you ever read the Tragic Sense of Life? Miguel de Unamuno, the great Spanish existentialist philosopher who died in the 30s. Unamuno had an encounter with students at the university in the 30s when he realized, and this is about the early period of the Francoist, the Rivera and those people. Unamuno is at this meeting and the chant goes up from the eager students who were forward into this phalangist Francoist ideology. They end up chanting because he's trying to defend the principles by which he has lived his life. They end up chanting in front of him, Viva la muerte, long live death, long live death. And he tries to explain to this is a necrophilic chant. But those young men in pre-Franco Spain shouting long live death, they have their counterparts today. They are the people who told Americans, Westerners, Israelis, with lines like, we love death more than you love life.
Yeah, that's the line you referring to. That's a really difficult line to promulgate. It takes your whole existence of that notion. Then you're there to the world. That's a good foundation for committing people. I have to ask because you mentioned that interview. You had a good interview with Benjamin Netanyahu after October 7th. And I've been very fortunate to get the opportunity to work with world leaders. It looks like I'll interview Vladimir Putin and others. One, I have a general question about how do you interview people like this? Maybe you put your historian hat on of like how do you approach the interview of world leaders such that you can deeper understanding in the hope that that adds to the compassion of the world. So I have a deep sense that understanding people you might hate helps in the long run for history add compassion to the world. But even just to add understanding, difficult in this kind of context. And maybe it's more useful to think about from a historian perspective of how you need to interview somebody like Hitler or Stalin or Churchill, FDR, or not. I think about this a lot, especially if it's 2, 3, 4, 5 hour conversation.
What is a lot of weight on you when you do those conversations?
You focus on where. So like who's watching? Is it historians 20 years from then?
Who knows? The whole data might be wide. I suspect there's a weight on you because every major world leader you interview, and you've done some amazing work, but I mean, presumably you have a certain thing you've got to ask about it. You can't not address this. And that's a very challenging one because, of course, although in an interview the politician should not be supine, nor can it be at least be interrogative, because you're not the prosecutor and they don't have to be the guilty party answering to you. And I've noticed the number of people who interview people, world leaders and others, who go in with a set of sort of those things. And at some point the other party can just, I don't need this. And people criticize it, people don't realize it. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I suppose what you're behavior where they do it, although I have increasingly less respect for journalists. The average journalist I have more and more respect for great journalists as my respect for the average journalist decreases. Because a lot of the journalists seem to signal into their own. But there is a lot of pressure on people in that situation to ask what I would say is the dumb question. Why is it the dumb question? The adversarial question that the leader, the person is ready for, has answered that question. And what you're trying to do, I guess, is one, to signal too fast the question, to push them.
Yes.
Two, you're trying to just create drama. Because really what people that ask you to ask that question, they want you to ask that question. They hate them and they want you to make them miss their pants or something and just start crying and run out of town. Yeah. Walk out in a way that's embarrassing to them. They can be like, look at that pathetic person. And that reveals to me nothing except maybe the weakness of that interviewee that they can't stand up to the tough question. Yeah. But mostly, like, I'm sorry, I have to do a lot of things. You get attacked a lot. If you ask questions from a place of curiosity, that actually has a chance to reveal who the person is.
Now, there's a very interesting line of Robin Day, very significant to go back to, a very significant to go back to the day, has said about German acts when he was very interrogative interviewer in the UK. And Robin Day, quite good at being rude toward him, carefully, said the problem with the neurotypes he saw in the 90s and was, he said, if you think the person you're speaking to is a liar, you should get them to reveal that they're a liar. Don't just call them a liar. Yeah, and I think that is, again, it's something that most people sitting on the other side of the screen don't realize, is that it may satisfy them that you call a person a liar to their face, but it doesn't do anything. And it actually reveals nothing. If somebody is a liar and they reveal themselves to be a liar, then that's something else. But yes, I mean, I hear you obviously you have a lot of different voices telling you what to do. It's also difficult because one of the things that I don't think anyone really understands is that in the end it's just you. I'm sure you have this about Putin. Like people say, they know exactly how it is. They can give endless advice. The endless use is now talking to them. It's like everybody knows how to behave on the presidential debate stage, but only a few people have done it. In person, it's actually pretty difficult. It's very difficult because you've got all this weird behind the scenes stuff as well. You've got all the games that people play. I mean, yeah, with Zelensky, I'm pretty fearless in general, and he was a very human, fascinating human. But there is soldiers who got staying all around. You didn't have anyone? No one was on your side?
One friend was lost. You never know. He could turn up.
You did portray it.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, that doesn't have any effect. By the way, I should mention that it's hilarious. But, process-wise, with the Imodium and anyone, they don't, they said it was scripted and all this kind of stuff. I would never do anything scripted. They don't get to have to say anything I ask after the video. Sometimes you'll have people on the team very politely nudge, like, hey, can you, and I'll very politely say, thank you, and smile. But that doesn't mean I have to fucking do it. I have to do whatever the hell I want. The comment section, by the way, with more people, it doesn't happen. It happens more with CEOs. Because they have like PR and comms people, they'll just be like very polite. Hey, yes, about were they that sexual assault or harassment charges they had? There's no reason to make that. That's one of my favorite things anyone ever said. That's why I'm practicing. It's like, yeah, I have a couple of cases in this happened where some friend, a friend of mine Clubhouse years ago was debating against this is before the war, the Civil War was debating something to do with the Middle East, and one of the people on the other side was the then Syrian ambassador in London. The then Syrian ambassador in London says something about the Israeli troops in Palestine, and my friend stands over and starts talking about Assad Senior's massacre of the Palestinians in Hama, where he killed them 10,000 Palestinians in a day. And my friend starts talking about the Hama massacre by Assad Senior, and the big fat Syrian ambassador stands up to respond to that. That is none of your business. And my friend was like, oh, I thought we were going to get to denial. Let me just ask one more thing about that again. Because I also had the opportunity to do a 3-hour interview with him at this stage. And I've been, if I'm just being honest, very hesitant to do it. And I just don't know how a conversation there can help add compassion to the world. And that particular topic, no matter how well you do it, you take on a very large number of people that will just make it their daily activity to hate you and to write about it, to post about it, to accuse you of things. In some sense, I don't want to lose the part of this small moment with people have very little understanding of things. If they're willing to say that because you're sitting down and talking to somebody, you are ergo platforming them, advancing their cause, being you, being assured or whatever like that. You might be actually just finding some things out to the probably do expert. And I don't think we're quite expert. Is that they, life is not. And, hopefully you've got away and we've both around for a long time. And therefore, you don't blow everything up at the request of some twat online. But I do think that a superpower of a kind is to identify the people who really care for and worry about their opinion, no one else. And you just keep your own guiding light. That's what's always like, for me, I've decided that I wouldn't care if I was your person, my opinion. But if people disagree, I might be curious. And if they're all glad to disagree, it doesn't fundamentally, that's not right. I'll send you Churchill's great speech on the death of Chamberlain. I mean it. He says one of the most wise and brilliant things. I was thinking about this slightly earlier on the University, because one of Churchill's greatness was his magnanimity. And when his great political opponent, Chamberlain, died in 1940, Churchill had just taken over the presidency. Could have used the opportunity, and we might even say that some politicians in our day he could have used the opportunity to say, you see, I was right. It's amazing. And you should have all listened to me. Because that would have been a good answer. It would have been a good answer. That would have been one for the win, as they say. But Churchill doesn't do that in his great eulogy of Chamberlain. He talks about how hard it is for mankind to operate in the world and how you can do it successfully. He very movingly says, he doesn't even mention it, he says what will never change his thoughts. He says desiring of human peace, seeking for peace. And he said because he had a straight biography of man. But then he has this great passage where Churchill says, beautiful resonant passage about how he says it's not given to men happily for them, for otherwise life would prove intolerable to foresee what it would do to any great extent in politics. And he says, for one fate men seem to be right, and another they're proved wrong, and a churn, there's a different scale of values emerges. And he says, what is it worth? The only guide to a man is his culture.
the issue is memories of executing the sincerity of the action. And then he says it doesn't matter what happens. If you have this, however the fates may vary, that if you have this shield to argue that you might avoid the ranks of honor, all that can guide a man is that. If you lose sight of it, some people do, I don't know, everyone does it, some there's a challenge. And then you get buffeted by the twos and throws of the way that you pop. But that's dangerous. But if you keep sight and hold on to what you believe, million foes don't matter.
Yeah, that is the path. We were talking offline about grab Churchill. Churchill himself made mistakes and made the mistakes and was proud of the mistakes and learn from that. That's all the best we can do. The worst you could probably do is being afraid of making mistakes. That's what TR and man in your means. TR. Yeah. The old TR. Those two have made quite a few mistakes. But in the end, some of the greatest human ever created. One McDonald, Churchill.
Did we do not? I think we did him before coming on.
Oh, before coming out there. He's always and everywhere in the air around us. One of the great comedians. Alright. What gives you hope about this kind of thing that going on? People's civilization. You've been covering some of the darker aspects, the madness of crowds, the madness of geopolitics, the madness of wars. Sometimes when the sun shines on people's clouds, and there's a smile on everybody's face, supposed to be source of the smile. The warmth.
Endless number. I get enormous encouragement from the smart young people. That's just the best thing ever. I was in Kiev the other week. Was asked to speak to students at the university, and irrespective of other tricky situations that they are in, it's just great to, as you know, to speak to a group of students about things and then hang around afterwards and just answer all the questions you can, hear from them about their lives and what they want to do, and remembering what you were like at their age and how goofy you were and how much you would get wrong and how much you had to learn and how much you would enjoy it, and seeing the opportunities they have in front of them if things go right, and just smart young people doing all this character. That's the best.
Yeah, you see almost possibility in their eyes. They're not like targeted by, let's say, the cynicism that builds up.
Even the cynicism that they're making was just that. I mean, I've got quite a deep well spraying on it, but I mean, you can't only fall into that because there's so much else it doesn't cover. It'd be like spending your life being my God.
So that said, you have seen a lot of war, especially recently indirectly. Ukraine, Israel. Has that changed you? Has that dimmed some of that warmth and light?
That's a very difficult question to answer. Different day to day.
Just sometimes it's because people,
I at times.
you regret some going as much as you have, the front lines.
one of the reasons why war is for writer kind of the ultimate subject is because you see life really at its ultimate. Very, very strange thing. But, you know, this is the truth. Death, when it's in front of you, is something which gives terrible clarity to everything. And you see people involved in something wrong, or how they'll isn't as if contained that comes to my mind why we weep and laugh at the same time. Everything's just more. And when people, the real thing is that people see them for the very, very best beside each other.
There's some, so down the book, just the German soldiers in Frontline. And there's some level of like all the bullshit niceties or whatever it is of civilian life is all stripped away. It just seems more honest somehow.
Yes, absolutely. Well, like, couldn't agree more. And there's the wild clarity about things, not because of enemies or anything like that, because of I joke, I think I mentioned, but I joke about it. Just as new it's on 22 because he wanted a cigarette, and when we step outside, I accompanied him outside. They weren't allowed to smoke indoors in this hotel. There were rockets. And I said to him, isn't it strange that fear of secondhand smoke has superseded desperately? I don't know.
I see the humor in that. When you're on the front line, when you're fighting in the war, the humor of that is somehow just perfectly delicious. You can just laugh all day about that. And the absurdity of life is right there. Because it was so honest and so beautiful. And that's what I want to say. Trump guys destroyed by everybody else in the city.
That's right. That's
It's an intimacy.
you must have everyone says that they have their lives. You know. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Well, I hope just like Churchill keep fighting the good fight and not listen to anybody. Try to do the same. Douglas, I'm a huge fan. Thank you for visiting.
Okay, right back.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Douglas. Support Rabbi. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you some words from Russell. The problem with the world is that fools and fanatics are always so certain of themselves, and wise people so full of doubts. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Democrats still think the currency of politics is money, the currency of politics is attention. And that's a huge difference. I think the steel man is very easy to make here. Department of Government Efficiency. That sounds like an organization that's needed. Government is inefficient. one of the themes of our book is just how inefficient government can be. Not only building houses, building energy, often at achieving its own ends. Building high-speed rail when it wants to build high-speed rail. Adding affordable housing units when it wants to afford adding affordable housing units. I love Ezra's line that we don't just need to think about deregulating the market. We need to think about deregulating government itself, getting the rules out of the way that keep government from achieving the democratic outcomes that it's trying to achieve. This is a world in which the Department of Government Efficiency is a godsend. We should be absolutely obsessed with making government work well, especially if we want to be the kind of liberals who believe that government is important.
In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and leaderless, rudderless as it is right now. That won't stay that way. You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party if you're not willing to upset people. Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by being able to fight Republicans. He ran against George W. Bush, against Jeb Bush, against Mitt Romney, against the trade deals, against a bunch of things that were understood to be sacred cows. Somehow this guy ran, like right after Mitt Romney and John McCain. What are you Mitt Romney and John McCain, right? If you are not, like the Democratic Party does change, at least to attain a different form, the Obama coalition is exhausted, it's done. It's not going to be able to do that. It doesn't have standard bearer. So we're going to say, we were wrong about some things. We have to change our views on things. We have to act differently and speak differently.
When Elon takes over Tesla, when Elon is at SpaceX, when Elon's at X, I would imagine you know this better than me because you know him, and maybe most importantly, for the purposes of this part of the conversation, you know people who work for him. I'll bet if you ask the people who worked under Elon at X, Tesla, SpaceX, they say, I know exactly what Elon wants. This is his goal for super heavy rocket. This is his goal in terms of humanoid robots. This is his goal in terms of profitability of Twitter and the growth of our subscription business, how we're going to integrate new features. There's a probably a really clear mind map. Right now, I have no sense that there's a mind map. And in fact, I have the exact opposite sense. That rather than the example of creative destruction, which would be a mitzvah of entrepreneurship, we've enacted destruction. We've destruction for the sake of destruction. It's much cleaner to me from an internal standpoint to describe Doge as an ideological purge of progressivism, performing an act of performing the job of efficiency, rather than a department of actual efficiency.
Following this conversation with Ezra Klein and Darren Thompson. Ezra is one of the most influential voices representing the left wing of American politics. He is a columnist for the New York Times, author of Why We're Polarized, and host of the Ezra Klein Show. Derek is a writer for the Atlantic, author of Hitmakers Are Not Work, and host of the Plain English podcast. Together, they've written a new book, simply titled Abundance, that lays out kind of manifest of the left. There's already a controversial, widely debated book, but I think it puts forward a powerful vision for what the Democratic Party stands for in the coming election. If I may, let me comment on the fact that sometimes in this podcast I delve into the dark realm of politics. Indeed, politics often divides us. Frankly, it brings out the worst in some various parties. Plus, to me, it is frustrating how much of the political discourse is drama and how little of it is rigorous, empathetic discussion of policy. I hate this, but I guess I understand why. The other side is called either hit or stop online by swarms of chanting mobs. It's hard to carry out a nuanced discussion about immigration, healthcare, housing, education, foreign policy, and so on. On top of that, anytime I talk about politics, half the audience is thoughtful. But no, there is no audience capture. I get shit on equally by different groups across the political spectrum, depending on the guest. Why, I don't know. I'm slowly coming to accept
But this is what I do. I try to maintain that cool, return hate, compassion, and learn from the criticism and the general madness. Still, I think it's valuable to sometimes talk about politics. It's an important part of the big picture of human civilization. But indeed, it is always still a small part. My happy place is talking to scientists, engineers, programmers, video game designers, historians, philosophers, musicians, athletes, filmmakers, and so on. So I apologize for the occasional detour into politics, especially in the past few months. I did a few conversations with world leaders, and I have a few more coming up. So there will be a few more political podcasts coming out hard so I can be better prepared to deeply understand the mind, the life, and the perspective of each world leader. I hope you come along with me on this journey into the darkness of politics. As I try to shine a light on the complex human mess of it all, hoping to understand us humans better. Always back, of course, by deep rigorous research and by empathy. Long term, I hope for political discussions to be only a small percentage of this podcast. Just like your thing, please just skip these episodes. Or maybe come along anyway, because both you and I are the reluctant travelers in this world. Who knows what we'll learn together about the world and about ourselves. This is the Lex Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends. There's Esther Klein and Derek Johnson. You are both firmly on the left of the U.S. political spectrum. As a resident for a long time, you're often referred to as I think of you as one of the most intellectually rigorous ones. Can you try to define the ideals and vision of being right for left? Oh, good. Start small here. And maybe contrast that with sure. So, what I say here is that you can define the left in different ways. I think the left has a couple fundamentals. One is that life is unfair. We are born with different talents. We are born into different nations. Right? The luck of being born into America is very different than the luck of being born into Venezuela. We are born into different families. We have luck operating as an omnipresence across our entire lives. And as such, the people for whom it works out well, we don't deserve all of that. We got lucky. I mean, we also worked hard, and we also had talent, and we also applied that talent. But at a very fundamental level, that we are sitting here is unfair. And that so many other people are in conditions that are much worse, much more precarious, much more exploited, is unfair. And one of the fundamental roles of government should not necessarily be to turn that unfairness into perfect equality, but to rectify that unfairness into a kind of universal dignity, right? So people can have lives of flourishing. So I'd say that's one thing. The left is fundamentally more skeptical of capitalism, in particular, the unchecked forms of capitalism than the right. I don't think this is hard to talk about because with all unchecked capitalism, it's never so much supported by government. So I think in a way, you have those like markets are things that are enforced by government, whether they are, how you set the rules of them is different, right? But the left is tends to be more worried about that you could get rich building coal-fired power plants, belching pollution into the air, and you get rich laying down solar panels, and the market doesn't know the difference. And so there's a set of goals about regulating the unchecked potential of capitalism that also relates to the exploitation of workers. There's very fundamental questions about how much people get paid, how much power they have. Again, the rectification of economic and other forms of power is very fundamental to the class. When you think about what the minimum wage is, I am a successful podcast host. When I go into a negotiation with the New York Times, I have a certain amount of political power in that negotiation because other people are. When you are a minimum wage worker, the reason you have a minimum wage is in part to rectify a power problem. A lot of workers do not have market power. They do not have a bunch of job opportunities. They're not working with firms. And by the way, certain kinds of regulation, those firms cartelize and make it so they can hold down
trying to rectify power imbalances is, I think, another thing I'll talk about. So that would be a start of things that I think broadly unite maybe let's call it the intuitions. I want to say that's a podcast answer, but I'm not sure. That's a billion things I would pick, but I'll start there.
I mean, there's a lot of fascinating things there on the unfairness of like that could be the interpersonal unfairness, so one person getting more money than another person, more skills or more natural abilities than another person. And then there's just the general unfairness of the environment, the luck of the draw, things that happen all of a sudden you cross the street and the car runs a red light and runs you over and you're in the hospital. So that unfairness of like in general, I guess the left sees there's some role or a lot of role for government to help you with that unfairness. Like, and then maybe there's also a general notion of the size of government. I think the left is more comfortable with larger government as long as it's effective and efficient. At least in this.
That's certainly true in the last 100 years. It was New Deal liberals who enlarged the government in the 1930s. It was Republicans who acquiesced to that larger government in the 1950s. And then starting in the 1970s, 1980s, it's typically been conservatives who tried to constrict government. Sometimes they failed, while liberals typically tried to expand certain taxes. One thing that I was thinking as we were talking, and I was writing this down because I thought Ezra's answer was really healthy, but like at a really high level, I thought, maybe it's a bigger thing. I thought about distinguishing between liberals and conservatives based on three factors: what each side fears, what each side values, and what each side tolerates. I think liberals fear injustice, and conservatives often fear cultural radicalism or the destruction of society. And as a result, they value different things. Liberals, I think, tend to value change. At the level of government, that can mean change in terms of creating new programs that don't previously exist. It's typically been liberals, for example, who've been trying to expand health coverage, while conservatives have tried to cut it back. Just in the last few years, it was Biden who tried to add a bunch of programs, whether it's infrastructure, the chips and science Act, the IRA, and then Trump comes. And I also think they tolerate different things. I think liberals are more likely to tolerate a little bit of overreach, a little bit of radicalism in terms of trying to push society into a world where it hasn't been. Well, I think conservatives are more likely to tolerate injustice. They're more likely to say there's a kind of natural inequality in the nature of the world that we're not going to try to overcorrect for it with our policies. And so I think that even at a layer above what Ezra was articulating, with the policy differences between liberals and conservatives, there's almost like an archetypal difference between what they fear and value and tolerate. Liberals fearing injustice, seeking change, tolerating sometimes a bit of what I think of as overreach, while conservatives fear that overreach, value tradition, and often tolerate change.
The only thing I would say is that I do think this sort of the left like big government, right, like small government, oversimplifies. The left is pretty comfortable with an expansive government that is trying to correct for some of the imbalances of power and injustice that it's an imbalance of what I talked about earlier. The right is very comfortable with a very powerful police and surveillance and national state. I always think about the sort of George W. Bush era, although right now with ICE digits, House and all kinds of green card holders, you can think about this moment too. But the right's view that on the one hand, government's incompetent, and on the other hand, that we could send our army across oceans, invade Afghanistan and Iraq, and then rebuild these societies we don't understand into fully functioning liberal democracy, since it would be our allies, was an extraordinary level of trust in a very good government. I mean, that was expensive, that was manpower, that was compared to we're going to set up Affordable Care Act in America. That trust was a lot more than the U.S. government being able to do something that was extraordinarily difficult. But the left is more confident in the government as a check, and the right has more confidence in the government as a gun.
You're right. There's some degree to which what the right, when the right speaks both sides of government, it's a little bit rhetoric and not actual policy, because they seem to always grow the size of government. Anyway, they just kind of say small government, but they don't. It's the surveillance state in the foreign policy, and the military involvement abroad, and really every program is not very good at cutting either. It's just kind of like to say it. Cutting is really hard. Government spends trillions of dollars, and if you cut billions of dollars, someone is going to feel that pain and they want to scream. And so you look at defense spending under Reagan, overall spending under Reagan. Reagan might be one of the most archetypally conservative presidents of the last 40, 50 years. He utterly failed in his attempt to shrink government. Government grew under Reagan. Defense grew, all sorts of programs grew. So I think that one thing we're sort of scrambling around in our answers is that at a really high level, there are differences between liberalism and conservatism in American history. But often at the level of implementation, it can be a little bit messy. Even Bush's foreign policy that Andrew was describing, from a big sense of American history, is very like Wilsonian, right? The sense of like it's America's duty to go out and change the world. Or to use the current example, McKinley, or McKinley. And a lot of people compare Donald Trump's foreign policy to Andrew Jackson. This sense of we need to pull back from the world, America first. We need to care about what's inside of our borders and much less what's outside of our borders. Sometimes the differences between Republican and Democrat administrations don't fall cleanly into the lines of liberal versus conservative because of those definitions. All right, so to descend down from the platonic ideals of the left and the right, who's actually running the show on the right and the left, or the dominant forces? Maybe you could describe, you mentioned Democratic Socialists, the progressives, maybe liberals, maybe more mainstream left, and the same on the right with Trump and Trumpism.
So on the right, it's pretty straightforward. The right is composed differently than it was 2 years ago. But the right is run by Donald Trump and the people who've been given the nod of power by Donald Trump. So that is right now Elon Musk, but Elon Musk's power is coming from Donald Trump. That is style, sometimes Oklahomans over DHS. The right beneath that, the Republicans in Congress are extraordinarily disempowered compared to other administrations. They are sort of being told what to do, and they are doing what they are told. Republicans in Congress, Senate Republicans, they didn't want the United States. They didn't want that. They didn't want this. They didn't want our future. Nobody got elected to be a Republican in the Senate, hoping that they would confirm Robert F. Kennedy. You're a member of the Kennedys, a Democrat who was pro-choice and running as a Democrat 2 years ago for HHS. But Donald Trump told them to do it. So the right has developed a very, very top-down structure. And one of Trump's talents, one of the things that makes him a disruptive force in politics is his ability to upend the sort of traditional structure, interest group structure that used to prevail. The Koch brothers were the big enemy of the left 10, 15 years ago. In many ways, he said the right. The Koch brother network is much less powerful under Donald Trump because he just disagrees with them. It's just empowered them. Not to say none of their people or none of their groups are people at all. They are. But you wouldn't put them on the floor for an right this second. Reason the left, the Democrats are in fundamental disagree. There is no Democrats, Senate Democrats decided to vote for the competing resolution avoiding shutdown or critical mass. Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House Democrats, and Chuck Schumer, the leader of Senate Democrats, are bitter disagreement over whether or not they should have done that. Democratic leadership isn't even united on the single biggest point of leverage they might have had. If they disagree over whether or not there's even a point of leverage. Outside of them, the party's no leader, which is fairly normal after a pretty crushing defeat. But there isn't the next big one. So if you go back, right, and it was pretty clear that Obama was going to be Hillary Clinton. After Hillary Clinton was either going to be Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders was second to the primary, Joe Biden was vice president. You often have a presumptive next nominee now is the elbow is still being based, which is a question about elbow running. There is no reason in the Democratic Party right now. You can't turn around and say, oh, it's going to be Pete Buttigieg, it's going to be Josh Shapiro, it's going to be Gretchen Whitmer. Absent parties are given force, modern parties, which are quite weak by historical standards. It's modern parties and forced by a decentralized person. Donald Trump is a very strong example of that on the right, but Barack Obama was the person who helped the Democratic Party grow up. In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and weak, leaderless, rudderless, as it is right now. Now, it won't stay that way. There's a rhythm to this thing. There'll be a midterm. I'll make a bunch of seats in the midterm. If that means that Keith Jeffries becomes speaker after the midterm, he's going to have much louder voice because he's going to have power. It's going to be harder for Schumer to get back to the majority because of the Senate now. And then we'll start having the primary on the left. And you'll begin to see voices emerge out of that. But right now, the Democratic Party, it doesn't have